just longing for a glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that What you need is love and understanding. Find a heart whose love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. Well,
Well, there's this girl that I like, but I know that she's wrong for me. But as hard as I try, you know I can't seem to break free. Well, I don't know what I'm thinking of, but I can't get her out of my mind. When she walks in the room, I take one look at her, and all I wanna do is make her mine. But you know that you don't go messing around with a girl like that. A girl like that. You know she's gonna take your heart, and you're never gonna get it back.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to another beautiful morning here at DreamLeague Season 28, the closed qualifiers for Western Europe. It's the last day. Zach, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I'm lying. I told you this is my worst night of sleep, but that's okay. The Dota will get me through. I'm ready. Final day. How can you not have the energy, right?
Yeah. I feel that. Today we're kicking things off with Zero Tenacity versus Navi. This one of these two teams will make it to the main event, which is super hype. And then our last series of the day is going to be Team Falcons versus Virtus.pro. Now, that one, I think there's like probably a team that people would consider a favorite. For this one, I think people are probably leaning towards Navi, but I gotta say, man, Zero Tenacity has looked pretty good for the most part. Like, they gave Liquid a run for their money. They did take out Virtus.pro earlier, or at least knock them to the lower bracket. So I'm expecting a good series.
Yeah, I think it also really depends on how Navi is doing today, because they've never really been a consistent team to me. Sometimes they look really good. They take games off the best teams. Other times they look very shaky, lose versus lesser known teams. And I think part of their journey to improve, because they've been sticking around for a while, and I really do hope that pays off. But I think part of that journey is learning how to just consistently bring their best performance, rather than the wide range of who knows how they're going to do. And that applies day to day, I feel. Sometimes we watch them like, oh, this is looking really good, and then the next day, not so much, and then the next day, back at it. So
back.
What Navi are we getting today will certainly determine their chances. I think Zero Tenacity, the less experienced team playing together, but the players themselves are all pretty good. So I could see either of them winning, like you said.
Yeah, I agree. I think this should be a lot of fun. I don't know. I think the chaos that is brought to the stage when you have like these types of teams that haven't really dialed in like a consistent performance, it always makes interesting games. That's one thing you can always be sure of. I do feel like we actually haven't had a chance to cast a lot of this Navi roster. Somehow we've been covering a lot of these regions, but this is like one of those teams that has evaded us a decent amount for some reason. But I'm excited. It's like we've seen a lot of their games, but just haven't been a chance to actually cover them ourselves. So curious to see what these guys are going to be picking, what they're going to be prioritizing. In some of their recent series, their one against Lynx yesterday, they were a big fan of the Shadow Demon. We saw them go for the Omni Knights, the Disruptors. So they're doing stuff that's a pretty much straightforward. The Clinks they played in their first series, that they got it twice. I don't know if we're going to be seeing a lot of Clinks today. But maybe. Liquid managed to deal with it yesterday, but that's Liquid, so we'll see how the other teams manage.
I feel like a lot of teams are starting to... Like, anytime there's a new broken hero, right? Okay, super good hero. How do we deal with it? Who knows? Ban it, pick it, whatever. The hero gets some nerfs. You keep playing it because you're comfortable with it, because everyone's practicing it while it's broken. But we're now in that period where teams have to reflect and decide, is it actually still good, or were we just comfortable with a bad hero? Like, now it's a bad hero. And I think it depends on the team, but like, for example, Liquid, they felt comfortable playing against it. Showed some answers to it involving the vision around knowing where the Clinks is, and also having heroes who can jump him and kill him before he gets too much damage out. I think that's a pretty good approach, something that on paper isn't that hard to replicate if you're another team, saying like, okay, we can also pick good vision heroes, good heroes that can jump, but you do have to get through the lane where Clinks is still pretty good, right? Searing Arrows pretty strong. Death Pact is a lot of free health, and so you might have a plan in mind, but if he just kills you a couple times with the strong support, that plan goes out the window. So it might still be safe to ban out.
Yeah, I could see that. The other thing too is like a lot of times once they get to their Burning Army, like Aghanim Scepter, we saw like just the Aghanim Scepter alone was like killing a late game Axe. Like, he had to get saved like 3 different times in fights to just a Burning Army summon. So it's execution has to be so tight on the team playing against the Clinks, which is I think one of the main problems for teams struggling with this hero. And we'll see what ends up happening. I hope to see it because I think it's a fun hero to watch. But it is time to jump into the draft for game number 1. As spoiler alert, we're going to be seeing no Timbersaw, no Slardar, Shadow Demon, Jakiro, or Tiny so far.
That means Clinks might still show up here. It is up to Na'Vi now to ban it out. Because Zero Tenacity has shown that they don't mind first picking the Clinks. They're happy to grab it early. I actually think it should be starting to push down the pick order, personally. But, yeah, Na'Vi going with what we said, just take it out. It's a comfort hero for Zero Tenacity. They're a relatively new team, so how many comfort strategies can they have? Take it away from them, force them onto something they didn't get to practice as much.
I will say, Clinks, even though they lost the series against Liquid, they did look good in how they played it, and I think it also pairs really well specifically with Moose on his Clockwork, because Moose is an insane Clockwork player, one of the best.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you give him a carry that can benefit so heavily from an ability like Hookshot and Cogs, I think, it's like a recipe for success for sure. So I am curious if they can find a way to still work the Clockwork into the draft and go for, another carry that synergizes with it.
Yeah, I guess any aggressive carry can work with the Clockwork, ranged ones in particular. Now you see the Centaur, and because there's been so much hype about Clinks, we haven't actually even seen or talked about Ursa very much, but he's another really popular carry that does quite well versus Centaur, if Na'Vi wants to go for that. I don't know if they play Kez. I feel like Liquid would be willing to do the Kez into Centaur, at least old Kez. Post-change Kez, I think is still viable, but kind of need a bigger sample size before commit to that. Shadow Fiend is okay versus Centaur. A lot of physical damage now from the right-click carry build.
Okay. The Ursa pick into what I have to imagine is just going to be a Troll Warlord ban.
Viper ban could be warranted as well, though.
That is true. We have been seeing more and more off-lane Viper, specifically to deal with the Ursa. I think you can even make a case for Venomancer still in certain situations, but now that you have Centaur, Veno 4 is not super ideal, so I think do something simple and ban out, either the Viper or the Troll. I would say Troll and maybe consider picking Viper. That's such a risky opener, Troll Viper in the beginning. We saw an off-lane Razor to deal with Ursa as well.
Oh, that could be cool too. The downside is Centaur's already in the draft, right? So then you could still do Viper mid, and we even saw Viper carry, and that would counter the Ursa in the game, but you can't really move the Centaur. He's kind of an offlaner through and through. We've seen some mid Centaurs here and there, but not really a super popular draft to go for. They're gonna go for the Warlock, pretty safe for the Ursa. Even if, because I think Centaur typically loses to Ursa, but one way you can turn that matchup around is if you have a really high damage position 4 and you're able to burst the Ursa a couple times before he can build up the Fury Swipes. And that usually involves harassing him down a little bit first and then committing for that big trade. Now you have Warlock, just endless heals onto the Ursa to make sure that you continue to have that 1v1 with the Centaur. While the position 4 is harassing you, you just kind of ignore that through the heals, and then you win the one-on-one with the Fury Swipes. So I think it's a safe pick. Need some initiation now from your other heroes, but that's fine. You got the position 4, the mid, and the off lane, all very good roles to grab some playmakers.
Yeah, and I'm curious which of the position 4s they want to go for. Okay, they go for Tusk. doesn't have to be the position 4. Like Moose also plays Tusk, so this could be like a position 5 pairing for. I mean, so honestly, we were talking about the Troll Warlord. They banned out the Slark, so you could still go for Troll. You could pick the Viper yourself if you want now on 0 Tenacity and get ready for that. You could save that pick for 18 though, so I wouldn't hate just the double support here and then kind of hiding your counter pick on 18. I'm trying to think what other support you'd go for though is the thing.
I'll tell you right now.
Nice.
It's a Shadow Shaman. Wow, would you look at that? Some good control from that hero. Instant Hex to make sure that Enrage from the Ursa isn't coming out as much can be pretty good. We've seen some teams just like it as well. It helps you push the tempo, right? The Tusk helps you kill heroes. Shadow Shaman helps you take objectives. So that gives you some freedom in your carry pick. If you end up with a carry that isn't so good at objectives but fits the game, then the Shadow Shaman could cover you. Now I see the Underlord Lion coming out. They are rounding out their draft. The initiation from the Lion, Aura building from the Underlord. Pretty robust team here. Just a mid laner to go for their final pick. How you feeling about that Troll pick now that you see that Underlord?
Yeah, not very great. That was one of the things that like actually, probably the main reason you save your pick till 18, because now that you see the Underlord, it is a little bit rough. It is doable. Like, it's better than some other heroes, but the amount of damage reduction this hero brings and eventually a Crimson Guard is kind of difficult to deal with. But yeah, I was like, I think you might just do it anyway. It's not like it's, the worst matchup for a Troll. Like, he can deal with it. So I think you just go for the strong lane. In terms of other carries that you could pick, Underlord at least can't always hit Troll Warlord with the Firestorm, and I think that's one of the things that at least isn't that bad for the lane. It's more of in the game, you have to be very careful with when you use your ult on Troll, because if you're on the Underlord and he hits Crimson Guard and you're ulting him, you're doing no damage.
Yeah. Plus, he can drag you into the pit, and there could be like a Warlock channel going on there as well, so then your ult ends and you're just stuck in the middle of nowhere. Well, that's nothing new for a Troll Warlord, I suppose, no matter the matchup. So it is good versus the Ursa, but we'll see how he does in the lane. I do think a saving grace for him is that it's not just a one-on-one with the Underlord, right? It comes down to supports, and he could be paired with the Tusk or the Shadow Shaman. We'll see what they want to commit to. But Lion is not that strong of a laner, so I feel like when it comes to the supports, it tips it a little bit back towards 0 Tenacity. And of course some, actual execution where if you misposition, you'll get some free kills, but if you're very smart, you play behind the Underlord, then that's where he can get more Firestorm value, just the building right-click damage from the creeps, and then Troll doesn't get as much farm as he would like.
Okay, they do ban out the Kez. That is an interesting ban. Maybe Juice has been playing some mid Kez. Yeah. I haven't seen it too much myself. I know
Or would it have been mid Ursa?
I think it's been more mid Kez. Like, the thing is the mid Kez, instead of maxing... Well, I think they still just max Talon Toss, because that's where your damage comes from. It's like Talon Toss and the what ability is that one paired to? Is that the grappling hook? I have to double check. It is, right?
W's.
So it's usually people just spamming Talon Toss at you in lane, which is super annoying.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, they must have something in mind that it is week 2, because both teams need the mid laner, and 0 Tenacity is going to have to reveal theirs first. I think... Well, okay, it is going to be Storm. I was going to start putting out ideas, but they're going to pick anyways. I think this will work, because something I was looking for was a little bit more initiation, and I know that's a little funny, because it's you got Centaur, Tusk, Shadow Shaman, isn't that enough? And it kind of is, but we mentioned this Troll Warlord. right? He does a lot of damage as he gets farmed, but his number one issue that everyone memes about is that you just kind of like chase random targets and sometimes you don't actually get to do the damage. So I feel like when it comes to Troll Warlord, you can't really over pick crowd control from the rest of your team so that like Troll, this is the guy, hit him, you know, like he's stunned, it is this target, everyone just stun this guy and let Troll hit him. So you try to reduce the downsides of the Troll ultimate.
Yeah, I agree. And the kind of the obvious return pick here, the Ember Spirit, right? This is pretty much always going to be one of the go-to counters to Storm in the mid lane. They took their time, you know, to thinking like, is there anything else that's worth picking? But not really. They'll just go for the Ember. Into Shadow Shaman, it's a little bit rough just because, you know, any of the spirits into the instant blink hex or the shackles is rough. But yeah, I think overall, I like the Ember Spirit. It gives them a lot of good catch from range. It gives them good team fight. This hero can build a Shiva's, you know, which gives them a little bit more vision to play around. But overall, very like honestly, like the drafts are like kind of similar on paper. Like you have a Spirit in the mid lane, you have like a Blink Hex Initiator, you've got a really tanky off lane. Who builds auras, and then you just have like Troll versus Ursa. It's kind of funny, like very how similar in theme, I guess, the team drafts are.
Yeah, I think the mid lane is the one to watch this time, how it goes. I mean, the lane should go towards Ember, but then that's where the support rotations can come in and things can get changed up. And I think it's important too because the carries are high damage, right? We got the Troll Warlord, Ursa, some of the highest damage heroes out there. But the other heroes on their team are not that much damage. So it really comes down to the mid laners then. Who's having a good game, who's getting their items to contribute the rest of the damage you need to kill. Like you mentioned, we got some really tanky offlaners here. Underlord and Centaur, top two in that list, I would say. I'm sure there's like a couple others, but like they're really tanky. These are some pretty sturdy supports as well. So if your mid laner is poor, having a slow level 6, not able to get their items, it's all down to the carry. Carry's still farming, right? They want that Battle Fury. Yeah. They want another item or two. So then where's the damage? How are you going to do any early plays? You need at least an even mid lane, I would say, so that both teams can do something. And if one of these teams can win the mid lane hard, then I feel like they're going to have all the control going into the mid game.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The Vessel being like a natural item here for Ember, I think is like a really big win for them because they don't really have a natural Vessel builder on the side of Zero Tenacity, and that is an item that's been getting a lot more popular. So I think hopefully, we'll see that end up playing some sort of, kind of role here in this game. Storm Spirit, the build we've been seeing more often than not now is this Guardian Greaves, right? Like this has like been the kind of the new standout build for Storms. Just the first item, straight Guardian Greaves, which I guess the Ember seems pretty good, right? Like you can get rid of Searing Chains, you can get rid of the Vessel if it's online as well. Like, I don't know. I'm a big fan of the build so far. I'm unsure if it's going to be like an every game type thing. What do you think?
Yeah. I like that it's at least an option. I think that's really cool. And when I just look at the enemy team, I agree. The Ember Spirit, the Pit from Underlord's also very annoying for Storm. The Warlock abilities, right? The Dispel would be great. It does make me worry a little bit about the damage, again, going back to that where Guardian Greaves, not a damage item, so you might live, but are you actually killing anyone on the side of Na'Vi if Troll's not there? I guess you do have some like extra help from the Tusk, giving you the tag team damage might help. Shadow Shaman, especially if he's committing the wards, right? You might be able to still have enough damage that way.
Some smokes coming out from both teams here.
Positive metal attitude. Positive metal attitude.
right. I mean, both these smokes kind of just used to place some wards, but not a lot of information being gathered as they, like, half of them popped, like, immediately. So Desire goes in aggressively. We'll realize the Underlord is not here. And, yeah, no team really interested in taking the fight, so we'll see what happens when we actually get to the lanes here. The Tusk Centaur is not, like, the most amazing lane, but the idea behind it is, all right, yeah, we just drag the lane on Tusk and try and keep the Ursa away from the Centaur. You know, and it's a strategy for sure. We see a lot of teams do these on these heroes when it's like a rough matchup. I don't know. I find it to be... I want something to be done about creep dragging, to be fair. I know they've tried nerfing it many times over the years, but it still feels a little weird.
I do and don't want something to be changed about it. They actually get a first blood down. I mean, that's the... I mentioned, right? Like, Underlord is tanky, but Lion is not, so... I think he did step up a little bit too far and just took a bunch of right-click damage.
Yeah. Shackles into whirling axes constantly. I mean, that's the thing about Troll, right? He's a very, very strong laning carry. And one of the reasons you pick him, it's one of the only reasons you pick him, you just have to make sure it's a good carry matchup, and then you're like, all right, we can pick the Troll Warlord. We've got it.
Return damage being dealt here. But you're off to a strong start here on the side of Zero Tenacity, seeing some of that creep dragging you just mentioned, which kind of want to talk about. If the team settle down back to farming,
yeah,
we can talk
can you
more
chill
about,
out, guys?
I want a theory craft here. More creep dragon going on top. See, okay, so this is the thing. I think we have a moment here. I kind of do want to see it addressed. At the same time, I think one of the reasons we have so many viable heroes and strategies is because it is in the game. If you could not creep drag, we would really only see very, very strong laners, and anyone weak in the lane, any combo that is not just a lane-winning combo, would not be viable.
We'd be back to Crystal Maiden Juggernaut every game.
Yeah, stuff like that, which is fair if you want to like push the game that way, but I think a lot of people like Dota because of the flexibility and the creativity that you can bring, and being able to go, I want a weak lane but a strong mid game with this hero. Oh, we just don't do that because we all lose the lane and there's no other counterplay, right? Yeah. Like, you actually lose a lot of flexibility if it goes away. So I'm a little torn on it, but it is also sometimes frustrating to be like, I'm a strong lane. They're just creep dragging. Like, I don't get to be a strong laner.
I guess I won't play the lane for the first 5 minutes of the game. Yeah. It is a weird
I would be up for
strategy that kind of developed.
Yeah, rather than remove it completely, I do think if there is an easier way to punish it, that could be
Yeah, that's what
cool.
I mean. Like, I don't mean like, oh, creeps can't, like, because they have done it multiple times where, like, you can't just aggro the creeps at the tier 2 now, right? Like, you have to aggro them closer to the tier 1. We all remember those days. But I want to see some way of punishing. I just don't know what that would be.
A mud pit behind the tower. Troll getting really low here.
He got 3 misses, and he might be able to walk away. He's even so confused, he can't even raise his head. He's just like, what's going on here? I'm alive.
I guess his head's actually very raised if you think about it. That's like the most raised.
No, it's
raised.
Leaning back, right? He's just like, ugh.
Oh, very lucky misses.
I love these stun animations. These are great. Dude, if this happens to me in my game, I'm actually pausing and resetting because like restarting because it actually ruins my ability to like know which stance I'm in half the time.
Red ability, blue ability, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Dropping low down here on the Radiant, but not giving up any kills yet. Warwick
Eco's been
some
putting on the
damage from
pressure.
chains.
Juice down in the top lane. That was very close. The Fatal Bond's almost getting the return kill there, but somehow it didn't hit the Tusk. Maybe he snowball dodged. Oh, it doesn't even have snowball. It just got I think just got unlucky.
Yeah, you can only hit so many Fatal Bonds targets, so it could just be unlucky. But that is one of the downsides of the Warlock. Not a high damage support if the Fatal Bonds don't connect properly. And then, actually, even if they do, Ursa's actually not the best AoE damage hero, which is usually where the Fatal Bonds damage really racks up, right? Someone like Gyrocopter's a very common pairing because you flat cannon and hit every Fatal Bond target at the same time, reflecting all the damage at once. That's usually what wins you the fight, but Ursa is very much a single target damage hero.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Didn't talk about it too much because the side lanes were doing all the pulling that we talked through. But mid lane, Niku has been doing very well on the Ember. Kind of expected with the matchup. I'd actually say he's doing even a little better than I thought, so props to him. Does mean he is level 6 as the 6-minute rune spawns. That means you will put a Spirit on both runes, and Warwick still level 5, so can't really attempt anything. If he goes in, he'll get chained up. Even if he lives, he's going to lose all his health, and he's going to have to do a slow walk home. So you just have to give the rune over. Fortunately, an Invis rune, not the best one for Ember. Maybe you can do a surprise Invis gank, but that's not really a rune he was hoping for.
Yeah, not at all. Some more creep dragging here with the Underlord, realizing he's struggling a little bit more against the Troll Warlord than he would have expected, and so BMA is just going to go ahead, drag this wave over to his like hard camp here. Maybe he could try and just farm both. No, all right, he's just going to drag it all the way back to the tier 2.
Because he had to take this longer path.
Here.
He did miss the
7-minute try. This is a problem. Moose, amazing body blocks here, trying to prevent PMA from getting to the shrine. He has the shackles. The Troll's gonna steal it. Oh my god, the stun in from Zayak. And now it will be punished as in comes Niku and the rest of the team. And Dream, he's dead. Even the Centaur Stampede not coming out in time.
Okay, if they either stampede to get Troll in there sooner, or maybe if he threw the Whirling Axes, the Underlord would have been slowed enough. They could have gotten that shrine. But that was such a heads-up play from Moose to do that body blocking early to try to get Troll in there first to steal it away. I love the idea, even though it backfired on them. Yeah. Due to the new change, it's very risky to contest. Oh, Warwick actually thought he was okay to be a bit aggressive here with so much action going on the side, but Zayats has made his way back over. Quick Hex stun. Gets you the first kill in the mid lane.
Very nice grab just before the 8-minute rune too, so Ember should have a freebie on these. An illusion rune. All right, so first couple runes, not super great for these heroes, but top lane Juice in some damage, in some trouble again, as we're gonna see, do they get the kill? They do with Desire. And this is where if you had like a haste or amplify damage on the Ember, he's like TPing in immediately, getting some stuff done, but it's just an illusion.
Yeah, a bit unlucky for Niku. This is where you're complaining to Gabe in a little bit, but that means the next power runes are actually even more important, right? Because all the good ones are still left for either team to get.
Juice wants some revenge, going here onto the Tusk, but in comes the Storm. Ends up going a little short on the zip. Zayak actually scouted out by this Helm of the Dom creep, so very good movement from Nefrit and his micro there. They're bringing in Troll as well as the Shadow Shaman. They want to punish Juice again. He gets the Enrage off, but he's just surrounded. Stomp is there, and Moose will have the channel from downtown. They get the kill. Now looking for more. Let's see if they can get the Lion. It's gonna be close. They need a little bit more to close the gap. The damage is still there. The Star Spirit's making it happen, and now a Stampede back online as they look for the Ember. The Vortex, no Stomp. The Hex is there. He's still surviving through it all, and the Fatal Bonds has done so much work. PMA is gonna join now on the Underlord, but
Dire's top
A little bit too late on the Underlord rotation. Could have used you a few moments ago.
Yeah, it feels like they were on a little bit different page there on the side of Na'Vi. Going back to the rune he got, they attempt that play with the illusion rune. They have to back out. He had no mana, so he wanted to go TP home and then possibly Remnant back. But that takes time. Even though you have the Remnant, you're one of the fastest heroes for it, it's not instant. And Ursa needed to be a little bit more careful because the fight started and Ember was still drinking the bottle and fountain. He's like, wait, I can't show up. I still won't have enough mana. You lose your Ursa before you can really do anything. The Underlord doesn't show up till a little too late. So I think maybe the players were all thinking different things at that time.
Niku's just dragging a creep wave to like this double camp back here and is just clearing their all their camps. This is good stuff. One thing I think that happened with the Underlord there, I don't think he went his Fiend's Gate at 6. I think he picked it up at 7 is what happened. He had 4 points aura or something. Or no. No, he couldn't have. Maybe he did. I don't know. Yeah, my thought is maybe he went like no ult at 6. And it was, like the moment he hit 7, he put a point in ult and TP top because he is... That's just what it looked like with his XP bar, because I can't imagine he was just holding it for that particular moment, you know?
He might have, because I mean, he might have looked and been like, oh, we don't have Ember, so it's not worth showing up. But then he goes back to farming, and then Ember like shows up, and he's like, oh, wait, what? Like, you know, again, like, they just may have been on separate pages, which can happen, but obviously backfires on you since Zero Tenacity comes out ahead in that fight.
Yeah, Troll's having a great game in a matchup that he is happy to be in. Almost to his Battle Fury. And I think they're realizing the Troll's having too good of a game, so they're going to rotate bottom. They're going to have the Golem as well as Ember Spirits, full kit, to try and find the kill. Dream found initially. No points in ult yet. Will be forced to pop it, and with the Pit of Malice here, easily able to kite him out. They will finally take down the Troll.
So let's give space to get a regen rune onto Warwick, so I think that was a calculated trade once he gets jumped. There's no burst damage.
Juice in some trouble. The Walrus Punch comes out. Zip through here from Warwick. They do manage to get the Fatal Bonds, the Enrage as well for the turnaround. And okay, BMA comes in this time with the Fiend's Gate and will punish.
They're just going to head on straight back and finish up that tower now. All right, nice moves from Na'Vi. Not only do you kill Troll Warlord, you protect your own Ursa. Necessary plays because you were highlighting the gold difference that was building, but with that sequence of events now, Ursa barely behind the Troll. It's really not a big deal at this point.
Yeah, it was 1,000 gold difference. Now it's just a couple hundred, so bringing that all the way back to pretty much even for these two. They get the mid tower with the Shadow Shaman wards.
Yeah, I think so going back to it, I thought they might rotate in because there's no burst damage from Na'Vi, so you have time to go save the Troll if you want to. But I think they chose to let him die, get the power rune, try to make a separate play, but it, doesn't pay off. So then you just lose the Troll for nothing. Now you lose your Shadow Shaman. And the Storm is going the Guardian Greaves that we talked about. It will help keep him alive. We'll see if it's enough damage, especially as those last couple fights go against you and your heroes aren't as strong as you would like. They may start running into damage issues with this build.
Oh, ample.
That would have helped with your damage issues.
Yep. Bottom lane, TMA.
Bottom.
Yeah, he's in a little bit of trouble, but Niku's coming through. Fighting into the Underlord inside that Pit of Malice. Not very fun. I mean, PMA is going to be huge here. He's really going to start to farm pretty easily on the Underlord here, especially with all the bonus damage he just picked up. The pipe will be done fairly soon. Mid lane, they get the Storm, though. Very nice find from these two.
Probably the best kill you could get with that amplified damage rune. I guess Troll, maybe. Maybe Troll's the best. But he was harder to find. Storm was right in front of your face. So you'll take that. Ursa trying to catch up now. Finished his Battle Fury, so we see the gold difference has built up again since Troll had a little bit faster of a Battle Fury timing. Na'Vi trying to address it, trying to find him, trying to restrict his map. Back-to-back kill on Storm would be big. But actually, they have the supports here.
They're baiting it, so we'll see what happens.
Serpent Ward's ready to go.
Oh, Niku goes in. There comes PMA as well on the side. Golem's going to get dropped. The Fatal Bond's doing some work. The Pit of Malice won't be enough to kill Warwick, but the other heroes, maybe the pipe does come through as well from each of these teams, but just ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. The supports having a rough time.
I thought that was going to go even better, actually, because the Fatal Bonds hit 3, and then you had the AoE damage from Ember. I think by the time Underlord showed up, I think some of them had scattered, so you couldn't get the Firestorm value as well. That might have gotten you 2 or 3 kills. But it is a fight, so even though it's 1-for-1, and we can say that's even, it is a fight that Na'Vi is taking on the side of Zero Tenacity's half of the map. So you're still restricting them. You have the Underlord global ult, so he's farming a little bit more efficiently while these kind of plays are happening. And we kind of see that in the gold lead, right? 2K now for Na'Vi, even though it is 8-8, 3K, excuse me. 3K gold lead for Na'Vi because they have a little bit more map space to work with and the global nature of the Underlord. Troll still doing okay, but it's not as impressive anymore.
I'm trying to think as the game goes on, like a lot of times I favor Troll in the Ursa matchup, but the Underlord is the hero that I'm unsure of how he's going to manage, because it will be like the Pit of Malice spam, the level 15 talent for the Pit of Malice slow, and eventually the Aghanim Scepter as well. Like the combination of these three things makes Troll Warlord's life really miserable unless you have BKB or an Aghanim Scepter. You have to build Ags against the Underlord. It is like an absolute requirement. Chains does come out. Pit of Malice is there. Figure Death from downtown. They got him. Desire unable to go for the snowball save. There should be another Chains coming out in a moment. There it is. Gonna be able to catch the Tusk. A double kill for the Warlock. Man, Figure Death cast range always catches me off guard.
Yeah, I gotta say, this Storm build, I was worried about not having enough damage because you're going the Guardian Greaves, but the benefit is, oh, I'll get to live because, you know, I get the heal, I get the armor, and I can dispel stuff once I finish the Guardian Greaves. But they're actually still killing him really quickly, even with the mech. I know the Guardian Greaves isn't done, but I think that's the 3rd time he's been burst before he can really get anything done.
Well, I mean, after that, this is the first like real solid gold lead we've seen for the game. You know, they get the 2 kills, they turn it into a Roshan because you've got the Ursa. The big question is if they can control the top half of the map here. Warwick and Desire will punish this Lion for sticking around too long. He did manage to finish out the Blink Dagger, so that's why I knew he was close, but it looks like he got the Blink Dagger on the wave kill there and doesn't really end up losing much of anything.
Maybe you can surprise them now. They think they got you before you have your blink. You show up with it ready to go.
Ooh, okay, Moose is going to show himself. They know exactly where their smoke popped here. I'll be honest, if I'm Moose, I'm also surprised that they are here. I would have guessed they're top side preparing for Tormentor.
That's a nice thing about Twin Gates, right? You could be bottom and then still Twin Gate over. You have enough time here. So he may have needed to sit in the trees a little bit longer just to confirm their whereabouts and then cut the wave once you know. Now they have the kill, and they're heading top, like you mentioned, for that Tormentor. And Zayas trying to stay out of sight. Storm here, could this be... Okay, he's already TVing out. I was going to say, oh, what if it's a 4th kill onto him? He's He's only got 4 galvanized stacks right now, and some of that is because
so rough.
he leveled his ultimate. He had 1 earlier from the
Yeah.
lion kill,
Oh my god, he
so-
got 3 from leveling the ultimate. Oh no.
Oh, they're actually
Yeah, that's
getting
not
over. I think they saw him.
Dude, this is brutal.
Oh, he's gonna
if they
show on
find
the
him
wave.
again.
Which way did they go? If you go left,
He's
you
like,
might miss the
surely
blink.
they're going Tormentor
no.
again, right? Surely. Oh my goodness. Na'Vi are just bullying Warwick at this point.
Dude, in his head, he's like, why aren't you doing Tormentor? What are you doing?
Go to
Why are you
Tormentor,
looking
you
down
nerds."
here for me? That's a great read from Na'Vi. There was a little bit of luck there because with that smoke, if they had gone left, he could cut the wave, get out in time. I mean, he may have ran back into them, but instead they're close enough to get the instant blink hex, and that'll be the 4th death onto the Storm Spirit. And we are now fully into that territory I was worried about, which is, depending how the mid lane goes, will you have enough damage? And Na'Vi, you know, you have a very farmed Underlord with a pipe. Actually opted for an Aghanims rather than another Aura, but I think
It's
that works
so
this
good,
game.
this
I think the
game.
root is actually really strong this time around, so I'm up for it. But then you also have like the Warlock healing, the Ember and the Ursa are doing well, and you've really only got the Troll Warlord who can do the damage if he's not being kited. So your damage is very shaky right now. You got to go for pickoffs. They're trying to find the Underlord on his own. He's in pretty deep. Oh, did the scan miss? He's at the edge of it? Oh my god.
Is under attack.
Or is that not theirs?
That was.
And that was
I
their
mean,
scan. That was Radiant scan, right?
Yeah,
That's
it was.
so unlucky.
They were making the play
they
for the
still find
Wisdom
him.
Shrine, but I mean, this is the hardest hero to bring down. Big stun from the Lion on to 4. PMA's gonna live the turnaround for the Golem. The Fatal Bonds, the Searing Chains.
Everybody's
rooting. Team. Oh my goodness! What a disaster for Zero Tenacity. They lose everything. The 5-hero Searing Chains off the back of the 4-hero Impale from the Lion.
Warlock
Unbelievable.
#1, baby! That's why everyone loves Warlock for the pub games. The damage ramps up when you get the Dream Fatal Bonds. Oh my god. That might be the game-winning play right there. Like, you still gotta go through the potions and everything, but that is a 5, like... I think the gold shot up like 5k, just about. Okay, at least you get the... oh, man. Get the Shadow Shaman as well. Oh, no.
Yeah, he TP'd in to like try and grab mid lane, and Zach's just sitting here waiting with a blink dagger. He's like, someone will come defend this, and I will kill them. Yeah, that was unbelievable. This game now very much out of control. As this fight was breaking out, I'm like, I mean, this is the hardest hero to go on. I'm a little curious, and then it's just, yeah, the fight just swings completely the other way. That was good stuff out of Na'Vi here.
If you want to see, we've been saying the damage issues. 5 heroes jump an Underlord and get half his health, right? And then the rest of the heroes show up, and you go, oh wait, we threw all their spells, right? Like, what do we have? Okay, to have a shot here, you're gonna have to sacrifice some heroes like this. You have to keep trying to cut waves and drag this game out.
The rune!
Let him have it, guys. Come on.
Okay, Stampede to
Shortest
get
Underlord
away.
ult in the world.
I mean, that's the thing, though, with the Ags, like, it's mostly used this way in the late game. Like, it just gives you, like, 3 Pit of Malices to play around. And the AoE on them is enormous. That's why some people end up going for things like kiting here. Yeah. Well, Shadow Shaman doing his best here to try and do some damage. Gets caught outside the base. We'll clean up the wards. They're going high ground, man. I can't imagine you wait around too much longer here. The PMA has so much damage on the Underlord at the moment.
173 bonus. Yeah, that's quite a lot.
Oh, aggressive 4-step into the Hex. The stun comes out, but there is going to be a snowball. Still stuck inside the pit, but a very nice save from Desire. A cheeky play from the
Ursa's
Lion,
in.
but Juice just jumps in, gets the kill anyway. And plenty of Fury swipe stacks to work with.
Radiant's middle tower.
That's your tankiest hero in the Centaur. He's got the pipe, he's got the Lotus, got the Helm of the Dominator. Right, his farm's not that bad given the situation, but even he does not live long versus this Ursa. Everyone else will die much faster. So there goes your mid barracks. The other hero's not really trying to defend, which I think is the right call.
Oh, they found Dream. The whole team is here. They're going to catch themselves a freebie onto the troll and just head right back to the enemy base. And they're not done. They're going to jump right to the high ground, punish the Shadow Shaman. More damage for the Underlord as they can just continue the base siege. But before they can do that, Zero Tenacity is just going to drop the GGs. They know this one is done. Na'Vi will take game number 1.
I think this was a really good use of the Underlord to seal the deal. Like, they already had a decent time, especially the Ember Spirit in the mid lane with the help of the supports. I think that is what got them an early lead. You can throw that, right? So how do you follow an early lead into winning the game? A lot of really good Underlord plays, right?
Yeah.
All these rotations into these fights. That bottom fight that ended up being a full team wipe at around 20 minutes. But then also this move here where you're getting the mid barracks. The only play Zero Tenacity has is, okay, we just have to like split push, get as much farm, and pray for one more final fight. They send the Lion early. We know what you're doing. We know you're down these side lanes. Lion, go find them. We'll Underlord ult in. We'll kill them. We'll break their spirits with this play. And that's exactly what happens. They find the Troll Warlord, your only hope, right? Like, he's all the damage. If he is not farming, you have no shot in the hopeful final defense. They kill him. Yeah, there's our damage. Okay, I guess GG, guys. Like, what do we got at that point?
Yeah, I think coming back to what we talked about in the very beginning of the game is, like, the mid lane's going to decide a lot. Niku crushed the mid lane. Like, this was always in favor of Ember Spirit. Like, he was pretty far ahead of Warwick on the Storm. And as the game goes on, you'd rather have the Ember Spirit in the mid game. Like, Ember Spirit just has so much more impact in that, like, 15 to 30 minute time frame than, say, the Storm Spirit. The Storm Spirit's not bad during that time frame, but he's not like he's like your semi-initiator, but he needs a lot other heroes to bring in more damage, whereas like Ember Spirit just brings a ton of damage and team fight control. I mean, evident by that team fight of the tier 2 tower where he's searing chains 5 heroes, right? Like, there's not many heroes that can do stuff like that in the game, and it's one of the reasons we see Ember Spirit as such a top tier pick. It kind of makes me question the Ember or the Storm pick in that position, right? Knowing that the Ember was still in the game, but yeah, Na'Vi just played this super well. Troll never even had a chance to like start playing the game, basically.
Yeah, he had a good lane. They even found a couple kills down there, right? But that's the downside of most carries, which is no matter how good of a time they're having, they're still going to farm. There's only so much they will join you to do anything. So the ones you really need to do well are often the playmakers in that mid lane, in the off lane. The off lane went okay, but that Storm Spirit really did struggle. Even though Niku got really unlucky with the runes, right? They were doing a great job around that. He got unlucky with starting runes. So maybe that could have been, an even harder snowball from him. But I think you're right. The Storm Spirit needs to be reconsidered in that position. I think there's merit to it. I understand why they went for it, but it's a bit of a hit or miss hero because of those galvanized stacks. If you're winning, you're winning. If you're losing hard. So game 2, maybe you need something different there.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with Zero Tenacity versus Na'Vi game number 2 after the break. We'll see you then.
I've had days of struggle, nothing quite as rough as today. Held, I've been held up, nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I died a man for crying, for a storm of tears I crave. Take all this sorrow from me. How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this, feel my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. I've had days of struggle, nothing quite as rough as today. Held, I've been held up, nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I died a man for crying, for a storm of tears I crave. Take all this sorrow from me. How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this, feel my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this, feel my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. Yeah, yeah. I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. But what I don't understand is what she sees in me. Ooh, I've been drinking too much, staying out all night. I can't remember my left from my right. I'm kinda blurry from my head to my toes. It might seem like nothing, but there's one thing I know. I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. But what I don't understand is what she sees in me. Oh yeah, yeah.
you know I can't lie. These doors are open. Welcome, darling, won't you stay? And you got me hoping. Forever's here, today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better, gotta be you. A thousand voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted, the grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted, I'll never get off this ride. 'Cause life with you is golden, so how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding on, can't get enough. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. Oh, yeah. Got all these choices, yeah. But I so made up my mind. There's nobody better. Gotta be you. Got to be you. Voices, yeah. 'Cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. You, yeah. You, yeah. You, it's gotta be you. 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 Yeah. Gotta be.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to Dream League Season 28, the Western European Qualifiers. It is Zero Tenacity versus Na'Vi. Game number 1, very, very good performance from Na'Vi. They absolutely crushed it. They finished the game with a scoreline of 23-9. It's just 25 minutes. They get the GG out of them. Run us through it, Zach. Little bit of a recap here. How did this fall so quickly out of control?
I think Na'Vi correctly identified that the Storm Spirit was necessary to bring that draft from the early game into the late game where the Troll can come online, have the better matchup versus the Ursa, and they bullied him. They just did not let him have a game. They kept hunting him down. They got a little fortunate in some regards where like the Blink Dagger finishes, even though they kill the Lion, they don't realize the Blink Dagger's done, so they use that to kill the Storm Spirit again. The scan, barely missing in that like final play. There was a little lucky moment, but overall it was a really good play, really good identification of what to do. Just hunt him down. Forget Torment. Ursa's got Torment. Let's go find Storm Spirit one more time. Just stuff like that really broke the draft, and they couldn't make plays without the Storm Spirit. So I think going into the next draft, I didn't hate the game 1 draft, but it did have that Storm Spirit, like that singular thing you can target. If you give yourself more options, then, okay, Storm Spirit's having a bad time. Backup option number 2, you have another way to play.
Yeah. I agree. Let's go ahead, jump into the draft here for game number 2. These guys, okay, it was weird because game 1, they took some time on the initial bans. Game 2, not at all. We're immediately going to ban the exact same heroes. We're going to run it back. Go for the first pick Warlock here for Zero Tenacity. And Na'Vi's going to go for the Clockwork instead. A little bit of a different idea here from Na'Vi, which is interesting. I remember last game when I was talking about it during the draft, both teams had like very similar ideas on paper, right? In terms of the overall drafts, like they were almost identical in terms of, what your heroes like actually accomplished. But it just felt like Na'Vi had a similar draft, but several of their heroes just happened to also counter the side of Zero Tenacity. So you just get like similar idea of a draft, but just the better version of it. It is kind of neat how they managed to make that happen.
Yeah, one reason they can do that is because they did have second pick, so you get that very final pick. They have it again here. First pick is not like, oh, you just always lose the matchups, because the 18th pick is supposed to be really strong. That's where they got the Troll Warlord last time. But I think Navi did a good job of preemptively countering it, knowing that, yeah, we first phased Ursa. They're going to want to think about Troll. So they had several heroes, mainly the Underlord, that were going to be good versus it.
Yeah.
So I think it was just a smart draft from Navi. We'll see if they can run it back a second time. Because actually, one of my early critiques of Navi, when this team was first forming, is sometimes their drafts, like, you kind of understood what they were going for, but they just didn't feel that strong together. Didn't feel like either the heroes didn't work together, or they only focused on their own draft and didn't address enemy heroes. And I think one of the reasons this team has started to improve is that the drafts have become a little bit more robust in what they can do. They adapt to the enemy team without completely throwing their own draft like through the roof. So it always helps. Like, it can give you a small edge, which in pub games is like whatever because there's so many mistakes. But at the pro level, when everyone's playing very well, having a bit of a draft advantage can make the difference in this make or break type series, right? If you win this now as Navi, you get to qualify, get to take a deep breath and relax a little. You lose this one, I guess you go to game 3, so it's not the end of the world for you, but for Zero Tenacity, it will be the end. They will be eliminated.
I'm trying to think of what they could ban here because they've gotten rid of a lot of offlaners. There are a ton of offlaners already removed. I wonder if you continue down that trend and then look for your offlane pick here, like in the middle of phase 2, so that you have a little bit to work with and pick up like a flexible hero right here with the clockwork. You could just double pick your supports to open. Yeah, it's like there's a lot of I'm surprised we're not seeing as much Viper as we did in the beginning of the event, because I do think the hero is incredibly flexible and very strong. So we'll see. Really taking the time on the ban though.
I think you want to decide. So like they have Warlock. A very common combo would be the
like
gyrocopter.
Ursa.
So then it's like, do you ban that? Do you ban something else to prepare for it? Like, oh, we can take the Underlord again. Should we preemptively pick the Underlord, and then they won't want to pick gyrocopter, but then they'll counter our Underlord, you know? So I think this is the thought going into it on how they want to approach it and what they want to ban. So they take out the
Mars
Ursa and get the Mars, who is going to, if they do want to go that gyrocopter route, he doesn't like playing into the Mars.
Yeah, so I actually was gonna say I like the idea of banning out the Ursa more. I think Warlock Ursa has been showing up as one of the strongest duo lanes, just because it gives Ursa the ability to play way more aggressive in lanes than he normally can. Like, this is a hero that is sometimes punishable by an offlane because he's built around his burst damage of his his overpower and fury swipes, but you can't just kite him, and like offlane heroes in forward positions typically are kind of bullies in the lane. They have a lot of damage, and Warlock just resets it for these heroes, so it's proven to be a pretty good lane combo. I like the idea, like you were saying, the Mars preemptively kind of dealing with the gyrocopter, and instead they're going to go for the Juggernaut.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't think Jug into Mars is like that good of a lane. Like, I actually think it's a bad lane. Like, typically Mars is gonna bully heroes like Juggernaut, but you do have the Warlock. Like, again, like I said, helps reset a lot of the bad matchups, and then as the game goes on, Juggernaut pretty decent against the Mars, except for the the good old Omni Slash into Bloodsport. That's a fun interaction.
Yeah, that's a rough one. You will have the spin out of Arena though. I'm a little torn on it, thinking it through, because I feel like the double heal is a little overkill. Having the Shadow Word plus the Healing Ward is more than necessary. But like you said, part of the reason Mars can handle Juggernaut in the lane is that you just have a lot of physical damage. So even though you can't spear and knock back Juggernaut the way you like to, you go like double bracer, and when he spins on you, you just stand and attack, especially if you have a strong position 4. But now you have Warlock, so Warlock and Shadow Word, which kind of tips it the other way, right? It's like, oh, I am doing spin and Shadow Word damage, and I am healing as you right-click me. So maybe that works. I'm trying to think what
Yeah.
position 4 you can go to then tip it back in your favor one more time. Either something really high damage or something with a dispel, maybe.
I mean, I was initially my thought was the Tusk, just because Mars Tusk is such a good lane, but I don't know if you want to run double melee supports here, like Clockwork and Tusk, into something like a Warlock. And now that
Yeah, that
Hoodwink
would be
is here as
scary.
well, it's, Bushwhack gets even more value, so we might see them go for a range support, like a Muerta. Comes to mind as just a hero that is pretty reliable. We saw him just absolutely crush the game on a Lion, so I wouldn't be, opposed to the Lion. The Shadow Shaman, heroes like that have good lockdown and initiation for them.
Kind of like Ringmaster. Shadow Demon.
Ringmaster's
Band
hype.
Route.
Yo, I love Grimstroke, so this is such a cool hero.
Yeah, not a lot of teams are running it, but it is something Navi plays every now and then. What double spells do you have here? You got the Dragonite and your own
It's just
Silence. I guess that's it
Dragontail right now.
Um,
But the main thing is you have 3 heroes that can benefit from Inkswell. Like anytime I think of Grimstroke, it's like the most important thing to me is having like a low cooldown initiator that can like benefit from Inkswell. You have like Dragon Knight, Mars, both probably going to build Blink Dagger. You have Hookshot from Clockwork. So I think it's pretty cool for the most part. The reflecting spell, or like the replicating of spells, like with the ultimate, like we'll see what they can come up with from the carry roll. That it's going to be limited for sure, but I really like the pick for this.
Yeah, if you don't have more double spells, it's not the end of the world, though I think it is, ideal. The Soulbind is good to just control Juggernaut in his spin anyways. I think that's one value to it here. I do think the Inkswell is a little awkward into Jug, just because he can. It's very telegraphed, right? So you can spin in time. You have to really surprise him with some of the other initiation, which, as you mentioned, 3 initiators. So you do have the room to surprise him there. Hookshot from Fog War, Dragontail. Those are probably your best bets at opening here. I guess the question is this actually just a Dragonite carry and you go for a different mid is something Zero Tenacity was worried about, so they still banned out some of the mid laners.
They really want the Storm again, and they're like, okay, we're going to go Storm, but this time, no Ember, all right? You can't do that again. I mean,
Dragonite's
it's
like okay into it anyways, though.
Yeah, I think they're anticipating Sand King mid for Warwick and a new off lane, right? Like, so they ban out Beast Mesh, they ban out the Underlord. I wouldn't mind Sand King mid. I think Sand King is better in the mid lane than he is in the off lane, because he really struggles in like the 2v2 matchups in lane, but I think his 1v1 is a lot stronger somehow. It's a very weird hero like that.
Navi's turn.
Ooh, okay. Something that they did in the first day, I believe, right? Zero Tenacity running Bristleback in games 2 and 3 versus Virtus.pro, which they ended up winning. So this is some comfort for them.
10 seconds remaining.
I think you can run Dragonite in either lane, so it's up to you. So they go for the Invoker. I was thinking maybe
That's cool.
Abaddon was another option if you want to go for like a new carry, since like you could just absorb so much of their damage. But the Invoker, with so many initiators, there's a lot of Cataclysm set up. EMP as well, right? Like just people to keep the enemy still so you can just land all your abilities. Not the greatest double spell combos. I guess like double Cold Snap's not bad with the Grimstroke.
Yeah. I'm fine with it. I mean, I think Grimstroke, the Inkswell is like the hidden kind of like that's like honestly like the biggest part of this hero, like being able to use Inkswell effectively and having the Instigate facet where you can detonate it immediately, which it's frustrating that this is like a facet, because I think fine art is so cool and I want fine art to be like a thing. This is like one of those heroes where I thought we might see like and like similar to what happened with like some other heroes where they just like kind of worked the facets back into the heroes and then they're going to come up with new facets later. It's like I would like that to just be a thing with Grimstroke and maybe tweak the numbers and then come up with a different facet. I don't know what it would be, but yeah, Instigate very good on this hero, especially when you have these types of initiators. You know, it's going to make it really easy to follow up any of these stuns with a Sunstrike globally. So I like the potential playmaking that they have on Na'Vi early on. I'm curious who is going to get the Blink Daggers first, because a lot of times you don't see carry Dragon Knights go for the Blink Dagger. So PMA's got to get one on the Mars, but Mars also needs to go like the double Bracer for the lane, like you mentioned, a Soul Ring. It's going to be a little slow. It's up to Clockwork, I suppose.
Yeah, Clockwork. But also Grimstroke's not bad, right? The Inkswell, like you mentioned, and the Silence are fairly long range. Or like the Inkswell, you're going to have to use on a teammate. But like the Silence is fairly long range. The Ultimate's fairly long range. So I think you can get by until those blinks come up. For the side of Zero Tenacity, they're the ones who struggled with the last game when the Storm Spirit got taken out. This time, I think they're a bit more covered. The Sand King is a little bit safer as a mid laner, right? Like, even if you do have a bad time, you can just clear the jungle so quickly to get your own Blink Dagger. You also have the Hoodwink, who can just throw Bushwhacks from afar. So I think their ability to make plays is better this time around, at least safer.
Ooh, he went the Victory Feast on Mars, which, to be fair, I actually think Victory Feast is better now. I've come around on this facet. The ability to like take away vision is really strong, but when it comes to team fighting and your goal is just like, we're gonna all in a hero in the arena, and if that's your plan, Victory Feast is incredibly strong.
30 seconds.
Yeah. They also don't really have save heroes on the side of Zero Tenacity, which is often where the reduced vision is the best. Yeah. In this case, you're planning to initiate and Cataclysm and have like an insane combo to start the fight, which benefits Victory Feast, right? You're assuming you're gonna like kill a hero right away and then just have that extra buffs for the rest of the fight.
Instantly get the spoils of war. Like, I know that's a Legion Commander thing, but I feel like it's relevant here. PMA grabs the rune.
Benefit.
Look at the Clockwork, though, dude. Look at this guy. He's just...
All right, you made him nervous, though, because he let 2 creeps slip by once you said that. Had to use power cogs to distract him for a little bit.
Get back here. So this is going to be a really aggressive block. Doesn't have the cogs again for a moment, but he misses it. All right, so a little unfortunate. Lane should end up just connecting anyway at the tower. The Mars has to try and force Dream back in. Okay, they do manage to connect.
The choice to use power cogs is what saves it. And he didn't hit the range creep with it either, so it was a very skillful use of it. That extra delay means that even though Jug saw it happening so early, went for the block, he couldn't do it enough. So this lane is moving on out. Clockwork will make sure to block the small camp. He's already got the next creep wave as well. Will he stay to block the small camp? No, he's gonna let it spawn. Just make sure he's out. All right, you got Equilibrium to start yourself off in what can be a tricky lane. I mentioned Mars can just stand in spin and attack, but you do need a couple of the early items to do that. So now that you're laning by your own tower, that should give you the safety to farm those small items.
I'm such a fan. It's funny. It's like I love Grimstroke as a hero, and it's not even like because the hero is like really fun to play. I do think he's one of the more fun supports, but he's just like my favorite voiced hero. He's like one of my favorite voice actors plays this guy, so it's just really rewarding when you get to play him and you just get to, have that guy like mumbling in your ear the whole time, like menacingly. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I'm glad he's starting to come back a little bit into the meta. I think he's still a bit of a... Like, it depends on the players and the team if they like him or not. He's not good enough that every team needs to play him, but he is enough that if you like the hero, you can pick drafts around it and make it work.
Oh, get it. Come on. You can do it. You can get it.
Get him!
He's trying so hard. Oh, poor bounty hunter. God, I remember when they added all those like gold couriers to the game. Like TI4 or TI5. TI5 maybe? A long time ago. You whatever, okay? I have a few of them. They're cool.
Moo's had one. It's gone now.
It's true. It's been stolen.
Maybe that's how it should work, and then people would care about their couriers. If your courier gets sniped, the player who killed it gets the cosmetic.
It's just,
You just lose it. You just lose your 1,000 Roche skin courier skin.
yeah, there's gonna be the people who have invested a lot into their courier skins that are never gonna
just for the
those.
game. Just for the game. You don't lose the item itself. You lose it for the rest of the match.
Rip my like $40,000 TI1 courier.
Now, if that happened, everyone would just be sitting in the fountain. Hubs would be perma-griefed.
Never uses a courier ever again.
back to the original days.
Yep. So far, mid lane's looking pretty good for Warwick. I mean, they picked the Invoker into this, so he has to have a pretty good idea of how the lane's going to go. I don't think the Invoker is necessarily for the lane as much as it is for just now they have Global Sunstrike set up.
Yeah. Dance, Moose.
Getting a taste of his own medicine, man. Clockwork spammer getting clockworked.
Yeah, Warlock not the fastest hero to dodge the power cogs getting kicked at you. Which, you mentioned Grimstroke working in the Instigate just into the base hero, because otherwise it's too hard to go fine art. Clockwork needs a similar treatment. Until expanded armature is changed or the hero gets some like ridiculous base abilities, you will never see the other facets taken. Like, this hero cannot be played without expanded armature.
Yeah, this... Ooh. Oh, hero's falling low in both areas. Ooh. Sunstrike just off the mark. That's what I was going to say. I feel like when expanded armature came out, people are like, this should just be how the hero is permanently now. Like, we're never going to play this ever again, and like, without the expanded cog range. I can't imagine what they would do to balance it to the point. I think they gave up on it because they tried fixing it multiple times, and we're just like, yeah, we're done. No more of that.
I think one way you could do it, and I don't know if I like this idea, it's just the way you could do it. The reason expanded armature worked is because without it, it was impossible to get close enough to people nowadays. If you gave him more base move speed, then you could take the other facets. And then when you take expanded armature, you have reduced move speed due to the weight of the expanded armature, I suppose, lore-wise. But that is like the only... That's one of the ways I think you could justify making the non-expanded armature facets work. He has to have a way to get close without it.
I like the idea. I think it would be funny, lore-wise, just like Clockwork being slowed down by that dump truck of expanded armature, basically. You know, just that he has to haul around with him, and then suddenly you're just like, well, can't stop this guy, you know? Good block on the stacks there, yeah. Might pay for this, though, as it looks like with the Warlock coming through, he definitely will. So first blood going the way of Desire on the Hoodwink. Desire is a very good Hoodwink player, actually. It's not something we've even really talked about this game, but this is like one of his go-to 4 positions. We've seen him pop off on it in the past, so I am definitely curious to see how he's going to make, or how much impact he's going to have on the hero this game.
Yeah, starting with a lot of stacks for the Sand King. We talked about making sure you get that Blink Dagger nice and early. Having a lot of stacks is a great way to do it. You can even give it to the Bristleback if you want, who is maybe going to be thinking about taking those stacks when he respawns to recover, because he is taking a beating here. 3 heroes plus the Sunstrike. Going to take out the fairly tanky Bristleback.
That's a huge gank. Not only do they get the kill, but the Hoodwink left the triangle to try and assist, so they don't even get the stack that Desire was waiting to get anyway. Yeah, they've tried punishing him earlier, but Clockwork coming top helps secure it. I think you're fine leaving the Mars bottom here anyway. Like, he doesn't really struggle against the Juggernaut lane. We talked about that. Like, you're not going to stop the Juggernaut from farming, but Mars is just chilling.
Mars is also farming. Yeah, he has his early items. So 2 bracers and boots. And I think Soul Ring now as well. So he's very tanky. He can deal with the spin and the Omni Slash. I mean, you can't go crazy, but you should be fine. Yeah, you can do stuff like this. Just like hit him a little bit, back up again.
Oh man, this support duo is going to be a killer combo. I mean, we knew about it when we saw the pick of these two, but already getting active as a duo mid lane. Niku should be fine here. The 8-minute power rune's gonna spawn top. It's our regen. Just yoink it away real quick.
And a quick D ward as well.
I mean, they know that
they want to play this
triangle
area.
Oh.
Ooh, yeah. You gotta be careful of that.
You are not channeling an epicenter next to a Clockwork at all. That is not going to happen.
You do need to make sure these stacks get secured, though. If it gets stolen away, right? You commit all this time on the Hoodwink trying to stack here, and if it gets stolen by a meatball,
that first stack is gone, man. They're blocking off Warwick as well. They don't want to give him any potential comeback here. They do manage to take the sentry away, which is nice. I don't know if it was in range for that ward that they have there anyway, but still.
No, I don't think you could see the ward. So you still have the ward, but that's a very defensive ward to protect your stacks. So it doesn't really give you enough time to see the Invoker come in and just drop the meatball and get out. So a bit of a downside to that one. And now Clockwork sneaks around. Unbeknownst to him, actually absorbing a lot of this XP, which it's mostly for the gold for the Blink Dagger, but you do want the levels as well.
He's like, oh, I'm level 5 now. This is cool.
It's crazy. Yeah, and he's been roaming a lot, Zayata.
Yeah.
Like the Mars have been picking up a lot of solo XP, and that usually costs your position 4 their own levels, but being part of this stack stealing that Hoodwink put their time into is keeping him on par with everybody else. And that's why that play is pretty good from Na'Vi.
Needs to be careful here. I think, yeah, he sees Dream, potentially. Omni Slash, do they know is available? They'll bottle up an Invis on Warwick. A little bit of a redundant rune there. Unfortunate for him.
Nice thing is, though, you can go around Invis and then channel Epicenter and stun someone. Something that the Sandstorm would have given away if you're to use it that way.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're gonna try to force
I
this
like
mid
that they're
tower
getting
for
the Jug
catapult.
active.
Yeah, I think the status quo was not going well, right? He was farming down there, but their stacks were being stolen. Top, right? The Bristle was doing okay, but then he got kicked out of the lane. So you need to change things up. Take this mid tower. Even if you trade your bottom tower, I think it's okay. It's going to change the way the game is being played, and hopefully you are going from bad to good. Down here, I think Na'Vi, I mean, they've already been relatively active. I know it's only 1 to 2, but we've seen them move around. I think you can slow down a little here. You need the 6 on the supports. The Blink Dagger is halfway done on the Mars, which will make the plays a lot easier. You can still look for a little bit, but I mean, Hookshot will be your easiest method, and that requires the level 6. So they seem content to just farm up a little bit here. And Zero Tenacity, maybe they're okay with that as well, since they also need the Blink Dagger. Oh, actually, it's done. It's being delivered right now for Warwick. So I take that back. It is time to make a play with Blink Epicenter. Fatal Bonds combo with that's really strong. He has Chaotic Offering as well, because he was involved in the 1 kill. So that was enough charges to get his level 6.
12-minute power
Hoodwink,
rune.
just short. Hoodwink needs like 18 more. Kill this thing. Kill the summon.
Man, they are really trying to find anything up here. The smoke doesn't pop. The ward not going to really reveal much of any. Oh my god, if the smoke popped at the last second, they would have been able to get some vision, but instead, Juice might be in trouble. Blink, Epicenter is just going to catch one. Reese does manage to get the Dragon Form, the turnaround here onto the Hoodwink. Sunstrike deletes her, as now the Clockwork and friends coming through. He's looking for the hook shot, lines it up, grabs the Warlock. They'll get themselves a quick little execution there. 2 supports for 1. Favoring the side of Na'Vi despite the smoke coming out from Zero Tenacity, just barely dodging it out there on the Dragon Knight.
It is giving a lot of space over to the Juggernaut, so I'd say it's not too bad, especially because Sand King picked up the kill, right? Yeah, Sand King got the kill, which I think was necessary for him to try to get his game back on track after his stacks got stolen. You hate when you spend the time on this blink and you don't get a kill, or one of the supports pick up the kill. So he at least got that going for you. I suppose Niku is also farming over here, and he did go for the Midas, which some invokers have moved on from. Others are still buying it because core players were putting up the copium for years saying, oh, it's an XP item, guys, we're doing it for levels. It's always been about the farm.
It's always been about the farm, and now they're farming Warwick. Beautiful spear back into the arena formation. See what they can get done with this, as they're going to TP in to the mid lane here on effort. They do want to protect this mid tower, but taking that Sand King off the map, a little bit more gold going their way, and using that arena, taking out probably the most important hero at the moment.
Yeah, it's hard to make plays without the Blink Burrow Strike.
Whoa, 0-point Breathe Fire, huh?
Guess he's working with the Grimstroke, Max, Dragon Tail double value.
I mean,
this is interesting.
Desire got it's also the Sunstrike follow-up, right? Like, the duration on Dragon Tail scales really well. So getting the ability for that, like, little bit of extra stun time for the Sunstrike to connect, it makes sense for that, you know. And if once you're at this stage, you've invested this many points, like, you'd rather just have stats than going back for your Breathe Fire, I suppose.
Yeah, a lot of times, it's not like he went from 4 to 0. A lot of Dragon Knight carries actually just get the 1 point in the start of the lane to have the range to get the range creep, as well as the damage reduction for some denies. But this time, with the Inkswell combo, he opted to start with the Dragon Tail, especially into a melee matchup. So it's only going from 1 point to 0 points, and I'm sure he'll get it soon. Surely the stats are not worth completely skipping it forever.
It'll be worth it for the
go back for it at this point, right?
Yeah.
I say that he's going into the stats.
There's no more like
1 point is worth it.
There's no more like damage
point?
reduction talent, right? That was like one of the big things that made the Breathe Fire really strong. I think
30%
didn't it used to have a damage reduction talent.
He did. There used to be a talent for it. I think there still is.
Mars. Big epicenter. He does not manage to spear away Dream. Very nice Blade Fury timing.
Oh no, yeah, it's gone. Okay.
Yeah, they got rid of
Talent's
it.
gone.
It used to be at level 10, I think.
But 30% still feels good for a value point to me.
Yeah.
Well, it's working. I guess can't complain.
Uh-oh. Juggernaut in some trouble. Big Fatal Bond's turnaround, though. With the damage from the Sand King, they got him. Very nicely done there from Moose to try and bail him out. The Golem was enough. Nefrit cleans up the Invoker very quickly. All right. This is where if you had Cataclysm instead of Midas, he probably dies there.
I thought you were going to say this is where if you had Breathe Fire, you could finish the job.
Also possibly true.
No, actually, his current build would have been fine. The skill build. He has opted to go for the BKB before the Blink. And I thought he might do the Blink after Mask Madness Armlet, and that would have let him get close enough to help finish that Juggernaut. But Juggernaut, fast attack, speed hero, was able to remove the silence and then use his spells to survive. They get the turnaround fight, so nice for Zero Tenacity.
They're smoking top here at the Mars. They really want to be able to get the Sand King. We already saw the fact that they have the damage for this previously. They just need the Sunstrike to follow it up.
They see the courier. Should be an easy kill here.
Yeah, there it is. Sunstrike, instigate stun,
You don't
and
even
they
get
got
to play.
him. Yeah,
So many
that's what I'm
stuns.
saying. Like, it's so good having a guaranteed hero to follow up to set up the stun.
Yeah, with this many heroes, you just max out the Inkswell. Sometimes if you don't have a lot of good combos, you get the 3 points in Phantom's Embrace, so it has one more auto attack to remove. But this
We'll go
time,
back for it now.
yeah, he'll do that now. This time you just trust the teammates to go in and stun first. Which is why I actually thought we would see the Blink first on the Dragonite, because it's easier to work together in that sense. Like, you don't always have to be with Mars or Clockwork. You could add Dragonite into that.
Yeah.
And I still
agree.
kind of would have liked that, but the BKB is done. It is very early, which if he's doing that tells me they want to, start fighting for this Tormentor, for this Roche, and he feels he needs it. Which is, versus a Sand King, pretty understandable.
As I say, he's going to put more points in Phantom's Embrace. He puts another point in his other abilities.
We just don't know.
Instead.
We just don't understand the builds from Na'Vi, man. They are above
Dude.
us.
All right, good D ward here in the top side from Desire, getting some vision established around the Tormentor, but he will pay for it. Now in comes Warwick. Big epicenter burrow strike onto 2. The silence, he's going to be forced to BKB. There's going to be the double stun into the Sunstrike. They take him out of the fight. The rest of the team is not here. Juice needs some help. There's going to be the Golem. Spear will hold back the Juggernaut. Zach's going to come in, drop the cogs, try and hold them in place. He needs the hook shot to the side. He dodges the Omni with it. Oh my goodness. I think he's still dead. Tornado does not make it in time. And with the Warlock Golem and Nefrit, I think they're going to give up the chase. A 2 for 2. I mean, still favoring Na'Vi at the end of the day. You get the Sand King for the 2 supports.
Yeah, you're very happy with that. I guess
You
it did
still
use your
have a-
first BKB charge, so maybe you would have
Yeah.
liked a little bit more from it in that sense. But Omni Slash gets wasted as Tormentor is about to spawn, so I think you can also count getting Tormentor as part of the results of this fight, and in that case,
Absolutely,
it
yeah.
is worth it. If you get it, they still have to do that part, but they have several heroes up here. It seems like they want to go for it.
Oh, they're smoking.
But Zero Tenacity, I mean, they have that ward, so they are ready to fight it. And Na'Vi is respecting it. They're backing out. So if they end up with the Tormentor, then suddenly I feel like actually it's wrapped back around. Maybe they don't mind the result of that fight.
Okay, they're actually just going to give it up. Juggernaut and Bristleback, very easy for these 2 heroes to secure it.
Ooh. Everyone played Dark Moon. They're good to go.
Did he not have Cataclysm as the Tormentor was spawning? Like, was his Aghanim Scepter not done? Like, maybe they were afraid to do that? I'm not sure. No, he definitely had the money. I don't know then.
Money, yeah. Well, the shard will go over to the Warlock, which is not the greatest compared
they're
to
looking for
Hoodwink,
Dream.
but she actually bought hers. Did she just do that? Oh, she actually had it earlier. I missed that.
He's going to pop the Blade Fury. Hookshot ends up missing. The Arena will trap the 2 of them. The Spear does come out. The Dragon Tail as well will chain stun these heroes in place. And get themselves a nice kill. And bottom lane? He just gets solo killed by Niku.
I mean, Exord Invoker has always had a lot of damage for these types of pickoffs. I didn't see his perspective, but there's a chance Sand King was looking top. I'm like, oh, what's happening there? Do I need to go? And then Invoker jumps him. Lands all the abilities at once.
That's absolutely massive. Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at the damn, like, what actually killed him here.
It's just the classic
got
Meteor
Deafening
into
Blast,
Deafening
yeah.
Blast.
Yeah,
With the
just
Cold Snap
Atos
on
and that was
top.
it. I guess he doesn't have any defensive items. Like, if he gets caught from the Atos, Deafening Blast, Meatball, he just dies. All right, huge play from the Invoker, and he's going to have a Gleipnir pretty soon now, increasing the AoE of all of those spells. Just about 1,100 gold away. amplify damage here on the bottom side. Looking at it on the clockwork. Ooh, he's in trouble. Tornado does come out, hits Nefrit. Meatball doing a lot of work here. PMA gets the dust, looks for Warwick. The Yules to set this up. The Cataclysm's gonna stun, takes out the Bristleback. The Arena off the mark. Warwick to be able to burrow strike to safety. With the healing ward down, it will make a lot of kind of further fights here going their way. They get the back out. There's going to be the double stun. The leash holding the two of them in place. The Inkswell's coming out as well. The hook shot catches the back line. There's going to be the Omni slash. PMA's in trouble. The Fatal Bond just ripping through these heroes, and Warwick lives through all of this. They cannot bring down the Sand King, and now Niku on the run here. A tornado as well to try to make some space to get away from Desire, but now an ice wall. Can he survive? Ice, like Ghost Walk, but he had a dust on him. Yeah, this is not looking good. He's throwing every single spell he has in the tank here to try and get away, but the 5 heroes continue the chase, and they take him out. A huge one fight here for Zero Tenacity.
I really thought the epicenter kind of whiffing. You know, it only gets to the Dragonite who pops the BKB. It felt like they were forced into that play. I thought that was going to be the end of them, but they got a really lucky Omni Slash. It takes out the Mars right away and then bounces on to another great target. The Juggernaut able to fully get the damage in compared to previous fights where we saw it kind of going out of the way. And now off of that, they're going to get Roche. Zayat's maybe a Roche steal coming in. Desire trying to get ready to block the hook shot. He's got to go now if he wants to try, but looks like he's just going to get on out of there. Big win for Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, this swings the game back tremendously.
I guess they used a lot of their spells to get the initial kill on the Bristleback, so even though they chased, and the Arena whiffed too, I suppose.
Yeah.
But they still felt like they wanted more, but then, oh wait, we don't actually have spells to use, especially once the Juggernaut gets a good Omni Slash.
I don't know what happened to the Sand King, because, like, he went in, like, they actually got him incredibly low, and then it seems like they just stopped attacking him and tried to, like, switch targets, maybe.
They may have ran out of detection. Because, I mean, when you have back-to-back fights, right, there's only so much detection you carry, and it might be on cooldown once you use it the first time, so maybe you just get us out invis. A lot was going on that fight, so I also missed exactly where he went.
Smoked up. Ooh, Nefrit just barely dodged that one. I think they know, though, pinging the high ground.
He's pretty tanky, though. His pipe is just about to finish. They might get him as he goes to the secret shop.
I mean, getting Desire as well. Jump. Oh, he actually whiffs, gets the Hoodwink instead. Not what you're looking for. The Arena just barely off the mark there from catching the Bristleback.
You take out the Hoodwink, and you want your full team ready before you really make use of this Aegis. However, he is still farming this Butterfly, so I actually think he doesn't mind too much. Like, the timing is still going to work out together, where Hoodwink will respawn, he'll have his Butterfly, and you can group up together. He might be able to get his level 18 as well. He's pretty close. That could be a nice power spike to go with. Interested in finding this Clockwork kill if he's going to try to defend on his own.
All right, tier 2 to fall here in the bottom lane. 2 minutes and 40 seconds still on the Aegis. The Butterfly done, like you mentioned. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them look for like a high ground siege here soon. Like, he is just going to start chipping away. They lost the tier 2 on the other side. They can go in with the Clockwork here. You have Cataclysm and everything. They've got to go in. The Spearbacks got him. Is the damage going to be there? The Cataclysm, it's enough. First life down, and they do have the Clockwork in a good position to follow this up for a second. You go for the Blade Fury. Held in place here by the leash. Zayak's really thinking about it, but double Yules. Spear does connect, but no. Arena was 1 second away. They don't want to commit. Managing to hold the high ground for the moment. Your Dragonite needs to come back, but he's farming for another core item. The healing ward down here. keeping them topped off. Fortifications coming through. He got the MKB. All right, he is coming back. Juice goes in, gets the track, but he just gets the Blade Fury off at the perfect time. Arena's out, hook shots in. Here they go, though. In comes the Sand King and a massive Fatal Bonds. They're getting ripped through. BKB out from Juice is going to try and get him back to the base, but 3 heroes dead immediately on Na'Vi. With this, the fortification expiring. They're going to get themselves a full lane of racks without losing anything on the side of Zero Tenacity.
Okay, actually losing the creep wave. Maybe they won't get the full lane. They want to stick around long enough. I think they got time. The next wave is about to show up here. Getting that spin off is critical, and I don't know if he saw him earlier or he just had the gamer senses kicked in. Like, this is the time I better start spinning. But it comes out the same time the blink stun tries to go in, and we've talked about how many chain stun combos there are here.
Yeah.
So they thought I mean, it's usually pretty instant, blink Dragon Tail, right? It's hard to react to that one, but somehow Dream gets it off in time. The whole spell combo gets wasted, and they're able to turn that fight. It is still not a huge gold lead, with that said. And you do have the way, like, you have heroes who can deal with the creeps enough. So Na'Vi can stabilize this game. It can still come down to who finds a good fight, which it really has been determining it, right? Like, if you get the Cataclysm combo off, you just delete a couple heroes, you win the fight. On the other hand, the Fatal Bonds into Epicenter, plus Juggernaut getting his Omni Slash off, like, they can also delete a couple heroes right off the bat. So you have to be very careful here.
Dire's middle tower.
Vision set up in this area, so Zero Tenacity going to be comfortable playing here, even though it's the enemy half of the map.
They are really going to need ways to deal with the Fatal Bonds. Like, it's been absolutely destroying them in these fights, and you have the BKB, you know, on Dragon Knight, but that is not enough.
Looks like a Yule's on Mars, which did help to eat some of the Omni Slash in the last fight, so that's another way. And then Invoker almost done with his BKB, but still needs a bit of time here. He's trying to push top to see if he can bait anyone to go back, waste some time, let him finish this BKB. But there's a smoke from Zero Tenacity.
Bristleback's
Okay, no, they
out.
decide to play it safe. They send the Bristleback home, and everyone else is backing up as well.
I mean, we've seen how much damage they can get out on just a simple initiation from Na'Vi. I think the pickoff potential is extremely high, whereas Zero Tenacity's team fight is just really good with, you know, the Fatal Bonds and everything followed up. They're going to Ink Swell PMA. He's going after Dream. We've seen this one before. The Spear's going to connect into the Sunstrike. He's dead. It's that simple. The pickoff will always be there.
That was pretty greedy from him. He has this Observer, so he thought he felt safe. He was trying to farm this triangle as it respawned at 30.
Oh, they found another one. But yeah, continue, sorry.
No, you're right. Desire tried to save the Juggernaut earlier, paying the price. Couldn't get away as well, so a follow-up kill from that. But yeah, I actually thought he retreated in time. He left after the Ancient Camp, but at the last second decides, I think I can get this Medium Camp as well. And that greed cost him his life. Now it will, I guess, give space for the Tormentor.
Well, he stole it! Clockwork stole it! Oh
Clockwork
my
with the
goodness, he did it.
rocket
Look at the
flare.
ward. They've got a ward hiding up there in the corner. They, you know, there's the ward Zero Tenacity placed at the 20-minute mark, but Clockwork steals the Tormentor and gets the shard for the Grimstroke. That is absolutely ridiculous. What a gamer.
That's a really good shard this game as well.
Yeah,
because
it is.
it has the Dispel on it, which is nice to have. There's for example, the Fatal Bonds you can remove, but the healing on the target when, like, you send your Dragonite in, for example, they're gonna respond with Epicenter and all the damage, so then you can help reduce a lot of that effectively.
Yeah,
very nice to steal away.
Well, with this, Navi strike back despite being down on racks. They're up 6,000 gold now. Their cores have been farming exceptionally well this game, right? Anytime we look at the net worth chart, it's Dragon Knight on top, followed by the Juggernaut, and then the 2 follow-up cores from Navi. And your Dragon Knight, this hero scales really well. He's got his Satanic now. He finished the MKB earlier like we talked about. His level 25 talent is... It's all right. It's going to come into effect eventually. But I think the Swift Blink pretty cool if they end up actually finishing it.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, I think at that point it's more of a luxury item anyways. The big thing is the Satanic so that you can't get killed by the initial combo, plus a Dispel and the lifesteal to then heal up from the combo. So I think that's huge. And then Niku working on this Scythe, that'll give you a little bit more initiation options. For example, that spin that saved them in the earlier fight that allowed Zero Tenacity to eventually get that barracks. Now you have another instant initiation once that Hex is done. Desire. Oh. Fast squirrel. Not fast enough, though.
Not fast enough. It's a faster dragon. They go in here. Niku's going to pop the BKB, drops the meatballs to try and make some space. But Warwick, he's kind of stuck here. Going to try and TP out. But yeah, the hook shot comes through from the Clockwork. That's a massive pickoff, and they're not done. PMA's got an arena on to do. Great spear back. Where's the rest of the heroes? Can they save them? Warlock's dead. Dream thinking of going in here with an Omni Slash. Gonna regret it. The Dragon Tail, the stun, it catches him. Dream's down to a sliver of HP, forced to Blade Fury and try and run, but a pause? Ooh, that's not a good time.
Some lag from the team. That is a unfortunate time for that, though. I think they've lost this fight anyways, so Navi, once it resumes, should still be able to clean up a little bit more. This is a huge fight to win because Roche just respawned. You can go get that. But the creep waves are also pushing in for Navi. So if you want, especially if you do manage to finish up this Jug kill, and then we'll see what else. I think Bristleback can probably get out of here as a fairly fast, tanky hero. You spend your time on the Juggernaut, maybe grab the Hoodwink. You could just go straight for the high ground as well. You have Forge Spirits, Alacrity, Dragon Knight, right? You have a lot of damage to go for this, even without the Aegis, and then just fall back afterwards.
This is one of those scenarios where they might be able to get out on Dream, but I'm fairly confident you lose the Bristleback if you bail. Like, he's got Omni Slash. It's not enough to, like, kill all of the heroes on the Navi, but Juggernaut might be able to get, like, 1 or 2 and then back. But, like, they've got Gleipnir, they got Blink coming up on the Mars. Like, they've got, items to catch them here.
Yeah, someone is dying here. Who you want to sacrifice is up to you. Perhaps while you're reconnecting, you're discussing that, as Navi is also discussing who do we focus. Do we try to finish off Dream, or do we let him go and just take the Bristleback? Also get the gem if you go for the Bristleback instead.
That is true.
Which is pretty nice to grab, because we mentioned a lot of how this game has been decided is who gets the right initiation, who is winning these team fights. It's really about what information you have, and if you lose that gem, you lose your wards. On the other side, you got the Rocket Flare that just got pointed out, plus the Ag, so that's a bunch of free vision. Invoker with the Cataclysm can scout things out. Forge Spirits can scout things out. They have a lot of vision tools on the side of Navi, so if you also then win the warding game because you steal away the gem, it is just in their favor to find the right fights, which is how this one started. Killing off the Hoodwink straight into the rest of the fight. They just had the numbers.
All right, chat. Participation time. Type 1 if you think Bristleback is going to die. 2 if you think Juggernaut's going to die.
It's actually 3, a voting system.
If you think Hoodwink is going to die. And 4 if you think nobody dies. All right, I'm curious what everyone thinks is gonna happen here, because yeah, this is I'm on the train here. There's a real scenario where, you know, like they just walk away. They're like, yeah, okay, we want to go to Roche, but I feel like Navi's out for blood right now, man.
No, I think as long as The one way I can see him getting out is like you manage to bushwhack all of Na'Vi as they're running in. BKB is actually still available for the Dragon Knight. So if he reacts in time to that, I'm fairly confident they will run down this Juggernaut. But if you all do get stunned, then I guess you get away.
What's the Inkswell timing right now? I think they just used it, right? Because that's
4
how I got
seconds,
the double stun. Okay.
But you can throw like Mars has the blink available, and you have Force Staff available on Clockwork. So once this spin ends, you can just send him forward, and he can get the stun. There's enough trees here. I don't think Dream can make it far enough to get out of a tree line. And then Invoker spells. I'm not sure on which of those are still available. I wish we could see it. You know, like, show me the spell.
I love Moose so much. Please, peace.
Hey guys, we've got you right where we want you. But if you're willing to compromise, we'll let you go if you turn around at the unpause.
The greatest negotiator of our generation. Oh,
hope you get your votes in. We're about to go.
All right, here we go, everybody. Who is gonna die? It's got to be somebody, right? Oh, the chase. They're all on retreat. In comes PM. No! The Gleipnir? The Manta? It was option 4 the whole time! They all leave! No! Alright, back to Roshan.
I think if you Force Staff the Mars forward, he could have gotten further, but... And it's still a winning fight. You know, you got the buyback earlier, 2 kills, and now you get the Aegis with the banner. I can't believe nobody died, though.
Yeah, I'm sure Twitch chat's be saying the same thing. We're seeing a lot of not like this, you know? Hands on head, can't believe it.
I mean, Na'Vi not going to be complaining. It's been a very close game, a lot of back and forth. They're a racks down, if I, to remind everybody. So the fact that you are now pulling a 9K lead, you just got the second Aegis, you got the banner to work with. It's going to give you a lot of comfort. They don't have the best banner killers on 0 Tenacity. Juggernaut is usually okay, but it will be scary this time with the hook shot and the soulbind potential. Like, you walk up and then you never walk away. So I think you're going to struggle to deal with the banner this time around.
An old rocket flare spam. So with this Aegis, you can try and even out the racks, I'm curious if they're gonna wait to farm up like a couple more items. The scythe we were talking about earlier, is that done now for the Invoker?
It's being delivered. So
okay, this is big because we were talking about how there's not a lot of great spells for the Grimstroke to kind of benefit from with the Soulbind, but that's a pretty good one. And he did have a blink queued up on the Grimstroke as well for a while, so he might have finished that. Oh, he's just going Aghanim Scepter instead. Okay, that's pretty huge.
I mean, Juggernaut.
A Juggernaut clone is nuts.
Massive, yeah. Honestly, Bristleback hits
no
himself
safe
pretty hard too. If you're like whoever you soulbind, you get that one as well. As long as you get the Jug, right? That's the main illusion you need to copy.
The rocket flare spam is so
everything.
brutal. Yeah, he's just sending him across the entire jungle, right? So you can't really hide from him at this point.
Yeah. One of the nerfs this hero did get was that it added like half a second or something onto the cooldown, so you get one less rocket flare spam. But it is still pretty good.
The Mandible is such a weird jungle item. I don't know what this... It's cool, though. I like it. All right, flares for Juggernaut. Pretty standard, right? That's a given. The Skriok
You really want
idol.
that in this game. Titanic as well. You need that. You need like the greatest Omni Slash with Flares Boda going on. Now that you've dropped this low, this Dragon Knight is so tanky. Has the Swift Blink, has the Satanic, also has the Aegis, of course. But like once that's gone, you still need the damage to get through him.
It's, you know what? In terms of like ASMR heroes, Clockwork's Flare with Ags is really good.
Add on the gold noise every time as well.
Oh, and he's dead. All right. That was a quick kill. Very nice. Done. Steps just a little bit too far forward.
It's unfortunate because his death timer's kind of long at this point. So now you're wasting some Aegis time. You're going to have less than a minute when he respawns. If you can find one more kill as Zero Tenacity right now, you will have survived this Aegis without really losing anything. Oh, I forgot top tower is actually weak from previous split pushing, so maybe you will still lose something, especially if no one is here to
Triple
defend.
Void Spirit with the Alacrity. Ooh. Very convenient Crimson Guard there. It's taking literally no damage.
It's taking damage again.
Dire are scanning.
Alright, scan connects. They're moving down. No clockwork though.
Dude,
Shield
this would be a
rune on this
massive kill.
Dragonite though. 5 billion health.
That's about accurate. That creep wave's gonna make it to their base. Like, they actually have to deal with their own waves. Despite winning the last... Okay, they're not gonna deal with the wave. They're just gonna look mid, I guess. Okay, yeah, they found
facing the wrong
themselves the kill onto the Bristleback. He's so tanky, but the Sunstrike is there to finish the job. And Juice up onto the high ground, level 25 now. They have a Roche banner to drop here with PMA if they want, but they might save this for a second lane. Okay, just goes in, deletes the Warlock. He's gonna have to buy back into this game.
That was all shield rune
27
health.
seconds. Yeah, it was only shield rune. He's got Aegis for just a little bit longer. They do not want to engage while he still has it.
You're gonna lose 2 barracks while you wait though. Actually, they're gonna respect it. They're gonna respect the potential buyback, especially because they, like you mentioned, they never dealt with the wave. So it seems like they're gonna call it there. If this had been dealt with, I think you're gonna hang around longer in Siege, force that buyback.
I mean, Invoker can still Cataclysm from the other side of the map, right? But
He has Refresher too, 2 Cataclysms. I think you could push a little harder here, but I guess the creeps are doing it for you. Alright, so you get the gem. You have a bunch of powerful items. An amplified damage rune has been scouted out. So
and the Ags is done on Grimstroke. Ooh, it's a scary time. Okay, so on the tail end of that Aegis, you managed to get a pretty big win and push your gold lead like pretty dang far. Mandible is such a weird jungle item. I actually don't even know if this thing is good.
I think it depends on the situation, since you
It's good against
you get
Epicenter,
magic
I suppose.
resistance but lose armor. Oh no, sorry, I'm thinking the... Oh no, yeah, it is this one that you lose armor.
Looking, they got the amplified damage. Baiting Nefert though, as the team is somewhat close on the back. They get the spear. They jump in here. The
They have the
break
break.
onto the Bristleback connects, but the Golem comes out to buy him space, and in comes Warwick. The Fatal Bonds is there. The Reflected Omni with the Lotus. Oh, it's a disaster. They're getting cleaved out by the Dragonite instead. The arena's on to 2. 2 heroes now dead on the side of Zero Tenacity as the Meatball and the Deafening Blast comes through. It's just taking them down. 4 for 0, and the GG connects. The Lotus Orb just saving the game. Well, I mean, finishing the game, rather. What a great usage there from the Mars.
Yeah, if you don't... We hyped it up, right? The Flares bow to Omni Slash could be huge, but not if you're both hitting each other and doing literally no damage. So the fights really came down to the execution, and it was close for a while, but Na'Vi managing to win that earlier fight to pick up a 10k lead to finish up a bunch of these power items means you just have more tools to work with. The execution becomes easier for you, whereas Zero Tenacity has to be perfect while also facing the pressure of lanes pushing into them. So it was always going to be pretty tough. With that, that'll be a second win for Na'Vi, so congratulations to them. They are going to qualify to go to the main event.
Claps all around. Good job. Well played from them. Zero Tenacity. You know, I actually really like this team. I think they're fun to watch. I think they have some good ideas. Unfortunately, fall short qualifying this DreamLeague, but it's not the last we're going to see of this team. I imagine they will be back fairly soon.
Next week.
In the open qualifiers, potentially next week for ESL 1. So, you know, hopefully they stay together. I do think they had a lot of good stuff going for them, but yeah, really good drafts and excellent execution from the side of Na'Vi. We see the Grimstroke come out, and I think he had a ton of impact this game. Like synergizing with the Invoker specifically, right? The main idea there. So, yeah, it was a really, really fun game.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi played really well. Especially, I think Niku had a great series, right? Winning the mid lane pretty hard twice, and then a lot of great plays. Zayat, shout out back to that game one, that 4-man Ravage on the line to set up the Dream Wombo combo. That's what helped close out game number 1 for them.
That was one of the sickest like combo of spells we have seen in such a long time, right? How often do you see a 4-man Earth Spike into a 5-man Pit of Malice, 5-man Searing Chains, 5-man Fatal Bonds, and Golem? Like, that was just unreal. So you could, this, like, to me, it seems like Na'Vi, their team fight execution seems really high. Their drafting, like you mentioned, was like the one thing that might have been holding them back is like when they were like a newly formed team, but it's gotten a lot better. And I think their ideas are really solid. So I like this team. I'm happy to see them qualify for another event. So we're going to wish them the best of luck at DreamLeague season 28. But for now, we're going to have a little bit of a break because we have one more series here today, our last series of the qualifiers here for the Western European region. It's going to be Team Falcons versus Virtus.pro, and that's happening in almost exactly 2 hours from now. So we're going to have quite a bit of a break for you guys if you want to... Every time we see breaks now, it's
need to be ready.
More milkshakes, guys. More milkshakes. Yeah, it's going to be a good time. So we'll see what happens. But for now, we're going to go to a break, and we'll see you all with that final series in 2 hours. We'll see you then.
100%, yeah.
How I used to be was so good for me. In my mind all the time, no one I could turn to. Now that I can see your love has set me free. You came along, made me strong. I've waited such a long time, and I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. Oh, I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Whenever you're around, my heart begins to pound. Though I know you'll take it slow, no way to stop this feeling. For every single day, whenever you're away, in this place there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine.
make me feel so good that I can't believe it's true. Yeah, yeah. I have to pinch myself once every day. Since I heard you say, baby, baby, wanna give you all of my love, give you all of my love, yeah, yeah. You know I feel so lucky just spending time with you. Yeah, yeah. Your love shines through me with everything you do. Mm-mm. I have to tell myself once every day. I really did hear you say. Since I heard you say, baby, baby, wanna give you all of my love, give you all of my love, yeah. Baby, baby, I wanna give you all of my love, give you all of my love, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, baby, baby, I wanna give you all of my love, give you all of my love, baby, yeah, yeah. I wanna give you all of my love, yes I do, yeah. My love, yeah, yeah.
I got the sun in my pocket and the moon above my head. Got the whole world at my feet and there ain't a cloud ahead. There are stories I need to tell. There is laughter I need to share. Joy and love all around. I can feel it in the air. Oh, nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. Fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa. Fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa, fa fa fa. Let's get together now, baby. We will be the perfect team. Like the hand in a glove, like cherry pie and cream. There are stories we need to tell and laughter we need to share. There's joy and love all around, good vibrations everywhere. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. We're living the day as it comes.
And deep in your heart of hearts, where it feels like you're losing your way. Yeah, yeah. I know that it's hard sometimes when the world's closing in on you. But as long as we stand together, there's not a thing that we can't do. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to swim another ocean. As long as we got the notion, yeah, we can do this. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sometimes you just can't see your way through the dark. And sometimes you're deeply hurt by some innocent remark. Oh, well, I know that this too shall pass, though I don't know exactly how. Yeah, 'cause as long as we stand together,
down when I saw you walking by. Something about you caught my eye, yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. I wanna know, can I spend the night? Well, I had my eyes on you for a little while
she's far. Even the neighbors call. But then you rip out my heart. Every artery, a part of me. Ooh. It's obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you lose. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause I could be anything you want. I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then wicked smile. You know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while. Keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you lose. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah, yeah.
took a walk down Pico. Heard someone shout from a crowd of fed up people, getting told they should calm down. Didn't wanna fight, but the tears that fill their eyes are brought by the people sworn to preserve their rights. Oh, how could you not see it all coming? Stuck in our ways and running out of time. Time to change. We've got to at least try. But what will they do when the people are stepping out of line? Oh, oh now, oh yeah. What will they do when the people are stepping out of line? By the just longing for a glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from. Just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same in my chest. It's so hard to sleep, baby. I can't get no rest. All sorrow and sadness. Tell me what I'm gonna do. 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. I thought it would be easy to make it on my own. But baby, now I know what it means to be alone. Lost in the shadows. Tell me what can I do? 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. You don't miss the water till the well runs dry. And you never see when the truth turns into a lie. Hey. Wrapped up in blue, all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Can't find my way out, no. Wrapped up in blue. Tell me what can I do? Wrapped up in blue. All wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Somebody help me now. Wrapped up in blue. All wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Somebody tell me what to do. 'Cause I'm wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. you gotta do. Call me when you need me, I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want, satisfy your need. We can have a good time, don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time, act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation, I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Don't you know you got it, baby? Don't you know you got it, baby? If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time, act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation, I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Don't you know you got it, baby? just longing for a glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me these are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me these are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me these are feelings that I ought to hide.
Go and tell your mama to get up off her seat. Go and tell your mama to come out in the street. 'Cause it's all going on right here. We're gonna make it perfectly clear. When you hear our voices ringing in your ear. Yeah, 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 yeah. Go and tell your mama she better come around. Yeah.
We got the mother of all parties, and it's about to go down. Yeah.
Yes, we're having a celebration. We're gonna rock the entire nation.
It's a win-win situation, so come and lay it down.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, your mama got to tell
my mystery woman. Flame drives me insane. She's heavenly creation. The spirit of the hot summer day. Controlled by her emotion. Tomorrow seems too far away. Now I've got my shot. I'm meeting my soulmate. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I feel head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can hear me, my sweet little thing, my sweet lady. Lady, can you see me? You are my everything. You're my lady, lady. Some might think I'm crazy. You're my constellation. My vision's far from hazy. I need no confirmation. Take my heart and don't let it stray. True love and affection will come again another day. As the sight of your light always takes my breath away. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I feel head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can hear me, my sweet little thing, my sweet lady. Lady, can you see me? You are my everything. You're my lady, lady. Oh, yeah. Take away my bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me. Cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you. Honey is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, you can take away my mint Cadillac. Take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night. All I want is you. Honey is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, 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 yeah. In the morning, well, early in the morning, late in the evening. Round around noontime, round about noontime, baby. what she sees in me. Ooh, I've been drinking too much, staying out all night. I can't remember my left from my right. I'm kinda blurry from my head to my toes. It might seem like nothing, but there's one thing I know. I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. But what I don't understand is what she sees in me. Oh yeah, yeah. I've been in and out of trouble for much too long. I can't remember the words to this song. I thank the Lord as I'm crawling out of bed. It's another day that I'm not dead. I got the prettiest little girl. You know she looks so fine. I don't know what she sees in me, but I sure am glad she's mine. Whoa, no. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. I got the prettiest little girl. Sure I'm glad she's mine. Hey.
Well, I can tell just by the way that you're smiling that you're still unsure. And I can tell just by the look in your eyes that you've been hurt before. But baby, no one can promise you forever. Right now, I only know that we should be together. Because it's now or it's never, so won't you take a chance on me? Well, it's fine if all your previous guys, they made you run away. You can bet you'd only have one regret, and that's if you didn't stay. Walk my way. 'Cause baby, no one can promise you tomorrow. But today you take away all of my sorrows. You know I'd beg and I'd borrow for you, so won't you take a chance on me? Right from the moment we met, I knew that I couldn't let my fear get the best of me. And every morning coming out the gate with the heat. Everybody's playing in the street. We got the summertime magic in the speed. Sun is in my eye, feeling high. Only good vibes, I'm alive. And if you see me driving by, don't be shy. I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up.
Blow up, show up, soak up, aromas, float to Sonoma, roll up, Tanola, trope up, blow up, slow up, show up, get real, choke up, you're flowing, you're glowing. Astral samosa, you're landing on Europa, your horns blowing, you're chosen, all the deep cuts you know it. I got the pre-glow and the post-glow, inspiration knows no boundaries where it flows. Your fingertips to the globes tilt to the universe on stilts, hold on and chill.
I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. You crack the ceiling. This love is an open sky. Can't shake this feeling. I want you to know I can't lie. These doors are open. Welcome, darling, won't you stay? And you got me hoping. Forever's here, today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better, gotta be you. A thousand voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted, the grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted, I'm never getting off this ride. 'Cause life with you is golden, so how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding, on, can't get enough. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. Oh, yeah. Got all these choices, yeah. But I so made up my mind. There's nobody better, gotta be you. Thousand voices, yeah. 'Cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Yeah. It's gotta be you. Gotta be you. gotta be you.
haven't found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song, been going on for I hope and yet again. What do I know then? I believe we're all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago.
We're gonna keep it going. We got this now, you know. We're getting closer now. We're ready for some more. Now is the time, reaching for blossoms in the sky. Sun setting low, making us golden as we ride. Now is the time, reaching for blossoms in the sky. Sun setting low, making us golden as we ride. We've seen the magic tricks. We don't care. We've got more. We know we're on the tip. We're ready at the shore. Now is the time, reaching for blossoms in the sky. Sun setting low, making us golden as we ride. Girl, shake that body, shake it down to the ground. Whoa, girl, shake that body, show me how it's gonna go down. Don't be late to the party, don't be afraid to scream and shout. 'Cause when we dance to the music, you know that's what it's all about. Yeah, yeah. Hey, girl, shake that body, shake it to the left and to the right. Yeah, girl, shake that body. We're gonna shake it all night. We're going down. dancing. There's no place I'd rather be. Yeah, girl, shake that body. Ooh, girl, shake that body. Yeah. Ooh, 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 don't be late to the party. Don't be afraid to scream and shout. 'Cause when we dance, dance to the music, we're gonna know what it's all about. Hey, hey, girl, shake that body. Ooh, girl, shake that body. Oh, sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds above can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feel anew. And I want to say thank you, 'cause you take me as I am. Oh, baby, take me as I am. Oh, take me as I am. Oh, take me. Oh, take me. Yeah, take me. Take me as I am. What you need is love and understanding. Find a heart whose love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you?
chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move well.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to Dream League Season 28. We are in the last series of these close qualifiers. It is going to be beginning here in just a moment. Falcons versus Virtus.pro. Zach, talk to me. These teams, one of them, I would say a little bit more consistently at the top. The other on the rise, I would say. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, TI winning Falcons, I could definitely say they are soaring near the top most of the time. And in peak form, I would say peak Falcons beats peak VP pretty much every time. No offense to VP, but I think Falcons just has that, caliber and proven track record. But Falcons is not always perfect. They can fluctuate. That's being human at a very difficult game. So I think an average performing Falcons, like if they're just doing okay, can certainly lose to a VP that is having a strong day. We'll see what that ends up being, because Falcons actually had a little bit of a break since dropping down here after losing to Mouse. VP played yesterday. For VP's sake, hopefully that works to their favor. They're keeping it going, although I'm sure Falcons was doing some scrims or something. But it's kind of crazy that there's a chance Falcons might not actually qualify. And I was talking with our production right before this. I can't think of a time Falcons didn't qualify to something. Like, they've chosen to take breaks, but can you think of a time they attempted to qualify for something and they didn't qualify?
I mean, like, maybe the first tournament they ever tried to qualify for, maybe? Like, right? Like, yeah, I have no idea. The thing is this is a team that's just been invited to everything for the last 2 years because they've just been established as a top 3 team constantly. But yeah, it's like I look back at their record right now. They played in some qualifiers at the beginning of 2024 and they got first place in all of them. So that was the last time they had to play a qualifier. They literally been invited every time since.
First time they have to since then, because they didn't do so hot at the Dream League, and then what if they get beat by VP? That would be a storyline. That'd be crazy.
This would be the first time, yeah. This legitimately would be the first time they didn't qualify for an event that they actually tried to play in.
VP,
which is kind of wild.
They could do it. They have to be playing really well though. You can't be half-assing anything versus Falcons. They are, even when Falcons is not having a good day, they're an amazing team. So you're gonna need a clean drafts. That's one of the tricky things versus Falcons. I feel like that's step one. You got to go through the list of cheese heroes that Falcons has, the things they're willing to first pick, the things they can last pick you on. You have to come up with a very smart draft. Then you have to actually do it. You have to actually perform in the game. And once these teams are ready, we'll be able to see step 1, see how that goes. Storm Spirit, I'm sure, for Abed, probably going to come out.
Dude, it's like you can always count on a 23 or 24 pick Storm Spirit for Virtus.pro. The thing is if they want to go for the Storm Spirit, I have to imagine the Ember will be banned. We've just seen too many times now that the Ember Spirit is just too good of a counter. Even in the current like Guardian Greaves Rush build for Storm, it's like Ember just gets way too much done in the mid game with less powerful items. Like it's really just I have a vessel, or they're gonna rush like the Kaya Sanj or something and just like run at people, and that's pretty good. Like the Searing Chains off their Fire Remnants has proven to be like such a great tool for ganking, as well as just securing kills.
If they choose to leave that in, I would want to see a position 4 who roams over early. It's got to be pre-level 6 where you can get to the Ember and try to slow him down. The last couple times we've seen, like if you leave it in a one-on-one, Ember is supposed to win that matchup. So then he hits 6 before Storm, he can get the Power Rune, and just gets worse from there. So you really need to disrupt that prior to that level 6. So somewhere in those first few minutes, it also means you need a strong off lane to potentially be left alone. Well, I mean, there's a pro level. The position 5s can come over too, right? The carries are smart enough to be safe in that time. But either way, you need a support who's willing to come over. Something like Treant Protector, great support, but not really a roaming hero. So that could be something they'll have to consider, since that's a position 5 and 4 that has been getting very popular. We'll see. I think the draft is just about ready, so we'll find out. We're talking about a lot of heroes who may not even show up into the game. Turns out Treant Protector already banned out. Viper Razor bans for VP.
Razor.
Very understanding.
It's going to be like Viper, Razor, Huskar, and like I don't know what else you leave in Clinks. Maybe you have to ban just Viper, Razor, Huskar, Clinks, and now every support and offlaner are still in the pool.
Yeah, it's probably Huskar and then either Timber or Clinks. I think those are the heroes you've got to take out here.
That's right. Yeah, Timber. The Doom will go ahead and get rid of the Brewmaster, which we've been seeing become quite a top tier pick.
Oh, I was going to say, we'll probably see Chen in this series, but I didn't think he was going to be in the bans himself. The Huskar is in. That's not the Huskar, but he's still in. They're going to open with a Tiny first for now, though, which the mid-Tiny is good. I would almost say it's probably is better, but we've been seeing a lot of position 4 Tiny as well. For Crit is an amazing player-hero combo. Ember Spirit that we talked up, no Storm Spirit in sight, but here he is, first phase. You got to ban the Huskar, right? Surely.
Yeah, so this is it's an interesting open pick of the Huskar because it kind of makes the Tiny mid less desirable, but I think we've seen Crit play 4 position Tiny, and I think he's fine doing it. Now you absolutely have to ban the Huskar, but it also means that heroes like Monkey King are still in the pool, and you could just get Monkey Kinged. I mean, there's just not enough there's not enough bans to cover the Ember Spirit quite yet. So it's a bold pick. We'll see what they do with this.
I think you absolutely have to take Huskar out, because Huskar could then also flex. Like if you still want to do something else, he could still move around. Monkey King can as well to the carry role, but I think that flex is less desirable for Falcons. And I also think Monkey King is more manageable than the Huskar. It does kind of depend on the given patch, but I mean, Falcons is known as the Huskar team, not the Monkey King team. So I think you got to take that one out. Surely you spend not a lot of reserve time on it.
It seems, just to be sure. Ah, there it is.
Ain't no debate. It's gotta be. Oh, I like this idea. You take the Jakiro in this pick after you have to leave in the Monkey King. He doesn't like playing into Jakiro. I know you don't interact in the lanes if it is mid versus Ember, but later on you just don't like dealing with the attack slows. You don't like jumping through ice paths and macro pyres. It's all just a bit of a pain for you.
Unless they do Jakiro mid.
Oh, hell yeah. Well, first you got to see the Monkey King, right? Then you do the Jakiro mid. I would be sub for that. Hellscream. Okay, Hellscream's a creative player. I bet if there's a couple people out there willing to do like Ember Spirit in other roles. I bet he'd do it.
Yeah. We'll see the Timber Saw picked up. So Tiny Timber on the side of Falcons. Very tanky lineup so far. Very susceptible to an Ember Spirit's Vessel if he decides to go for the Spirit Vessel. But we're going to need some more damage coming out from VP here. It's a lot of magic damage actually so far, which is pretty good against heroes like Timber Saw. So we'll see. Maybe just Lockdown. Crystal Maiden.
More magic damage.
Yeah, I feel like Snake King's been a big fan of the Crystal Maiden lately. He's been playing it a lot.
He's got a solid Crystal Maiden. It's a strong early game support that Mana Aura cannot be underestimated to help you play fast as well. Something that Falcons is capable of. And we saw he's very comfortable with the hero. I forget which series it was, but he was juking and jiving around. Sunstrike, Cataclysms, all sorts of skill shots coming in. You have to fly all over the map. It's also a pretty good hero versus the Ember Spirit. The root is very strong, as well as Ember runs in, but then there's actually a Crystal Clone, so multiple ways to keep him down. And it's not bad versus the Ursa that comes out, though of course Ursa can eventually get Enrages and BKBs to then just destroy the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, so with this Ursa pick, there's still quite a few options in terms of Team Falcons, like what they can go for in the off lane. Like we are pretty sure this is Timbersaw mid for Malorine, but it doesn't have to be. I just feel like I see him play it more for them than anyone else at this point. In terms of VP's next pick here, what type of support are they looking for Hellscream? I wouldn't mind like okay, not what I was thinking. I'd say I wouldn't mind something with good catch. Mirana is kind of like your follow-up. Ember's Searing Chains into Mirana Arrow is like a pretty classic combo. So if that's the idea they're going for, we'll probably see like 4-point Searing Chains fairly early in this game, as opposed to maybe maxing out the like Sleight of Fist or anything.
I think here you're deciding. I mean, you see the safe lane now, Jakiro, Ursa. So you're deciding if you want to do the Tiny Timber in there. You can do that, but you would be creep dragging a lot. I do think that mid Timber is okay. So I feel like you could pick your offlaner here. Ooh, flexible Abaddon. So that could just be the carry Abaddon, which I just think is a little bit more likely for them. But you could move this around. Keep VP guessing at least. VP does have the last pick. So you're going to have to show everything, but you at least make this banning phase a little bit more confusing for them.
5 seconds remaining.
VP definitely needs an offlaner. And a lot got banned out. What's still here? He's been playing a lot of the Brewmaster.
You still have heroes like Centaur, Underlord. I would be fine with...
Radiant team back.
Oh, they get rid of Darks here.
That makes me think it's the Abaddon carry. You don't want it copied and then hitting itself.
Yeah, I guess. There's not
Could
like
also
a
be
very
going for the
clear...
Naga.
Yeah, I was like, there's not a very clear hero that it pairs well with. So I wonder if like their plan is to go something like the Naga Siren and they're running like a Abaddon off lane here. Does Amar play Abaddon? I mean, I know these guys play so many freaking heroes, so it's like hard to keep track of them, but I imagine this is not anything but an Abaddon carry. I wonder what else they're worried about. Undying. Huh. Okay.
Be strong in the lane, bring a lot of early momentum. I mean, VP's 4 heroes right now are very fast, right? Like they just want to do stuff Ursa will get his Battle Fury and then his Blink, and then he's ready to just join anything, which is pretty fast timing of the various carries out there. So an Undying offlane could have also played pretty quickly. Imagine being a Crystal Maiden trying to run away from zombies as your strength gets stolen. You're not going to have a good time there.
Trying to think what heroes Amar has left for the offlane that they could be pressuring the Ursa with. I mean, there's always a Tide Hunter, but you don't really have like any minus armor to take advantage of it. Okay, yeah, so they go for the Night Stalker ban. I like that. And we'll see what Falcons come up here with for their last pick, and then of course VP has the 24th pick. I'm curious.
Seconds remaining.
I mean, there's not a lot of offlane heroes left, but it's funny that there is like the staples of Centaur, you know, that's like still in the pool. Like Centaur, Tide, these heroes haven't been banned out yet.
Yeah, but I don't think either team really wants this. I mean, you're okay having the Centaur, but on one side you'd have to deal with an Ursa, which isn't fun, and on the other side there's a Timbersaw who's gonna chunk you down. The roots from like Crystal Maiden is a pain. Chain Gang's a pain for Stampede. So he is usually one of the better picks early, but now at the end, I mean, I guess with so many offlaners banned out, you might still go for it, but I don't think it'll feel great.
I think it's fine for VP, because I think you do need a stun setup for the Mirana from the offlane as well. I don't think it can only be Ember.
Mm-hmm.
But
I agree with that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what other heroes they have in mind. Falcons
Something
running
with
to the end of the reserve time here.
Something with the break would have been nice, but
Radiant team pick.
I don't think it's a very good Primal Beast game.
I didn't think they'd pick Tide because they don't really have like a minus armor hero to play with. It's good against the Ursa in lane, but yikes. Okay, that is a Saberlight Classic. I kind of slipped my mind a little bit.
I was
That's
thinking about
pretty good.
Enigma for Falcons, but Amar he's not really an Enigma player, but I forgot to think about it for VP, which it is good into the Abaddon. If you time the shield with the Crystal Nova, you can kill Eidolons, so it's not the worst compared to some other melee heroes, but with a little help from Hellscream, this should be a pretty strong lane.
Yeah, it doesn't give you like necessarily the best like arrow follow-up, but you know, black hole into arrow could work. You know, it's a little bit of a longer cooldown, but should help secure any kill. I do like the idea of this Enigma being able to just build some like nice auras for the team, because Abed obviously wants to be dealing damage in the mid game, and you need to make as much space for Tomato on the Ursa here. His lane's gonna be okay. Like the Ursa lane, it's not great into Tide. As the game goes on, Ursa is very happy with this matchup, right? Because of Fury Swipes, but it's a lot of the pressure is gonna have to come from Fly on the Jakiro to actually like make space for the Ursa in the lane, which should be good. That's what Jakiro does best.
Yeah, although Tide Hunter is kind of good against that in particular, because you can dispel some of the damage over time if you're smart about, or I guess not on Tide really, but it's on like when Jakiro times it, some of it might get dispelled, so you lose some value. And then Twin Terror into the damage block can actually be absorbed pretty quickly. Not that you usually take Kraken Shell that early. Though maybe versus Tide, maybe versus Jakiro, like an earlier point than usual might be warranted.
Yeah. Well, this will be a fun game. I'm excited for this one. It is, again, as we mentioned at the beginning, this is the final series of the Western European qualifiers. The winner of this will be making it to the main event, DreamLeague 28. The loser will have to try their hand next time, and maybe we'll see them, you know, the next set of qualifiers. But let's go ahead and jump into game number 1 between Falcons and Virtus.pro. Leaps and bounds? Wait, what?
I'm my own setup. All right, I really thought he was gonna go. I forget what the other one is called. The double.
It's the
full value
actual Starstorm facet.
Starstorm, yeah. That is the one more people were running. Starstruck. There we go. That's what it's called.
Yeah, it's like your second meteor actually does damage.
Early root. I mean, it might be good with Enigma, right? The Eidolon's just on a hit. You set him up with the root.
30 seconds to battle.
It's an interesting one. I mean, you're not going to trade as well in lane because the Starstruck gives you mischance as well. So, like, a lot of times, like, the enemy support or whatever is just getting, like, hit by, you know, Starstorm constantly. But then also, well, those are actually super cool little Eidolons. I've not seen those before. But yeah, you're getting, like, blinded. So you have mischance. So you're just trading, you know, less efficiently. I don't know. We'll see if it makes a difference. I'm curious to see if he'll, like, cancel a TP or something with this randomly.
You're certainly not expecting to play versus it. Yeah, you might forget that it's like you see the arrow down. You're like, oh, I can TP out.
It just leaps and you're like,
jumped.
Nope.
So it's a 1.5.
That's a weird one.
Yeah, it's a 1.5 second route to start up to 2.25. It's nice to have. I want to see. Is it with the Eidolons? Is that the plan? I mean, there's the shield, though, from Abaddon. But it's a double route, so, I mean, you can't shield both of them.
I mean, surely he's not going to go leap, like, level 1 in the lane, right? Like,
No, but you could take it level 2, right? Maybe level 3, like you go 1-1-1 with level 2 Eidolons. Which this is actually what I was talking about. When you have these shield procs and the Crystal Novas, you can kill the Eidolons, at least at the start when they're only 180 health.
Saberlight also took a ton of damage for that as well. Hellscream just farming up some hard creeps there, thanks to the arrow.
I gotta get my level 2 so I can get leap.
True.
Snaking is
really
laying into him.
Yeah. I mean, Hellscream's just been on the other side of the lane, right? So Saberlight's just been taking a beating. At this point, if the Mirana is able to just continue focusing the Crystal Maiden, she'll win these trades.
See them pinging these Eidolons top. It's a lot of money being farmed up. Like, he's already got 100 gold from the Eidolons. I'm pretty sure he's at 140.
Yeah,
or, like,
easily.
as a team they are. I don't know if he got every single one, but I think at least 2 casts of Eidolons have been farmed up by them. And Snaking's buying the mangoes, because you need mana to do this. I like the way he's adjusting the build. So he's going QE instead of QW, which gives you more aggression. But they're just, why kill heroes? Kill Eidolons. We just need the mana for that. So I'll go QE. I am buying the mangoes. They're paying for themselves.
Ooh.
Oh, Mar?
Body blocks from Fly. Okay. They'll finish the job there. Crit also in some trouble on the side here. Does have Avalanche and Boots, but if Fly's got the slow to help line up a follow-up kill here, one more auto attack from Tomato is going to do it. Both heroes in the bottom lane die for Falcons, and that is a very good start for the Ursa lane.
It seems like a strange path for him to take while creep dragging. Like, not only is the small camp there, but as we see, it's pretty dangerous. It goes towards the heroes. Well, good start for VP in that bottom lane, which they'll need because the top lane not as good as I thought. Like, usually you're last picking this Enigma, right? You were confident in the matchup, and there you are at the bottom of the CS. Crystal Maiden more than you. I know the Eidolons are like affecting that a little, but they're also worth a good amount of money as we watch a couple more die here.
Yeah, I mean, she's farmed more Eidolons than you have last hits on the Enigma. It's not a good sign. We'll see where they can end up going with this because, I mean, the other thing too is you do a lot of damage to yourself over the course of the lane, constantly spamming the Eidolons. And if they're also just getting farmed, it puts you in a worse position than if you were just not using them.
That is a feels bad scenario. if you're questioning if you should be using any.
I think he's just dead. Yep. I mean, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You're sitting in the lane at 20% to HP. Snake King gets level 3, instantly punishes him. Beautifully done.
I really like Snake King's choice to buy so many consumables. This is possible because of that. He had all the mangoes, has this raindrops, opted for the QE build, so he's been able to keep up the spell spam that's been winning them the lane, and he'll probably have more on the way to keep it going.
I mean, Hellscream, I guess, is like arrowing creeps, but yeah, it's not looking good in this off lane, at least for now. We'll see as Saberlight comes back to the lane with full HP. Getting a little bit more damage back the other way, but see how long this lasts.
Yeah, when the Eidolons can attack, I mean, we see they do a good chunk of damage. He is now at level 2 Eidolons, so they're a bit stronger. A bit more cautious play at level 1, level 2. Might have helped this matchup. I also have to question if sometimes you pick the wrong facet. Like, did that happen? Did he mean to have Starstruck, which would have given him a stronger lane? Right? And then this isn't as big of an issue. You lose Eidolons, but you're taking a bunch of damage from Mirana.
I was joking. I mean, he did it. You saw it, right? He leaped in and
I
rooted
did
him.
see it. I mean, he had 6 Eidolons there. It actually would have been.
This,
root him again!
Yeah,
They want to
just
fight.
wondering, like, oh god, maybe this facet does not do what I want it to do. It's hard to say. Does arrow out the catapult. All right, so we're gonna see the wisdom or the power runes about to spawn. Flies gonna get found from Amar and Crit. They really want to punish the Jakiro, make sure he cannot make it to this mid rune. Malrine will get the credit for the kill thanks to the Chakram, and with that, rune spawns bottom, and Skitter dies again. Top lane just dove behind the tower. He's gonna try and cut him off with the Eidolons, but there's just no way.
I would not have expected the Enigma to have a harder time into Abaddon than tied into Ursa. The root! It's working!
That was huge. That was huge. I mean, he has no Timber Chain. It's not like he was going anywhere anyway, but very nice kill.
Certainly
They're going to
not
look for
well
crit
rooted.
now. They actually in a little bit of trouble as Tidehunter is here, knowing he can't lane bottom anymore, so let's come collect that. Snake King is level 5 on the Crystal Maiden. Being involved in 3 kills now.
And farming Eidolons. Yeah, he is strong. Early level 6 would be a bunch of damage. If you give him the it's not usually discussion, but I mean, if you made sure he got the Wisdom Shrine, he could have 6 reeler. I think this is actually going to go to Tidehunter. Tidehunter is lower level, or was. Now they're about even. Ursa's not gonna have a good time on here if this many heroes are down here. And usually this is where the Enigma would be punishing top, left in a one-on-one with a carry. He is starting to recover, but this is not the domination you usually want from the Enigma into a melee carry.
Yeah, it's definitely a very slow start to the game for the Saberlight Enigma, but, you know, he's getting there. Anytime they leave him in the one-on-one, he's going to get a lot out of it, but I do agree. Oh, regen picked up there on Amar. Arrow will connect onto Malrine, stun him for the moment. Ursa is here, going to go in, tries to find the kill, but... Oh, Snake King snipes Fly. Other Searing Chains, you know, it's up. They have some damage, but, I mean, Malrine just doesn't seem all that bothered.
No, they don't have enough damage to get through him. If Ursa can attack long enough, sure, but in range is already down, so you would risk getting burst yourself. It's not really worth it.
Abed's gonna go base here, it looks like, yeah. All right, with these rotations, Amar has managed to get level 6. He's actually recovered fairly nicely in terms of net worth too, so he is going to have no issue getting towards his next set of items.
Under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Skitter gonna begin the long journey to the Radiance. The extra Eidolons he farmed certainly gave him a little bit of a speed boost here. But Saberlight has recovered. I see he's now picked up a lot of denies. He's at 20. So the start was pretty shaky. And they get this. You need
They
the root.
can't get the arrow, but the root comes through.
Ah!
I mean, we'll just
I mean,
say
the
it got
Avalanche would've canceled it anyways.
right? It was gonna get canceled. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
TP out. Abed still has one remnant currently, but no TP for about another 10 seconds, so he's gonna have to wait this one out. Just be very careful on what path he chooses here, because there's also Skitter on the Abaddon. Oh wow, he just TP's back mid. Okay. I thought he would go base, but
Guess he was hoping for the power rune.
oh boy, that's a dead Enigma again. Crit comes top lane, delivers the kill.
Just more space. Well, I thought there was going to be space for Skitter to farm, but I see Snaking is using his ult to farm between the camps. I think Skitter got some of those last hits. Maybe got a little bit of a speed boost from that.
Dude, he's actually so rich on this Crystal Maiden, and he's level 7. This Max Frostbite is at some point going to catch like the Ember Spirit, and that's going to be a massive kill.
Radiant's middle tower.
Snaking's going for Arcane Boots too, which you don't usually see from Crystal Maiden, but it's really good when you're trying to be greedy, which, based on the start he's had, I suspect is his game plan. So this allows you to farm even more, get your items sooner, give you enough mana to constantly deal with these Eidolons, get the Crystal Clone Shard if you don't get it from the Tormentor, which I think will be pretty good this game to help control up all these heroes, really. Ember, Ursa, Mirana, none of them like dealing with multiple roots.
Okay, Spirit Vessel is done. I mean, you need to put this to use pretty much right away. You unfortunately can't really use it on Tide or Abaddon, so your only targets are going to be like Tiny, as well as the Timbersaw.
Tower is under attack.
You need to be able to get a kill without a charge first, though. Okay, I tell you what, Crystal
All right.
Maiden, you could do this, right? You could do this? Okay.
Yeah.
Now you got a
Okay,
charge
so
to work with.
that's a big one. This is I was talking about earlier. Searing Chains into Arrow has always been a combo, but you just need max Searing Chains. You do max it out fairly early on the Ember Spirit with this Chain Gang facet, so it's not super surprising. But yeah, those first Spirit Vessel charges, we'll see what they can get done with it now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The Ursa is still farmed really fast.
That's some classic Tomato stuff.
Oh. Actually misses the Searing Chains there, but crit, not making it out of this one. Arrow off the mark, but it's okay.
You only need one stun to land. You got a couple to throw out. Despite how well we thought top was going at the start of the lane, Ursa's Battle Fury is on the way, so his farming speed is going to start ramping up, whereas the Abaddon is still at 2,500 gold towards his Radiance. So this is where Tomato can work to build an even bigger lead on this carry matchup. And Ursa is pretty scary this game. Like, there is some control for him, but when you just build to enable him, for example, leaps and bounds perhaps, and you just free him up to hit whatever he needs to hit, like, that's how you enable your carry Ursa.
Tower is under attack.
Trying to bait this in. Here comes Carry
The
Ursa.
Ravage comes out, but wow, they actually managed to kill a fly. They're trying to get in range off Saberlight here for the black hole, but does he? He gets the toss away. Oh my goodness.
I think you could have
What?
Black Hold the Tiny to at least get 1 kill, but that's not really the target you want, so I think they just give it up. All right, rotations
That
down
hurts
there. You
so
thought you were
bad.
baiting them in, but they get the kill, get out. Malrine just farming the entire time. I don't think Falcons will really do too much right now. They know they want to wait for the Radiance. They'll make small plays when they can. For example, I see the smoke of the Timber and the Crystal Maiden looking for Ursa.
Has been denied. Radiant's bottom tower is under
Do you have Crystal
I mean, they
Maiden
need to start
ult?
slowing down Tomato. He's huge. And it's going to be a 4-hero rotation here to make sure he dies. Make it 5 now. Skitter through the Twin Gate. So Ursa goes down. They'll get the tier 1 tower. Top tier 1 tower already dead thanks to the Eidolon and the Helm of the Dominator.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yule's already done on Tidehunter.
It's for the Mirana route. Take that
Totally.
out.
Top tower
Yeah,
is
yeah.
under attack.
We haven't seen them be able to punish Malrine yet, really. Like the Searing Chains into Arrow, Spirit Vessel, like that combo. It's a lot of damage. I just don't think it's enough to kill the Timbersaw quite yet. Oh wow, they're just gonna go straight into Roshan.
Do this
They
fairly
should have the damage actually pretty easily.
quickly. Yeah, between Enigma and Ursa, you can do this. And the Ravage got used earlier, so it's still on cooldown. You kind of know they don't have the tools to fight you on this.
Wow,
Ursa will
beautifully
pick
done.
up the first.
15. Yeah, sub
First.
16-minute Roshan's massive.
Yeah, with the Blink not too far behind. So you'll have about 4 minutes where this Ursa, very scary. Join what fights you want. And how are we doing on the Radiance? 500 gold away from the Radiance. So you at least need to stall out another minute or two so you can get this online. And then the evasion is very annoying for Ursa. At least now when you're hitting the Abaddon, one of the changes in 7.4. It's not going to be as useful for the teammates.
I like that Snake King's just aggressively jungling.
Greedy mindset activated. I think you want the Radiance, and you'd like this Aghanim Shard on the Crystal Maiden before you really start engaging. I would throw the Blink Dagger in there as well for crit, but because of the way Snaking's playing, he is now kind of the...
Radiant are
he's the real position 5, it seems, this game. So the Blink Dagger will take a little bit longer.
There is still like
Dire's bottom tower
some pretty good combos with the black hole that they have. The main thing is you don't really have any way of stopping like
Don't look at this. You don't
why
see
did I
anything.
have to say it? Why did I have to say that?
attack. Dire's top tower
Ugh.
Nobody
Okay.
saw that. You're still worried about the black hole that could come out at any time, and will definitely hit you when it does.
Oh, arrow I think was meant to be thrown elsewhere. It happens to just run right into crit. Hellscream's gonna drop that damage as fast as possible. Malrine does manage to make it away, but Abed is trying to chase. Does he find him is the question. Big macro fire out. They do manage to stop the first freezing field, but Tomato in trouble as Age is trying to bail
He's
him
still
out.
alive.
Malrine's still alive, managing to kite out this Ember Spirit forever. Ends up being a 2-for-1, maybe more, as they're looking for the Jakiro. And they will get him. And that was
Gotta-
into an Aegis fight.
Yeah, they got a lot of heroes low, but couldn't actually finish the job. And Timber, who survives that whole time, you see, he just gets to keep throwing out spells, do the most damage that fight. I hate to say it, but missing that black hole top really kind of hurt your team fight capabilities.
Yeah, if you
That is-
had Black Hole post Ravage, that would have been pretty sick. But
Yeah.
it's so easily canceled right now by multiple heroes on Falcons that like Black Hole is probably not the best team fight ability right now, as opposed to it just being used to secure like one big kill.
Yeah, if it had
But
killed
we
the
haven't even
Abaddon,
seen it 3 in a row, just missed.
if it had killed the Abaddon top, then he wouldn't have been part of that fight with the Radiant. And Timbersaw, for example, got a couple shields to help keep him alive as well. This is where Dota does snowball, depending on... Like, no individual mistake usually loses you the game, but it can add up, which multiple mistakes then lose you the game. I feel like without the black hole... Well, I don't think they were trying to get involved in such a big fight. It was, like you said, you were going for one target, and you're like, oh, wait, there's more here than we thought. I think we can still do it. You know, you kind of bait yourself into the fight. Whereas before, you'd be like, oh, no black hole. We don't take the big fights. I think it's 2-on-2. I think it's 4-on-4. You know, like, suddenly it's a bigger fight than you meant. And ends up costing you big time. Aegis and still losing 3 heroes. With that, the lead that Tomato had for most of this game, now he's on par with the Tidehunter. Really not that far ahead, considering Tidehunter is not really a fast farmer compared to Battle Fury Ursa. And this was a Tidehunter who had to gank at like levels minute 6. Like, that's how bad of a time he was having in lane.
I mean, there's just not... You're tickling Maori, not doing any damage at all here on these two. Skitter's going to walk forward, try to claim the Helm of the Dominator creep. Will be able to do so. Another 100 gold for him. Meanwhile, Falcons smoking up the supports, and Amar going to try and join their team topside. Maybe look for a fight as Tormentor is coming up here very soon. Ember, very nice use of the Remnant to break any smoke. Moonlight Shadow. They're walking over. They're going to find Crit in the trees here. Stirring Chains is out. There's going to be a nice Vessel. Macro Pyres. Everything dropped on him just to make sure the Tiny's removed from the fight. See if Falcons still want to try and take this. Ravage in 15 seconds. Black Hole up in 10. And Tiny is one of your cancels for the Black Hole. So outside of Ravage, that's it. That's all you got.
Abed sees everybody.
Ursa looking for the Crystal Maiden. Enrage comes out, trying to finish the job. The Yules then from Amar. There's the Black Hole. They catch the Tidehunter. Can they bring the kill, though, is the question. He's going to be low. He gets the Ravage off onto everybody. It's still not enough, though. They do manage to walk this away. Skitter's going to claim one, but Maureen is going to help him take down the rest. The Radiance Burn is doing a lot of damage here. 3 dead. Oh, you were so close to winning this fight, but it was just not enough.
The good thing about Black Hole is that Tidehunter can't dispel that. It's one of those abilities that just persists, but they weren't able to finish the job. It was so close. It was one more auto attack, I think, if he had been hit like one more time. I see for the neutral item, he managed to get magic resistance, so that might have also kept him alive for some of the spells coming in. Just a little bit more VP's way, or perhaps if they hadn't lost that previous fight, you know, they'd be a little bit further ahead. They might have had the damage to finish the job there. Instead, you lose the fight, you lose the Tormentor. It's gonna be shard over to Amar, actually.
He's looking to get the Dead in the Water cast mid. Yeah, there it is. And, well, Ember, he's gonna have to deal with this. They're pinging it. He's like, Marana, please help me. Still bound in place here thanks to this Crystal Maiden, and no remnants left. He just dies.
Dead in the water.
That's the best shard they could have gotten.
Instant dividends. It's a really good shard, like you said. First, the Ember is number 1, but then Ursa doesn't... You can kill with Fury Swipes, but that means you can't kill heroes, because Fury Swipes is supposed to help you kill the heroes. So now you're choosing between the two, and then Marana also isn't going to like it. Other people, of course, won't, but they're not as mobile, so it's not as hard of a counter to them. Yeah, you don't need Dead in the Water. You just, like, throw the Jakiro in the air, you kill them. Falcons really starting to run away with this game. It was really close for a long time, but these last
It was
couple
1,000
minutes,
gold at 19 minutes.
yeah, these last few minutes, and suddenly it's a 9K lead. Gonna grow a little further as they push in a pretty big wave down here to the tier 2. And Ember previously would have just ran in and pushed this off, but now he's got to respect Dead in the Water, into the Crystal Clone, into the Frostbite. You never know where that Timber Saw is. All that damage coming in, so now you got to play scared. So you're going to need BKBs to deal with all this. They're kind of close-ish. Halfway, 2/3 there. So you just got to keep delaying for right now.
Yeah. You need a lot at this point. Like, it's not only do you need BKBs, but you need another damage item because, like, Lotus, like, almost an Aghanim Scepter on Maureen. He's getting there. This guy's got 3,000 HP. And Tidehunter is just continuing to tank up as well. Going for... Oh, he's actually going for an E-Blade. I like this.
I mean, Ursa's really the only one with damage right now.
Yeah. Uh-oh, Amar's looking for Saberlight. Ooh, he's going to be able to close the gap. Does manage to get the Malefice on. He's just trying to prevent the Dead in the Water, but there it is. And with this, your Enigma pretty stuck. Mid lane, Avalanche, toss, Ursa, going to be forced to pop the BKB, try to run down Snaking here as he needs to get something out of this. Pops the Enrage, doesn't have a TP, so he's stuck. That's going to be a kill going the way of Falcons. They ended up losing the Enigma anyway, so a 2-for-1, only getting a Crystal Maiden. Man, it's getting rough.
And now you lose the Jakiro, who I think he was trying to move out on the map. You know, when you lose that many heroes, you gotta split out, try to push things where the enemies aren't, but there is risk to that. Gets punished, Ember chased away before he could finish that tower. He really would have liked to get a little bit of extra gold for that last hit. Instead, I imagine it'll be denied by Amar in a moment. But at least he'll get the tower, so maybe a little bit more room to work with. And there it goes. Everybody on VP getting the same memo. Try to make your way out to those side lanes, cut the waves, do your best to live.
I mean, Skitter could just walk forward without fear, right? Like, who stops the Abaddon now? He is level 18.
I think Leaps and Bound could stop him for a bit.
Yeah, I don't think that Facet ended up doing what they wanted it to do this game. I get the idea against Timbersaw, like, oh, he's about to Timber Chain, let me leap on him and cancel the Timber Chain or something, but...
Yeah, in another world, I actually think
never dealt with him.
Yeah, it actually really could have been cool where you hold the thought. Ember needs to get out here before Dead in the Water hits him. Okay, this is BKB.
I mean, he got his BKB off. Can they bring down the Tiny? He's gonna be very close. They should have it. They do. There's the Ravage. It's onto the Ursa. He never gets the BKB. All of your damage is gone, but in comes Saberlight. He's gonna drop the Black Hole. It's solo onto the Abaddon, who still has borrowed time. He's just gonna heal it all off. They're gonna try and buy back on the Ursa, but Saberlight's dead. Can't TP out under his BKB. Now in comes Ursa. He's just gonna get kited out. This is
running
rough,
circles
man.
around him.
VP just at a loss for what to do in these fights.
At
They
this
have,
point,
they can't coordinate at all, it seems.
yeah, you need perfect execution, and we are seeing kind of subpar execution, to put it nicely. They have not really been able to connect on what they've drafted. Hellscream, I don't think one more leap might save him for now. All right, you get away.
He's out.
You waste a little bit of time, but you're gonna need to waste a lot more time considering there's a 15k gold deficit, and the second Roche is now up. So as they clear up some of these towers, get Roche, you're gonna be looking at 20k.
Tower has fallen.
Didn't have enough damage before to deal with these heroes. I don't think that's getting any better. There's so many tools. Like, all your crowd control can now be dealt with by Falcons, and now they have a bunch of crowd control to use on you, and you don't have enough defensive tools because you're so far behind. And one of those, that crystal clone we just saw from Snake King, this is why he took that greedy route. I mean, he's been throwing out so many spells
so far.
and baiting out, like, you have to deal with my roots. Once you use those tools, now there's other things that we can use to catch you. And it's so low cooldown, you're free to just chuck it out repeatedly. So fast, actually, chasing him down.
Yeah. I mean, Abed did manage to just steal an Amplify Damage Rune, which is kind of nice. Fly steals the Wisdom Shrine. Oh no, they saw the Ursa. I don't think they can get down here on everybody, though. There's still a tier 2 tower
if you
they
need
have to get
everybody.
through. Yeah, that is true.
Trying to cut the wave, that means they're gonna find him.
Has to turn around with a BKB. He just used a TP. He actually can't stick on any of these heroes.
Top tower is under attack.
No,
The
and
Nightfall
you need so
Classic.
much time to do it at this point, right? Usually Ursa is trying to assassinate people, jump you, kill you in an instant, but now they're so tanky. This Crystal Maiden has Guardian Greaves and the Crystal Clone to get away from you. The Tiny has a Yules to waste your time, and if you don't have the BKB going, he could just Avalanche Toss you. Skitter, right, obviously has Borrowed Time and the Aegis. How you gonna run down a Timber Saw? Can't believe it, but your best bet might be the Tidehunter, who also has a Yules, though, so it really is just not a winning formula for the Ursa. Crit.
Crit can't attack!
I just can't attack.
He'll get him eventually with his spells, but yeah, the attack slow onto the Tiny, very funny.
Shadows take us.
Moonlight Shadow coming out. Kind of awkward. Malreen's got a gem, so he knows exactly where this Enigma was. Forced to pop the Aghanim Scepter's reactive armor there, and they're just going to TP on out.
Space
I
Maid
thought with the
to
Ursa
sneak.
close by, they legitimately could just, like, BKB black hole him, but Tomato doesn't have BKB.
Yeah, if the other heroes had collapsed, you could, but I think they knew Falcons was on the way. If it's just one hero, you can commit and do it. But as soon as you add 2 or 3 heroes, there's no shot. You have to find pickoffs. So you end up just using that maneuver to get Ursa into the top jungle. He's hiding right now, waiting for things to respawn, but that's better than being chased down in your own jungle, farming nothing. Does mean you're just going to lose at tier 2 uncontested, and this is a pretty big wave. I feel like you just keep going, but
Under attack.
I guess he wants his Orchid first. You do have 2 minutes on the Aegis, so I guess you got time.
Dire's
I
bottom
mean, that Illusion Rune's kind of helpful for keeping the lane shoved in, but... Ursa forced to BKB TP home once again. Man,
Means-
considering how good of a start he had, it's really weird to see the Ursa that low on net worth at this point.
Yeah, they just weren't able to connect on the plays. I guess we have a moment. We got distracted by fights breaking out, but the leaps and bounds, I could see that working out where it's self-set up for your own arrow. Ursa was having a good time, right? So an early game root could be enough time for him to get kills. Then you have the Eidolons in lane, right? After the lane stabilized, we saw the Enigma get back to usual gameplay, right? Rack up a bunch of denies, get a lot of powerful Eidolons. But the early levels threw all of that out the window. They just fed, a Ravage to even kill the Ember. They
Yeah.
fed so many Eidolons. He had such a good start. You could no longer use leaps and bounds to work with the Eidolons. And then they weren't able to use it with the Ursa. I think they did try, but just never really found the opportunity to really make it work. So in the end, I feel like this is why Starstruck is more popular, right? It's way easier to use. You just press Q in the lane to win the lane, and then there's scaling value as well, whereas the leaps and bounds, I mean, roots tend to drop in value as the game goes because of BKBs and all the dispels, especially for someone like an Abaddon who's got the shield every few seconds.
All right, they're gonna go for it. Solo black hole mid. I think they got him. No, the Ursa doesn't have black. He doesn't have a BKB on Ursa. Oh my God! It can't get any worse than this, can it?
You could lose the game.
I mean, I think. I mean, I don't want to be like. I think this game's been lost for a while.
Greatest comeback in the world.
I mean, this is the one thing that they have going for them is they have like BKBs to commit and kill a hero in black hole, but the Ursa's BKB has been constantly on cooldown from having to TP home.
Yeah, that means any of the... I mean, you originally bought the Yules thinking you'd have to use it on yourself to save you when the Ursa jumps you, but it doesn't have the BKB. You're happy to throw it on him instead, and it keeps the Timbersaw alive, loses most of his health, but you wouldn't believe it, seeing as he's full health once again now, and he's got free reign to take these towers. This is an elimination series, so VP is going to play this one out, even though I'm sure they are very aware of how grim this game is. You might as well give it your best bet. Maybe you get some kind of miracle black hole, the call of the fountain, crit just tosses everybody in there. Who knows? Anything could happen in a game of Dota. Right?
Crit's like, hold on, I need to get level 20 so I can get toss requires no talent, and then follow me, guys. I promise. Nothing weird happening here.
I got something cool to show you back here, guys. Take a look. When the position 4 Mirana has to hide from the Crystal Maiden, that's when you know you got problems.
I mean, he's got an Aghanim Scepter now, which is why I'm so confused that you don't go for the regular Starstruck. I don't know.
Don't know. It might have been a misclick. There might have been an idea behind it. I guess I'll leap out.
Well, with the gem pickup from Maureen, they'll be able to eventually chase her down.
The bottom rack's being pinged. No Mirana, who... I don't know if the Ags is part of the original build if she's not going Starstruck, but I think now the purpose of it is to help you cut the creep waves. You dealt with the Mirana, so time to go get some buildings, get the prize. This would be the bottom barracks, and then there's just top left. I don't think you can get top right now. I probably regroup with the team first. Well, there is a wave pushing in.
Check. Where are we at on Black Hole BKB?
He's got it.
It's up. All right, this is it. This is your chance. Tomato finally has his BKB. He's also got a nullifier. These two need to find a hero.
You need what? Falcons to overcommit? You need to bait Abed, maybe? They all jump in to try to kill him, and then you get the Black Hole, Battle Fury, Cleave, Macro Pyre, Star Storm,
that's
double.
What I'm saying, right? Like, there's great combos
combo
for Black Hole. They just need to get them. They need to hit the spells, and then, like, they can maybe kill heroes, but the fact that we're 36 minutes in, we haven't seen the combo once makes it really difficult.
It's the ultimate false sense of security.
We'll see what they can do. 2 racks is down. This is pretty much the Hail Mary here. Skitter would be the last hero you want to see. Well, that's exactly who you're going to find. Jump on the backside. Nice avalanche in from Crit. Bash comes out. Abed's going to be forced to BKB right away, looking for Snaking, but the Guardian Greaves are going to remove it, and Abed gets pretty much nothing out of that BKB. They're looking to disengage as the Gush actually catches 3 on the high ground. They're going to go for Malrine. There's an Nullifier. The BKBs are out. They should finally get him, and they do. 2,200 gold, 2,300 gold. But now you got to run. Damage is done. You got to run. And there's a Tide Hunter about to block your path. Holding the Gush as long as he can. Dead in the water is there. Arrow's going to connect. But they do manage to get the ult out of the Abad. And Ursa gonna get caught from the Ravage. It even clips Abed on the side. Ember will join him and fly. Optimistic TP cannot make it. 3 end up dying. Hellscream yoinking back his gem. No leap for a couple of seconds. Should be able to survive.
He's actually out? It's crazy. All right, a little bit of a win there. Get your gem back, kill the Timber. Barracks falling though. And I don't think... I thought you really wouldn't be scared of these 3 heroes without Black Hole, but I guess Falcons does not want to throw this lead away. Maybe feeling a little bit more mortal after you lose your Timbersaw, who has survived so many times. But as they regroup, here we go. Amar, Invis, in deep, take it all back. He's not worried whatsoever.
Yeah, without the Ursa or the Ember Spirit, I don't know where your damage is going to come from.
I don't even know how much damage
Amar
Ember
has
is
a
really
Wind
contributing
Waker
at this point.
So at this point, because you're so far behind, you have just bought the counter to Black Hole. So you can no longer just solo Black Hole like one of these heroes for the kill.
If you had a second one, that might work, but the refresher component just got killed on the courier.
God. That's the full refresher.
You need the
Spirit
greatest
into
roast
the
deal in the
BKB.
world too soon.
No, they're not going to go for it. They're going to let it die. Well, Ursa, hold up, pops his BKB. He's going to go in. He gets the Aegis. All right. Refresher onto Skitter, pops it right away to make sure he has a second borrow time. Amar with the Yules cancel the Enrage. Waste as much of that time as possible. Aegis gets claimed. He's got a cheese. That cheese is not going to keep him alive. Oh, the Blink will, though, maybe. Chasing in for more. Nullified up and just dead to rights.
Pretty big ask to steal that Roche and get out. But I think you've got to try, because if they get Roche, you're definitely going to lose. So they give it their best bet. They actually do steal the Aegis. Credit to them, but not quite enough. Gonna run. The fountain is calling.
Oh my gosh. It was so close. GG's come out. Falcons, I mean, they look really good. This is, you're gonna have to reworkshop here on VP, because they were on some separate pages.
Yeah, I think at the start of this, I said VP playing well could beat a Falcons that is, having a middle performance. That does not seem to be the case. That seemed like some pretty peak Falcons to me versus what? Couple missed black holes, couple missed arrow combos, couple, that's not going to cut it versus Falcons. I don't know if it's, the first game of the day type jitters, but they're really going to need to step it up in game 2. I think the draft is fine, but you cannot be giving that many Eidolons to Abaddon and Crystal Maiden at the start, and then you need to be landing the spell combos to give yourself a fighting shot. We saw eventually they do start landing some combos, but you just don't have enough damage at that point. You're too far behind. So you have to be doing it sooner when, Falcons wasn't as out of control, and then you can keep up with them throughout the game.
Yeah, I think... I don't feel like the draft is bad from VP here. I feel like it actually has a lot of things going for it, but the lanes just... I mean, they were not great. Even mid lane with the Ember Spirit into Malrine, he never really got online, and by the time your Vessel was out, Malrine was already sitting like high 2,000 HP, and you need a lot more damage to actually bring down the Timbersaw than just the Ember Spirit, and they weren't really connecting with that. So Malrine had a pretty free game, 14-2 and 10. His only recent death really was at that black hole at the very end, but absolute beast performance from Falcons all around.
Yeah, I think, like you said, I think the lanes is really where Falcons, they just got more than they should. It's not that they crushed the lanes and they were winning by an insane amount. It's just you're not supposed to get that much farm into the final counter pick Enigma. But they did. Snaking with Super Rich. He's like, yeah, I'm farming. I'm going to keep farming. I'm going to buy this Arcane Food. He's going to get my shard. He was a very rich support. And usually that's free food for the carry Ursa. But he was having to work for those Crystal Maiden kills. And that's not even talking then about the Timbersaw, the Abaddon, the Tide Hunters, who also struggled in the lane, right? He had a great recovery. They weren't able to get that on the side of Shopify.
I can't remember what exactly it was that gave Amar the comeback. There was like 2 kills.
6-minute gank.
Yeah, that's right. He just started walking around the map. He's like, I can't play bottom, so I'm just going to go gank Abed and the supports in the river at 6 minutes. Yeah, that's what it was. And suddenly, he was just like 3rd on net worth out of nowhere, and then eventually ends up being top net worth for most of this game. So good stuff. All right. Well, we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with game number 2 of Team Falcons versus Virtus.pro as, one of these teams has got to make it to Dream League Season 28. We'll find out soon. We'll see you then.
To make it on my own. But baby, now I know what it means to be alone. I'm lost in the shadows. Tell me what can I do? 'Cause baby, without you,
never knew what others do. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song, been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe we're all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago.
Well, I can tell just by the way that you're smiling that you're still unsure. And I can tell just by the look in your eyes that you've been hurt before. But baby, no one can.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to the Western Europe closed qualifiers, and we are about to get into game number 2 of our final series. It is Virtus.pro versus Team Falcons. Game 1, a little bit of a stomp, I want to say. I had quite a bit of a stomp. Falcons just played clean Dota from start to finish. They not really making too many mistakes at all, and Virtus.pro could just not catch a break. It seemed almost every play they tried to make, they just stumbled and fell on their face. What's got to change here going into game 2 besides the obvious, play better?
Sometimes that's it, actually. Like, to kind of narrate this, Falcons didn't, like, they weren't perfect, right? Like, bottom lane, they slipped up. The Tidehunter got killed. Tiny, died, right? So there are some mistakes that happened there. They were having a rough time. But what makes the best teams is not that they only ever play perfectly, is that even when they fall behind, they know how to come back. And so we see like a very early, the off lane coming to the mid range, right? It's usually just supports. But Titan's like, yeah, I'm free. Let me show up. It's a very strange path to take, but it makes sense for what's happening, and it gives him a way to potentially come back. It may not have worked, right? They may have seen it. They avoid that gank. Maybe the rune spawns top and no one's even bottom, but it gives them the shot to come back. And when they're given the chance, they nail the execution. Doing that kind of stuff consistently, whether you're ahead or behind, is what makes the best teams the best teams. And on the side of VP, that can, go beyond a single game. They mess up game 1. It's time. You want to be a top team? Game 2, you got to have a new team performance here, right? That one was a mistake. We are ready to go. Pep talk us, Bulba. We are prepared to play much better. Give us another solid draft. Bulba's probably tanking. He's like, oh, bad draft. It wasn't you guys, totally me, right? You just tell the players that, right? You just need them to reset and like, you can do it. Don't let that first game get you. Here we are in game 2 with the next draft. I got you, boys. I've been cooking something up in that last game. This one's going to be a lot better.
I mean, in terms of the bans, they get rid of the Viper, Razor, and Huskar as expected. For Falcons, they will not be letting the Tiny through. I mean, I understand why. That hero is kind of ridiculous. Crit played really well on it last game. They will still ban out the Clinks, the Chen, and the Slardar. So in terms of first picks, there are some good ones still left in the pool. The Timbersaw is there if they want it. There's still the Jakiro if they want that.
Treant Protector, Warlock. Actually, looking at past VP drafts, they've been going for second pick in a lot of their games. All the recent ones are actually second pick. So, kind of curious what is their opening hero preference? Oh, the Keeper. All right, I will say though,
very cool.
I will say this is a hero. You gotta execute. You gotta land the skills. You gotta make use of the mana and the cooldown. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So, truly, a show of confidence that game 1, those mistakes, not gonna carry over to game 2. We can pick this type of hero, play fast around it.
So, I'm curious if they're gonna ban out the Storm Spirit here on Falcons, because like Coddle Storm is still a good combo. We just haven't seen it in a while because, Coddle was kind of off the turn, off the meta train for a little while. But now that he's back, Storm Spirit, pretty great combo. There are some other heroes to play with it, though, so it's not like it's just the Storm Spirit. I'm curious what they're going to
not in the VP
come
playbook.
up with in that regard. Yeah, right? It's like...
That's it.
Yeah, it's like I'm curious what other combos they might have in the works here for the Keeper of the Light, but... Timbersaw once again for most likely Malrine seems pretty good.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Bristleback's another usual combo, but I think that one's off the table when you see the Timbersaw come out. I think Viper could actually be an interesting combo, but unfortunately also out. I thought the Ember lane was fine into the Timbersaw. It was more how you played around that. And Keeper Ember is not a bad combo either. He's not as mana dependent as the Storm Spirit, but you do love the cooldown reduction. Really nice for you. So if they want to just respawn with the Ember again later, you could. Huskar's already out. You just have to consider that Monkey King. But we saw Falcons didn't even want to go for that Monkey King. So I think you can also safely... Well, I don't know. As soon as you assume that, that's when they pull it out and get one over you. But I think you can still go for the Ember and not worry too much about Monkey King.
I'm really curious, like, where they
5 seconds remaining.
go with like the next set of picks here, because you and I don't think I've had a chance to see the Keeper of the Light yet. Okay, they do ban the Storm, so it makes the most sense. It is just, an Abed classic. They're gonna pick it if they have the Keeper of the Light, so you might as well just get rid of it, force their hands onto something else. I don't hate the idea of the Ember Spirit still. I think the Ember is a really good hero. Into Timbersaw last game, it didn't quite work. They were missing a lot of the mid-game damage to try and bring this hero down, but maybe Keeper of the Light helps with that, giving you like more Searing Chains. Coddle can build Vessel and maybe allowing your Ember to go for something like a Kaya Assange early. We're going to see the Lion come out. All right.
I like that. It's safe. It flexes between two roles while still being useful. And you know all of the classic Coddle combos tend to be these mobile mids that don't like dealing with the instant hex stun burst of the Lion. So it's a smart move. You can also kind of keep up with the mana to some degree, right? You're a lesser mana hero with mana drain, so you can try to match what Keeper's doing.
Okay. Then you go for the Ember. I think if Abed plays slightly better in the lane, or if there's less like heroes rotating into the mid lane like last game, right? The Tidehunter just randomly showing up. I think this should be a better performance for him. The Lion is scary, though. We saw a pretty sick series of Lion plays earlier from Na'Vi.
Team Falcons turn to
I'm going to go for the Treant Protector. All right.
You know, always a little scary into the Timber Saw. Just the the natural enemy in a way. But he has seemed to be very good in the lane with the rework, the vision from the eyes in the forest. Very helpful to avoid the side of Falcons, especially this Timber Saw. If he gets as scary, you got to know where he is. He can make plays somewhere else.
Team Falcons.
I feel a little worried. There's a lot of roots, no hard stuns, which I think you want. And now a very strong lane combo coming out. The Gyrocopter Tusk. What offlaner can you take? Because you and Coddle have to now deal with a very powerful lane. Or just creep drag and then stack the jungle for your offlaner.
5 seconds.
Bristleback. Just do it. It's either that or you just pick the Mars. Honestly, Mars is good. Like, the cooldown on Mars spells is really strong. You have the Mars into Gyrocopter at that point, which is always a great combo. It counters the Timber Saw. It has to be Mars, right?
Could be. You can grab it later. You get the Ursa now for the matchup into the Gyro. But, yeah. Okay, Mars first, like you said. It's really good. In the lane, you can keep people away from you. You get the Arena later on. Good versus Timber. Good versus the Flat Cannon. And a little bit more actual hard stun. I was worried about only having roots, because you can eventually deal with those through dispels.
Mind flayed by the Tidehunter. They're like, okay, yeah, not giving that one to Amara again. To be fair, you have a Treant Protector, which he does absolutely nothing to a Tide in the lane, so pretty smart ban. In terms of other offlaners that are still in the pool, there's quite a bit.
10 seconds remaining.
A lot more focus on kind of like the carry and court and like mid lane heroes this time, as opposed to offlaners, which we saw last game in terms of bans. So
Radiant team.
see what's left. Shadow Fiend, that would have been a really good pick here.
Remaining.
I mean, I don't know if you're too worried about Centaur since you have the Mars, so I think maybe the Underlord is a better ban here. He just brings so many auras and just makes these heroes like unkillable.
Yeah, he's also... You wouldn't mind having a global hero versus Treant, because one of the ways you play him is to push out a lane on your own, still contribute with living armor. And you never know, is Treant on his own, or is he actually just baiting and the rest of the team is on their way? He's got eyes in the forest to know that I'm on my own. Right? It becomes tricky. Underlord, pretty tanky, so you don't really want to be ganking him, but you kind of have to. If you are making a play anywhere else, he's just going to show up. So I'd be up for that. You get to choose, though, since Falcons has the last pick. They can always flex this. Timber, you get to see what VP wants to commit with on the carry, and then choose if you need to focus on shutting down that carry or just go with your own tempo game plan.
Oh, they went back for the Night Stalker ban.
Maybe think of a... Weaver comes to mind. He doesn't like the AoE silence. I guess Ursa doesn't like it either.
Yeah. It's like, there's a couple... I mean, the thing is like the AoE silence from Night Stalker is really strong. And I think you have a pretty strong lane of like Night Stalker Lion if you were to go for something like that, so Just don't want to slow down their carry in the beginning of the game. In terms of carries that are left, like Terrorblade comes to mind because it is very good into Gyrocopter and it is a Tomato classic. I wouldn't
did think
hate
about-
something like that.
Yeah, I think that might be just a comfort pick you could go for just because it's good enough and it's an elimination game, right? Go with something you like. I was floating the idea of the Naga Siren because we've been seeing some teams start to run it a little bit more. Feels a little greedy, but if you got going, you'd have such good... Yeah, you got the trees giving you vision, you got illusions giving you vision, you know exactly where to go. But it doesn't feel like if you're going with Keeper, I think you want a more tempo-oriented draft. I think something...
TA,
TA,
man.
yeah, that could have been cool. She can come online really early.
I guess there is still the chance that you could put Timbersaw off lane and pick a mid lane hero here, but I feel like Malrine is the one who's been prioritized for the Timbersaw, and I think after last game, he's perfectly capable of taking it again into the Ember Spirit. And they would rather have the off lane counter for Amar here after seeing what hero Tomato's going to play, which we're going to see right now. Wind Ranger. Okay, that actually changes up the game quite a bit.
I did
This
forget
hero
about
needs
this.
a lot of time to farm, though. That's the only downside. She needs like Mjolnir, Dragonlance. She needs like Mjolnir, Hurricane Pike, and like BKB. Right? It takes a little bit before this hero starts getting really scary.
Once she is online, though, the Focus Fire is enough to kill the Gyrocopter, since Gyrocopter's more AoE team damage, whereas Wind Ranger can clearly bring in the focused fire onto Gyro and get him killed off. She does have a Treant, green lane up there, so that's a pretty strong combo. I'm trying to run through my head what offlaner could hard counter this. I don't hate the Underlord. You're just so tanky. You can buy Crimson Guard, massively reduce her damage.
We saw that exact thing play out yesterday, but eventually the Wind Ranger got the Revenant's Brooch, which bypasses a lot of the Crimson Guard, so she was able to still put out good damage. I think the hero is still good in this matchup, though. So we'll see what they do. What? It is going to be off lane. Timbersaw. Okay. Mid sniper for Malrine.
I guess with
now you
reactive
have-
armor, you can deal with the Wind Ranger as time goes on, and Sniper is one of the counter picks to Ember. I forget about it anyways, since Huskar and Monkey King were the go-tos for so long, but this is something Malrine likes a lot, and I guess you have Mars, so that's a good hero to have versus the Sniper. The supports are not going to be ganking a Sniper, though, which is one of the ways you help protect your Ember if he's having a bad time.
This is such an interesting pick. I'm curious what his itemization is going to look like, if he's going to just go for like a Maelstrom and play as like a pseudo carry from the mid lane, or if his plan is to go for like that Aghanim Scepter that we've seen some snipers kind of prioritize. I think with this game, I like the idea of him being like a secondary carry, just so that it makes it difficult for the Wind Ranger. She can only focus fire one target, and the other one gets to kind of have a free game. It's those Saberlight Mars that really throws kind of a wrench in the game plan of Falcons, right? It's a really good Mars game. One of the best. You're playing against two ranged carries and a Timbersaw who can't escape the arena. You got to get a lot done on that hero this game.
I think so too. You need to, like, every time you use Arena in these team fights, you have to be killing a couple heroes. Not only because you have Victory Feast, so you get the benefit, but you are blocking out Gyro, killing Sniper. You know, blocking out Sniper, killing Gyro. Trapping the Timbersaw while all the damage is stuck outside. You need to be very smart about how you isolate these fights. We can look to Snake King. He's picking up the Tusk. If he gets to a blink, he could try to save that, right? Whoever gets Arena, you just jump in there, snowball, By the time the snowball ends, Arena is probably down. It's close to being down. So you're going to have to act fast on it, like once you actually Arena someone, but could be good. Game 1, we saw him struggle a little bit. I don't mean to throw him under the bus, but I hope he's a pretty mentally resilient player. He's a very fun guy, right? So I hope he's channeling that right now, because you need to just drop Game 1 from your mind and come into Game 2 ready to nail it if you want a shot to bring this to Game 3 versus Falcons.
Yeah, in terms of all of the facets, this all kind of looks correct to me. You go drinking buddies with Afterburner, so your idea is to have all that extra move speed in the lane to try and just like run down these heroes if you need to. It's not easy against a Mars though. Like you just get God's Rebuked or Speared back, and the cooldowns on these are going to be next to nothing thanks to the Keeper of the Light. But in team fights, maybe in the mid game, you will be able to find the Coddle and actually run him down and get those kills. So we'll see what ends up happening.
30 seconds to battle.
Well, they know about the ward
I actually
now.
don't see him right now. Someone's gotta go look.
I can't believe it. That Maureen's just been sitting solo in front of the tower like that, and they never figured it out. But he scouts their ward getting placed, so a pretty good idea.
The battle begins.
All right, just 2 for 2 on the bounty runes then. Nothing too special there.
I like that they're top early, the Tusk and the Gyrocopter, because you are pretty strong. I know we said Mars can deal with it, but if you mess up a little bit, you will die. You need to have the spear ready to knock them away when they try to go towards you, God's Rebuke, all that. So if you can get the lane to shove out to you early, that's always helpful to at least survive the first few waves, but they are there to make sure they protect the first wave. They'll kill you if you're trying to do that trick. So you'll have to earn the equilibrium from here, which is a bit tricky with the Keeper of the Light, since it's hard to contribute to the lane without ruining equilibrium.
Abed's going to have a couple of really strong first few waves, because Maureen Sniper, once he gets to like level 3, the scatter shot just does so much damage on this hero. And I think it
Dire's turret has been killed.
should go through Flame Guard pretty easily. I don't know if he wants to still max Flame Guard in this, but he might anyway, just to try and reduce some of the damage that he's taking.
Yeah, there don't need to be a lot of stacks. Ember can at least clear stacks pretty easily, especially with the help of a Coddle. So it'll be a tough time in the mid lane, but with the few double stacks that he goes and farms, you can still hit 6 at a good time and become the playmaker that Sniper isn't, right? That's how you deal with this hero. You don't beat him in the lane typically unless you can gank, which this time they can't. You're going to need to be able to make plays. Yeah, you don't beat him in the lane. You just do your best to survive. Have to take a beating. The living armor
Doesn't quite get the chains in the wave, or under the tower.
Living armor could come online soon at level 2, and then maybe you can use that to help protect your Ember a little bit. I don't think Nature's Grasp... I mean, you could use it to kill Lion, but it's not really going to do anything for you versus the Timber Saw.
No.
You can go for that QW combo at level 2 if you think you can get kills, but... I guess you'll take it if you catch Lion too far up.
It's not going to be a super fun lane for the Treant Protector against, a Timber Saw. Crit's kind of baiting him. He's like, yeah, walk into these trees. The Timber Saw definitely won't press Q.
Does throw an attack, so Fly will know that they do see him. He did go for the Q, so let's see if it can pay off. Can they get crit? Oh, Peepo White's
he's
done.
trying so hard. Those sentries are like 1 pixel away from seeing each other.
Placement matters.
Nice shackle there. Bonus damage in for Tomato. Gonna try and finish the kill there with the blood grenade, but that bonus damage expires pretty quickly. They are doing a good job at keeping this lane low so they can actually secure themselves the Lotus.
Bottom lane going fine for VP, but mid and top showing that you're gonna need some help. You just have to survive till Ember has 6. Because you can't really help each other with these supports. It has to be Ember. Hellscream's doing his best,
offlane's
though,
looking-
creep dragging and double stacking to give some recovery gold later on. But this is where Gyro being such a fast natural farmer, like if it's someone slower like Abaddon, you can do this and they fall behind a little bit. But Gyrocopter, like, oh yeah, go ahead, I'll jungle, I can match what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised with how little CS the Mars has in the offlane.
Caudle has had to blast some. So combined, they're okay. It's not great, but
your courier. Oh no! It's
wait. He may
does
not have
see
seen it
it?
in the tree.
Okay, he really needs the wind lace. So
Courier micro.
Radiant's top tower is
Yeah.
under attack.
what is
Very
going
generous.
on here?
Very generous
in
of
this
Snake
top
King.
lane? Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you, he was focused on his own courier protecting it. I don't think he noticed the enemy courier slip by him. Living armor now
Mid
online.
lane, Abed. They're gonna go for the dive here. 3 heroes showing up. Searing
Sniper
Chains does
kinda
connect.
low.
The sniper is really low. They're gonna go for the Nature's Grasp, but it's not enough to close the gap. He will survive. Those 3-point Searing Chains. It's a lot of damage early on, but he's not gonna have level 6 here on Abed for that power rune. Sniper does have it now. And Fly tried to go for the D ward. He's gonna end up dying for this one.
Last
First
auto
blood
attack
goes to
finishes the
crit.
job.
Yeah, very nicely done.
You do get a little lucky with the rune, though. Haste for the Ember. Great playmaking rune, so now you just need to get 6. Or maybe you let Snaking walk right into you.
I mean, this would be a great kill. He's got a snowball to buy himself some time. Marine can't really help him. He has to pop the haste rune here. Maybe looking to dive, but still not level 6, man. 5.5. He is so underleveled. 17 denies. As many denies as he has last hits.
It's a good counter pick for that reason.
Yeah,
You
that's
were
not ideal.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the rotation in, actually, right? Caudle and Treant show up. Sniper does get low, but then he walks away. So you just don't have the heroes to really gank him, which is why they go for this counter pick, and it is currently paying off. Getting that Tusk kill does help save your game a little bit. You need to keep finding more. You're going to need several more pickoffs like that. Or maybe go do the stacks that Hellscream has been making up on the side here. That's also a good amount
These
of
are going to
harm.
need to be cleaned up at some point. Scan comes out so they know someone's camping the mid lane here, looking for these kills. And with Snake King showing up as well, they're just going to try lane mid. Make
Trying to
sure
keep the
that this
catapult
tier 1
alive.
tower goes down. Yeah, keeping the catapult alive. He's drinking, but he's spamming the catapult for more damage. Abed will finally get level 6, sees the lion, as they're going to try and just find the kill. Able to dodge the snowball. He can't. He doesn't get it in time. And Snake King trades for this one, but you got Abed again.
Keep your tower alive. Oh, lose your Wind Ranger, though.
Yep. You're level 6 on the Timber Saw before the Wind Ranger, and, you know, that's kind of how this matchup goes. You would really hope you get the level 6 on someone else, but Amar was the one who took the Wisdom Shrine, so...
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Now, Saberlight, he's doing okay this time, but here comes the gank since mid lane is free now. Blammo
Oh,
from
boy.
the Sniper. Bringing it
Forgot
back.
you always say, yeah, we're bringing it back. Bring it back, Blammo. Here we go.
He's been out of the meta. Gotta take advantage while he's here.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So Wind Ranger does get her level 6. Doesn't have a javelin or anything like that to play with. Just like treads pretty much at this point. So we'll see what he can get done. Skitter's going to rotate in. There's going to be the snowball to cut him off. He's got nowhere to go, just trapped underneath the tower. Searing Chains onto 3. Abed's going to go in with the urn as well onto Snake King. Hellscream now making the rotation in. But do they have the damage? They get the kill onto 1. Taking down Amar would be huge, but Abed can't chase, it seems.
If you had more urn charges, maybe you could, but he only had the 1 from dying. And unfortunately, Tusk did die, but he was out of range, actually, even with the slight buff to the charge range. Did not get any. They're trying to get the sniper now, though. This smoke looks like it should connect. They have Arena available.
Very nice kill if they can actually finish it off. Searing Chains will come in, stops the Tusk from closing the gap, and now Snaking in trouble because they're going to have another set of spells here in just a moment. Yep, there it is, the second Searing Chains thanks to Hellscream on the Keeper of the Light. They've got to keep this tempo going. Snowball coming through. Faded back towards Saberlight, but Amar is here now on this. Dude, the Searing Chains are constant. What is happening? They're going to be able to get Amar as well.
Caudle has level 2 Chakra Magic, so that is 4 seconds off the cooldown on Chains. Chains is only a 10-second cooldown. It's got 3-second duration, so it's pretty much 50% uptime right now, and that's only going to go up as Chakra Magic gets leveled up.
Yeah. The Searing Chains damage, I mean, this is the thing, like, we knew you're going to max Chains in this matchup. It's so much damage. It's deceiving still in terms of how much damage it does. All right, very nice play there from VP. Back on the board is going to help out Tomato a little bit with that rotation mid lane, but mostly the Ember Spirit who was struggling, as well as the Mars.
Hellscream and Ember are going to have to start playing together. Get that Chakra Magic value. Spam those Searing Chains.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Caudle is so farmed already. A lot of stacks that have already paid off. He's been involved in 5 of their kills. And that means Solar Bind is available, which makes it a little bit scary to play around Caudle now once he has the ult. Tusk going down in the mid lane.
They wanted to keep that mid tower alive. They're trying to use Living Armor. Lion, can you keep him alive? Overgrowth, that should
Very
finish
nice
the job.
Overgrowth. Oh, they have an arena too.
Timber, actually.
Saberlight's made the rotation bottom. All right, that's going to be 2 more kills. And Abed as well as Hellscream are smoking, looking for this sniper.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That'd be a
I mean, if they
huge
get
kill.
Malrine
You
here
can get one
as
more.
well. Okay, he's TPing bottom. They see the TP
They
coming
see him,
through the
though.
trees, I believe. With this one, Malrine. Oh, the Spirit. It kind of hits in a
away.
little bit of an awkward fashion, but the Ember is back. Searing Chains will catch both of them. Turns his attention to the Tusk first. Remnants back to safety. Another Spirit comes through. Lion's in trouble. Falcons, you guys are bleeding heavily here. This Caudle is doing insane work.
We said VP would need to step it up if they wanted to win game 2. And they've done exactly that. They seem so much more comfortable with these heroes. The abilities are connecting. The movements are being made. Falcons getting caught off guard. I don't think Falcons... See, the problem is they can't really make plays since they went for this counter pick. It's the Lion that is going to need to start stuff with the Blink. I guess you could make Tusk do it too, but that's your position 5 Tusk, so it's going to take ages, and he's queued up the Guardian Greaves for now. So it's all in the hands of VP to make the plays, and you have to react accordingly. But so far, choosing the wrong fights. I don't think they should have actually gone for that bottom one. Maybe didn't realize the Ember and the Caudle were so close.
With this We'll see what the itemization is going to look like here for these teams, because we've got the Vessel done on the Ember Spirit like we've seen. Not as many forms of Dispels this game as opposed to last time, right? Like we had the Tidehunter and the Abaddon, which made the Vessel very difficult to use, as well as like an early Lotus on this Timbersaw. But right now, this Vessel is going to do some serious work combined with the damage they're bringing in from this Keeper of the Light spam. 14-minute Wisdom Shrine is about to spawn, and this smoke is definitely what they're intending to secure. Scan's going to connect. Amar would be a great find. There's going to be the Searing Chains does come through. The arena is not needed quite yet. The Spear sends them very far, but they have a second Chains. Gets the other two on the right side with Abed's Remnant as well, but the question is, can they go further into this fight? Up onto the high ground, Abed trying to get into this. We'll see what they can get done. Hellscream's put himself in a really weird spot, stuck in the trees, just trying to get to the Ember Spirit.
Every little bit added up there for Abed. He barely survives. I think a little less than 20 health when the Assassinate hit him. But Fly gets enough healing in. Someone has a Polywog Charm, and they used it on the Ember in the middle of the fight. Everything added up to keep him alive there. And successfully
They really took that
stealing the
into
Wisdom
a
Shrine,
weird
too.
direction, because they had the arena, and I thought they would just, like, you know, when they got the 2 hero Searing Chains there next to the tower, I was like, all right, they're just going to arena these guys, but they don't. They weren't really ready to follow it up. They will have arena still if they want to look for another kill, and it looks like that's exactly what they're doing topside. Trying to scout out Amar. He will do it. Malrine! Oh,
Onto
what
both?
a rough time to TP on in. He's just going to get deleted. Oh, what a shackle, and what a setup from Fly on the Treant Protector.
That's the strength of the new Nature's guys. He would not be able to be invis right now. Falcons underestimating that a little. Now they're going to find Tusk in the mid lane. He was trying to push it out while his team had lost the top fight. But Skitter's actually joining in on this.
Oh, that's a good turnaround. They got the damage to get the kill, but the question is, can you get away from Abed? He's got chains and just... Okay, he's so fast with the Afterburner. 200 bonus move speed. He's gone. The Lion, maybe not so lucky. Spear. Oh, my God.
Didn't even get moved by the spear. Just died.
Bing bong. That is, yeah, that's a bing bong moment for sure.
VP
I mean, we knew it
ready
was
to
gonna-
play here in game 2.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of those things. Like, a lot of their heroes synergize a lot better this game, and to right now, just with how they're playing, it seems like this is a much more comfortable strategy. I like the Ember Spirit being a lot more enabled this time as opposed to last time. This is a hero that is one of the strongest of the patch, so if you give this hero a good start and some good matchups, it can be pretty devastating to play against.
Chains hitting a
Abed
little
getting just-
late. Abed maybe still chasing.
He's got a Remnant back. He's just going to clear this wave, I think, and leave.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Malrine does have his Aghanim Scepter, so this is going to be the build for the Sniper. I'm curious where he goes after this.
I don't always love the Ags build, but this game I can kind of see why he's doing it, because the Gyrocopter and the Timber can't really initiate, but they bring a lot of damage. So you're going to try to assassinate and hope that's enough time for the Lion or the Tusk to get close, for a rocket to land, or maybe just to burst him straight down.
Topside. Shackles is out. Lion again deleted. He's having a rough game now. As Amar should be fine to get away here. Well, I say that. Ember is going to get some more mana and more spells to play with. No Remnants, however. But I like that they're continuing to play aggressive.
That's how you have to play around the Keeper, right? You gotta go fast. Chakra Magic to keep everyone topped up on mana. Illuminate plus this Holy Locket. Keep everyone healthy. Get some help from the Treant Protector as well. And the shard should be done soon to get the vision going as well. Yeah, just a little bit more money for that. At this point, maybe you wait to see if you get it from the Tormentor, and then you could just save that money, go straight to the mech. But I suppose if he buys his own, who is it, Ember and Coddle? I mean, that's some pretty good shards, actually, as well. So maybe you do just buy it and let them get it from the Tormentor.
I think either is fine. I'm realizing like neither of these teams have like a really good early Roche lineup, so we're not going to be seeing like the pressure for like a sub 20 Roche into the Tormentor play. That's pretty common. Arena comes out, traps Amar into the Spirit Vessel rotation from Abed. He's got the chains. Overgrowth on the other side from Fly will be what secures Snaking. A second follow-up route. Snowball's going to come through to just buy him some time, but nowhere to go. They'll get themselves 2 more kills for themselves. And mid lane, Shackle into the focus fire. It's a lot of damage. This is a newly finished Mjolnir, and Maureen, he's dead.
They're playing fast. They're going every which way. This is the weakness of the sniper. You're great in the lane, but they never dewarded this from earlier.
They just see the ward now. They're like, uh-oh, Skitter gonna drop the call down. Hex out there from Crit. Trying to set up the spear here from Saberlight. Doesn't quite connect. He's still on the run. Crit's gonna die, but guess what? Another Shackle comes through. The chains are never ending.
Okay, you kill bottom. Falcons thinks, okay, we gotta go push out mid top. You get punished mid by the Wind Ranger, and everyone who killed bottom has already rotated top to get everyone trying to push top, which I think Falcons should have known, because earlier when Crit died, he placed the sentry. He should have seen that observer. So just not expecting VP to move up here that quickly. Oh, Fly. Yeah, you know what? Well-deserved shard. Earlier on that Timber kill, yeah, he instantly judges that Timber is dead, so he just goes to find another target. Those are the real quick decisions you have to make at this level. You can't overcommit on a single hero, or you're just going to miss out on extra kills. Starts to get the trees placed.
What I'm realizing is he did place that sentry at nighttime, so it is possible, like from the direction he placed it, that he didn't see the ward on that area. But either way, it ends up being very fortunate for the side of VP, and with a 10,000 gold lead here at 20 minutes, they are just continuing to play aggressive. The Arena is going to find Maureen. They're baiting him, but, I mean, I don't know how long this is going to work out for. There's going to be the Searing Change. The spear is out, and Maureen is dead. The chase now going to continue. They do manage to take the Wisdom Shrine, which is a silver lining there as it goes the way of Snaking, but not going to be able to survive or find anything else here. Tier 2 tower now under siege from the Wind Ranger.
Tomato getting really farmed now. A full item ahead of the Gyrocopter at this point. Roche now very doable for a Wind Ranger. Though I guess you might need Focus Fire, and that just got used on the tower. So maybe wait 30 seconds. If you just keep auto-attacking, you'll do it eventually. Or Chakra Magic him, and then he'll only have 10 seconds left to go.
I mean, they're just going to keep trying to look for kills with Abed, it seems. Top side, Fly. I think they saw him under a ward sentry, but it gives them the vision anyway on the Snaking. The follow-up route here will connect. He's going to be able to snowball for some time, but he should be able to finish the kill here eventually. Oop, Drinking Buddies. Hold up. Spear is going to get him. There's even a Remnant from downtown just in case. He's gone for an early Aghanim Scepter. First item Ags, just to make sure that they can stick on these heroes. Bottom lane Amar trying to get away here from Tomato. Up onto the high ground with the Timber Chain. The damage is not quite there, but they need to be careful. Because the Ember Spirit, he's going to chase for them. Crit in some trouble. Vessel is out. A few auto attacks is all that is needed as they now get the Searing Chains. And the Arena is back. Maureen cannot escape. It's a non-stop massacre from VP. They're just running them over.
The sniper pick has now backfired. We have yet to see Falcons really be able to make a play. They went for the lane counter. The idea was to shut him down. he won't have a game. You know, we'll just farm up, get really strong, A-click down a lane. They'll have to deal with us. But once you actually fall behind, you really don't have anything to do. And I really don't know when that changes. It would have been the blink on Lion. He has it now. You're 13k behind. I mean, who can you get at this point when VP is always playing together? It's the Treant. And that's just a position 5. That doesn't feel that good to send a lot of heroes to.
Try getting him with all the eyes in the forest he's placed everywhere, right? Like, our observer's pointing out, he's got eyes on both twin gates and in the jungle areas next to them, right? So he's just got full vision on where Falcons could be playing.
Gonna lose one of those eyes.
He's gonna
now.
start finding one of them.
But that's the scouting you need. Even as you lose the eyes, you know they're up here. So Fly looking around, has run into Snake King.
It's like, oh, awkward. I know you're here. Yeah, and with this quick follow-up spear into the damage is enough. Another kill going their way. And meanwhile, Abed, he's managed to find crit. They do manage to buy him a little bit of time, but it's definitely not enough to survive. Both supports down on the side of Falcons as they ping the mid-tier 2 tower.
The way this game is going, I think we're only going to get one Blammo. I'm
One
not sure there's
Blammo?
gonna be another.
Oh, no.
Is under attack. Dire's top tower is under
Blammo enjoyers in shambles.
Fly has the full Guardian Greaves, a Lotus, Greater Lotus soon if he makes his way to the Lotus pool. Just keep your team alive. Got the Holy Lockets. There's so much healing from this lineup.
Yeah.
And that's the last outer tower down. All the towers gone. Eyes in the forest. Wards also down on the map. You have your pick of the entire field. Where do you guys want to go? Who do you want to gank? We see everything. You have, what, 3 minutes on Aegis as well. So you're not even forced to push right now. You can just wait, grow the lead even further, and if Falcons dares to step out of the base, you'll know exactly when they go.
Well, dude, the damage is so fast. Arena, it's only going to catch Snake King, but they were trying to grab Amar. Meanwhile, Focus Fire will push him outside of this fight anyway, and now Snake King in too deep to escape. They will get themselves a second kill. Again, both supports down for the side of Falcons. As that Focus Fire is still going, he's going to chase after Amar a little bit here. Try and put a little bit more pressure. Chains somehow only catches the sniper, but he just gets speared right back into the center of the fight, and Malreen's got nowhere to go. The Solar Bind just keeping him at bay. And Abed's not done. He can just continue to play around with all these remnants. Constantly getting his mana pool and spells refreshed here by the Keeper of the Light. Tier 3 tower about to fall. We'll see if they can keep it alive, but still 2 minutes plus on this Aegis. Ooh, nice dodge on Amar. Okay.
That would have been a death sentence right there. It's not going to stop them from continuing to work on these buildings, though. And even though they're being chipped down by spells, Illuminates come out, more living armor spam. If you would let him punch a creep, he could leech seed you guys as well, but keep destroying the creep waves instantly.
Those are their gold. Excuse them. I mean, they haven't even had to use the Guardian Greaves, and he has the Greater Lotus as well in his backpack, so like they have so much sustain still available, and they just don't even need it. Mid tower is down. I imagine we're going to see a similar push on top side here in a moment. 21,000 gold ahead. Amar goes outside of the base. I think they see him. Shackle is there. He's dead.
You were not allowed to leave your base. How dare he even think about it? Very sneaky eyes placed. I don't think they had that when they killed him, did they? I think he just
No, I
did
think
that?
Tomato saw him. I think Tomato just happened to get a glimpse of him. Shackles
They actually
again.
do catch the sniper.
Can they close the gap? Mars goes in, actually gets stunned right away. He was really hoping to get the arena placed, but oh, he still does. It traps Malreed. He's so dead. Chains onto 2 outside their own fountain. There's going to be the shackle. Focus fire onto the gyrocopter. He's looking to try and dive the base here. We'll see if he can get away with it. The shards actually don't manage to trap Tomato. Skitter will live, but at what cost? This game has been an absolute steamroller.
VP haters, where you at? Stepped up in game number 2. They're gonna bring this to a game 3. Falcons holding on to the very end, but your Timber side is supposed to be your tankiest hero. Dying straight through, like you said.
Beyond godlike. I mean, this Wind Ranger is terrifying. I don't know how you kill this hero, because, well, she's going to have Aegis expiring in a couple of seconds. They're going to try and make the chance. They want to get some distance. There's going to be the Finger of Death.
He's
she
gaining
gets the
health.
Aegis restoration at the perfect time. Beautiful Force Staff to get out of the base, and they are fully reset, ready to go. They get the buyback out of Amar, which they might just continue to chase. They do. They just spear him back into the low ground, and he is dead right away. Another Bing Bong from Saberlight.
All right, last lane. It's worked 2 times before. Just run it again. Wind Ranger hits it. You living armor the Wind Ranger. You illuminate spam. Just kidding. We'll leave. Fly will see you all exiting the base. Overgrowth on everybody. It's going to keep him alive long enough. Not quite. But here come the rest of the team.
It gives time for Abed to go in, though. And there's the arena follow-up. Oh, my God. Fly, the Overgrowth to win the game, dies for it, but it gives his team everything they need. GG comes out, and we're going to a game 3.
Sometimes you are the eyes in the forest. The hero gets it done himself. Sees them all exit. They really don't have many plays left, right? You have everything. You have top lane warded. You have mid lane warded. I think there's literally a ward in the base as the game ends from a previous fight.
Yeah.
So they knew there's only one path left. You just sit there. Even if you die there, whatever. You'll reset. You'll get Roche. You'll close it out. An amazing performance from VP, especially when you consider game 1. That's a very strong mental bounce back, since that was a rough one to lose. But the players on VP are pretty cheery. You know, like when you hear them in interviews, I don't think they get too down from that stuff. And it's really nice to see that actually be the case here in game 2. They beat Falcons. It's a best of one to qualify at this point. Falcons could genuinely not make it to a tournament. That's insane. The TI defenders right now, they could be knocked out by VP.
That would be a storyline for sure. I cannot imagine we'll be seeing Keeper of the Light make its way through the draft again, especially with something like an Ember Spirit. Again, I'm just going to keep saying, like, you need to enable this hero. Like, we know Ember's already very strong, but when he has something like that Coddle behind him to make him that much stronger in the mid game, it just snowballed out of control. I mean, the scoreline 41-8. Like, your 3 cores are 13-1, 13-2, and 10-1. Like, this is all enabled by the Keeper of the Light. Like, that's just how this works. So we'll see what happens, you know, with the next game draft. I pretty sure whoever has first pick is going to not have the option of the Keeper of the Light this time around.
No. And I think the Ember Spear will also be considered. I guess they like counter-picked it, but I think you need to address it more. Abed's been playing really well. I know he got more help in this game number 2, but I don't know if you really want to give him the Ember Spirit game number 3 after a performance like that. But you can't ban everything. Someone's gonna have to slip through. So that'll be for Falcons aside in this break. They also use this time to think about the game. So everybody go get your. Maybe we'll see Milkshake. Maybe the Milkshake hero will slip through if we're shifting the bans too much. Everyone get ready for what could be a very exciting game number 3. After short break, we'll see you then.
You wanna go? If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand, waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't
out of my mind. But you don't go messing around with a girl like that. A girl like that. You know she's gonna take your heart and you're never gonna get it back. So don't go messing with a girl like that.
We're back, everybody, into the last game of the Western European qualifiers here for Dream League Season 28. It is Virtus.pro taking on Team Falcons, and we are in game number 3. Tied 1-1, a best of one now decides which of these two teams will make it, which one will be denied entry to Dream League. I mean, probably not where a lot of people thought we would be after game 1, but boy, what a turnaround. A turnaround unlike no other, almost.
Is it a turnaround if they were winning for most of the game? Turnaround from game 1 to game 2, though, to be fair. Like you said. I think that sniper pick really backfired on Falcons, where Ember, when picked early, especially with a Caudle, is not meant to win the lane to begin with, right? Because you know you're going to get countered.
Yeah.
Your true goal is to play later with the Keeper, the Light, and that's something that Sniper can't really address, especially because something Falcons often does once they fall behind is have the supports take the big risks so the cores can farm. Usually that works out, but in this game where you have the Lion and the Tusk, they are the playmakers. The Sniper, the Gyro, the Timber, all of them are farming. And if you know that Lion and Tusk are pushing a lane aggressively and they're dead because of it, you're not worried about, oh, we might lose a hero top because we killed the support down here. Just kidding. Like, they don't have another stun left, you know? We're totally fine. It's an Ember Spirit. He can run wherever he wants. Everyone can run wherever they want. So I think that's something that the lineup works if you win the lanes and you can just run down whatever tower you want. Which obviously, if you're Falcons, you would assume, yeah, we can win the lanes. You know, like, we're Falcons, of course. Yeah. But there is a downside when you do that, and it doesn't quite work.
I think the Wind Ranger pick ended up being a lot better than I thought it was going to be. Like, I knew it was going to be a good pick for the lane because it gives them, the ability to kind of create some distance between them and, like, this off-lane Timbersaw. But... well, at the time, we didn't know it was going to be offlane Timbersaw, but it was, it's a decent matchup into the Gyrocopter. You've got a Tree and Protector in front of you. Like, overall, it's a strong lane. Ends up being better than I thought, for sure. I think the other thing that was kind of surprising in this game was just yes, we knew that they were going to try and enable Abed's Ember Spirit, but, like, this Mars offlane as well also had a pretty free game. Like, we started seeing a lot of attention of, like, putting 3 heroes mid with Malrine's Sniper to try and take the early tower and put pressure on the Ember Spirit, but then it just allowed these side lanes to get tons of experience as well. Meanwhile, Hellscream's, like, stacking on the Caudle.
Yeah, I think Hellscream did great that game. This is why position 4 is often considered the conceptually hardest role, because it's so unique every game, like how you have to adjust. Everyone else is like, yeah, I kind of play my lane, I move sometimes. But this time, he had to creep drag, he had to stack, he had to help his mid, and you have to balance all of that really well, which I think he nailed. There's, I'm sure, some nitpicking you could do, but for the most part, he was able to make sure his Mars did not get shut down by what is a very scary lane, right? The Tusk Gyrocopter, you have tools against it. But still, you mess one skill shot up, you get run down by Afterburner, tag team, everything. So he made sure Mars had a game, got enough farm to get online, made sure Ember got the help he needed into a very tough matchup on the Sniper, and then just followed him behind, right? He wasn't in the wrong positions too often. He was constantly near Ember, which is really hard. Like, Ember's running around these fights with the remnants, but Hellscream was chasing behind on his horse, like, please wait, here's a little bit more mana, come back here. Doing a great job.
Now, I also just like the decision to go for first item Aghanim Scepter on the Ember Spirit. Like, he knows he's going to have, and then pick up a really early shard after that as well. Like, he just goes Ags into the shard after the Vessel. And the Aghanim Scepter this game did so much work because it just gives him so much more reach to play around. Like, he knows he has so many low cooldowns. So if he throws out a Remnant, hits the Searing Chains, he knows by the time he closes the gap and walks up to them, he's going to have a second Searing Chains because of the Caudle. He's like, oh, I got you? All right, I'm walking right back up. I'm going to hit you with the Slight Chains again. Yeah, like, I'm just going to root you in place again. and ended up being a really good tool for them to use in the fights, like, and just further kind of, amplify the contributions of the Keeper of the Light. I think overall, this was probably the best we've seen VP look in these qualifiers. Like, this isn't like the only game that they've won by any means. Like, they took a 2-0 over Enigma Galaxy just yesterday, but this I think was the best that we've seen them look in a game.
Yeah. I will say, though, Keeper drafts often look that way. Like, if a Keeper draft is going well, you look amazing because you're playing so fast. But it is how you're supposed to play around that draft. It just feels really dominating. Like you mentioned, I doubt we will see the Keeper make its way through again. It is just fairly... You're spoiling.
Spoilers.
Well, you got the draft ready, and you can see what Ricky's laughing about is, as we were saying, that Falcons just opens with a Treant Keeper of the Light ban. So they did not like how that last game went. They're going to take both of them out. And even the
so
Ember
funny.
now,
You were literally
actually.
like,
5 seconds remaining.
it was like the moment you said Keeper of the Light, it was instantly banned. Like, the exact second. It was very good. Very, very comedic timing. But yeah, they even ban out the Ember Spirit. I think it's fine. I think this hero is worth a first phase ban, to be honest, like in against certain teams, because it is really strong. Even in games where it feels like it's countered, it still finds a way to have a lot of impact. As for VP here, they've got to decide what their last ban's going to be. I'm assuming it's the Clinks. But there's also the Slardar in the pool, so maybe it's going to be Slardar. If you ban
Clinks,
Slardar, then they get the Clinks, though. Yeah, and then you don't have Slardar.
Yeah. But then
maybe
they
leave them
could
both.
just take the Slardar, I feel.
Yeah, so they're going to take Tiny Ban. I think they just open Slardar. I agree. Now they do open the Clinks, so Slardar for VP potentially would be one of the counters we've been seeing more often.
Yeah, it's something. I mean, even Falcons did it when I forget who. I think it was Mao's picked Clinks against them. They responded with a Slardar.
10 seconds.
Though maybe that game's not the best example to draw from because I think they ultimately lost that game. But I still think the Slardar is a decent response. You get the Crows of Haze to keep track of him. You also don't let them have the Slardar because then they would have double negative armor, which would be very scary. So yeah, there it is. I think you have to keep in mind the Shadow Fiend carry now for VP because then you can combo
It's getting
that
banned.
negative armor with the ultimate negative armor with the aura negative armor from Shadow Fiend. I would say that's a safe ban, though Clink can also
Ooh, the
kill a
Warlock,
Shadow
though.
Fiend pretty quickly. So maybe they're trusting that.
I'm curious what they can pick here. I think Shadow Fiend is definitely on the table for VP. They banned the Tide. I think you just pick a Jakiro. Yep. For Fly, because I think you just want a really strong 5 position, and then you can have the option of the Shadow Fiend still. This hero combos great with the Shadow Fiend, especially with the Twin Terror Facet. It's a lot more physical damage from the auto attacks than people anticipate. And now you have the slow setup for the raises. It's strong. We'll see what they want to do here on Falcons. The Timbersaw is in the pool if they want to go for it. Snake King's got some of his favorite heroes still available. Could see that Crystal
what do you
Maiden
wanna-
come back, but maybe not with the Clinks. Maybe they want something a little bit more frontline. Could just be like a Tusk coming through.
I think you could pick the support duo here, but there is a chance this is a Slardar mid, and then they could have 2 picks to hard counter your safe lane if VP wanted to do that. So it's a little scary, but if you just pick a strong enough laner, like Clinks plus Crystal Maiden, like you mentioned, maybe the Enchantress comes out, right? There's only so many ways you can... There's only so much you can do to that lane when it's so strong. So I think it could be fine to reveal if you want to save the 18th pick for, I guess, your mid-off lane. Something flexible, perhaps. They're really thinking through this one.
Oh, they go back for the Venge. Okay, This was something they ran at the very beginning of the tournament. The Vengeful Spirit 5 with the Clinks. The lane is pretty strong, and Slardar, I can see this being a difficult lane for him as well, just because you can't really fight against the constant just range damage harassment. So I'm wondering what 4 position they might be able to bring in to help with that. Grab the Ringmaster as well. Some good saves there.
I think I really don't know who else you could
Shadow
pair.
Fiend plus something else.
I would like that. Well, the Venge swap is kind of scary as Shadow Fiend. You're a very positioning-based hero, so if Venge can swap you out, it's a bit of a pain. But I still think you can go for it. You just need someone else to, keep her distracted. I think you'll probably end up just creep dragging. I'm fine with Slardar as an off lane. You either need what in the world?
Okay, a hero that definitely benefits from minus armor. Can close the gap on the Clinks. The biggest thing we've been seeing is you need to be able to get onto Clinks. Or have a hero with enough attack range to just shoot the Clinks, which was Shadow Fiend earlier, but this is a great gap closer.
We saw Wind Ranger as a response to Clinks before, which is why she was banned out. And part of that is the reason that Wind Run, Clinks doesn't like to buy the MKB, and then she can also just sprint to the Clinks and focus him down. Phantom Assassin is similar in that regards, right? You have evasion, it's maybe a little less than Wind Run, but it's up more often. And then you have a jump to get close to the Clinks and try to nuke him down with the Slardar. I guess crit him down would be more appropriate for a Phantom Assassin. You're trying to kill him off real quick. But we do not see this hero a lot right now. So I'm a little worried for the laning stage. He is with a Jakiro. That's a pretty strong laner. Couldn't really ask for better to get you through that.
Towards the end of the reserve time here, I feel like this has to be the 4 position that you need to pick up for this offlane Slardar, because the pool's going to dwindle very fast if it's not. Okay, it's going to be the Clockwork. Instant Huskar. Oh, wow. They didn't even think about it.
I think they thought about it long ago when the bans didn't ban Huskar. The Huskar pickers were ready to grab him.
10 seconds remaining.
I was wondering what the Ringmaster was
Huskar.
for. I think so. Unless you give a super free mid matchup, then maybe he would go there. But this should bully the PA. She has some evasion to try to dodge some of the burning spears, but it's still a big pain. Huskar's got to be a little careful because he gets low and she has a lot of physical damage. So if you get late enough, the PA should do fine versus the Huskar, but the early game is very scary. I wasn't sure what this Ringmaster was for. It's generically a good hero, but I think it works well with the Huskar without completely revealing it's a Huskar pick you're interested in. You do have a save to help keep Huskar alive in the Escape Act, while being a decent laner to pair with this Burning Spear Harass, which is just... both side lanes are now so annoying for VP. People are just going to be orb walking you down. The W key. Press W to win is Falcon's strat right here.
5 seconds.
This is why just the Shadow Fiend pick felt safer. I get that you're worried about the Vengeful Spirit swap, but you just don't get cheese picked like that, right? You can't play Huskar into a Shadow Fiend lane. That was just going to be a disaster. But now this offlane Huskar, I mean, they're anticipating it being Malrine in the mid lane that's taking this, but I think you might just take this offlane for Amar, and he just runs at the PA. We'll take a look at the last set of bans here, though, as they ban out Shadow Fiend and Sniper from Falcons, and then on VP, they're banned out the Mars, the last ban here. What could it be?
10 seconds remaining.
Man, I don't even know. I am.
Centaur. Okay. I mean, it's a good Stampede game.
Yeah, at this point, you just need initiation, right? Huskar and Clinks, they are the damage. The supports will help provide utility. Just anyone who just, I blink in, I stun. Mars, Centaur,
Yeah.
perfect for that role. Maybe you could do Axe? Blade Mail Axe, classic versus PA?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
A lot of the other
I mean, maybe
offlaners
there's
were
a new
banned
build
out.
for PA. Yeah, I don't know if there's a new build for PA that people have been trying. I haven't seen this hero that much. I know there's other teams that have picked it, but you and I have not had the chance to see a Phantom Assassin quite yet in this event.
Last game, snuck it in.
All right, Falcon's about to reveal where these lanes are going. Because, again, it could be mid or off lane Huskar. We don't really know quite yet. In terms of the mid hero pool, there's still a decent amount left. And it's going to be Underlord that they go for. So they will just run the Huskar in the mid lane, which explains the sniper ban.
I thought he was going to go... Oh, well, I guess Jakiro could have been...
10 seconds remaining.
Could have been there. I was thinking for a second, I was thinking about the clockwork interaction with Huskar, which will matter later on in the game, just not on the laning stage, where power cogs does not affect Huskar because you have no mana. For a second in my head, I was thinking position 5 clock, so you put the Huskar there, but... Yeah, they got the Jakiro. That's probably just a creep dragon clockwork.
Okay, it's actually a really good pick. It is pretty much one of the go-to counters to the mid lane Huskar. And people are probably like, but why? You just die to Burning Spears. That is correct. You do. But instead of playing in the lane, you just TP globally around with an urn and you try to find kills. Now, I think it's a really good response to Huskar when you have really strong side lanes. I don't know if you do, right? Like, Jakiro's very strong. Saberlight and Hellscream, like, on this double melee lane versus Venge Clinks. Like, that's the one that scares me. I don't know if I'll be able to actually, like, close the gap and find any kills here. Maybe Hellscream can get some creep dragging in that puts, you know, Snaking into a weird spot. And then Nature's Prophet can TP in, but this is kind of a Hail Mary last pick.
If you go early enough, we mentioned you're just going to constantly use Searing Arrows with the Wave of Terror to whittle down VP in that lane. But if you commit early enough and teleport Natures early, then they are low health heroes, the Venge and the Clangs. Like, you can kill them really quickly. So if you can use your Sprout to let the Slardar get close enough, let the Clockwork get close enough, you could pick up some kills there, TP back to your mid lane. It's going to force you to spend your teleports, have to spend some money on that, but it could help salvage those side lanes that look a little tricky, and you'll still farm mid because you're a ranged hero just like Huskar. You can keep your distance, Sprout to block him off when he's getting a little bit too close. It's only once he gets to level 6 that you get really scared that he'll ult you and kill you before you can TP out, because with 1 point in the silence, he can stop your W. You have to have a Town Portal Scroll at that point. I like
This
it.
should be a really
You do
fun
need to
game.
find kills, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the way you deal with Huskar is you kind of just ignore him, and he like runs around angrily, like yelling, "Fight me!" And you're just like, "No, I'm not. I'm gonna go do other things. Like, I'm not gonna fight you." So this is it. The make or break. The final game. One team goes home. The other makes it to DreamLeague. It is Virtus.pro versus Team Falcons. Game number 3. And Malrine on his really, really fun Huskar. We'll see the sweet release. Okay. This facet did get a series of buffs, and I think it is pretty good. It's just like Phantom Assassin hasn't been super popular, so I am curious to see if it's going to matter in any of the fights in the mid game, because there are times when, you know, you could get like a kill on a hero and then suddenly a bunch of people get like bonked by daggers. Yeah,
I wonder if we're going to see the Ags this game. They swapped it. This is kind of what took her out of the meta, is they swapped the Ags and the Shard, and they tried to adjust the numbers, but people just didn't like it enough. But the Ags is, in theory, pretty good here. The break and the max HP damage that now pierces BKB could be a fantastic way to deal with the Huskar if it reaches that point. You don't need to get it early, but later on it can be good. It can also help you kill the Clinks pretty quickly. The break versus the Underlord can help protect your damage versus Atrophy Aura.
They're going to get Maureen. They're going to wrap around. He is taking a beating here already, trying to get the heal off and maybe buy himself some time, but First Blood goes to fly on the Jakiro. Tried really hard to get it on that Nature's Prophet, get him closer to that urn, but Sprout damage just barely wasn't enough.
They had to leave some money in the mid lane, couldn't pick it up. That's the downside of this Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. He had to go cauterize level 1 on Maureen as a result.
I think that's actually not too strange. You just like right click a lot even without burning spears at level 1. You can honestly hurt yourself, especially versus Nature's, because he could just TP home and TP back out and you're just really low. So
yeah.
I think we do. I have seen Huskars take Berserker's Blood level 1, especially versus ranged heroes, so you just have good attack speed for the last hits.
That's fair. That makes sense. Okay. Hellscream doing the creep dragging here. Gets the block as well. Nicely done.
Snaking. Keeping this creep wave alive, though, so you can just match the creep block. Skitter will still be farming, but at least so will Saberlight. And it's these weird situations where you do have to be careful of the natures, right? You get caught up while dragging creep trying to match them. Suddenly he turns on you, power cogs, and Abed comes in with an urn. They get a quick kill.
As for this bottom lane, Fly is level 2 on the Jakiro thanks to that First Blood, so he's a little scary. Don't want to let him get like a full combo onto you or anything.
The free damage on Liquid Fire got nerfed. It was 100 before, now it's only 75. But once you use Liquid Frost with Dual Breath, that's about the same damage it was before. So just your level 1's weaker, and then when you get First Blood, your level 1 is over a lot faster.
That is true.
Yeah, despite being first-blooded, you do see the Huskar doing Huskar things. 11 and 10 for last hits and denies. It's very annoying. Even though you don't die to the Huskar, it is still very tough to get the last hits you want.
Oh, the high ground miscalculated. He's got a Sprout. He should be fine. So the real question, how close is he? Okay, he has the urn. I was going to say, how close is he to urn? Because you just rush it, no other items when you're playing the Nature's Prophet into this matchup. And then you just hope that your side lanes can get someone somewhat low for you to play around.
He's got to be a little careful if he TPs because he himself is low. So you don't want to just feed a mid kill to the side lanes. That would have the complete opposite effect. But it puts you in a weird spot because if you TP home, then you can't TP to the side lanes, which is what you want here. So
I think he's sending out some regen, maybe.
Really wants his team to find a kill. Oh, he was thinking about it. He really wants them to find a fight so he can show up, get the urn, and he'll be able to heal himself with that. Won't have to TP home.
You need your level 2 on the clockwork here for sure, and if you want to have any chance of that. Mid lane, Maureen, he
has no boots.
Yeah, Maureen putting a lot of pressure in with his boots.
He's going bottom.
Bottom lane, here it comes. Amar in some trouble, trying to get healed up. Abed is gonna die first. No, they get the kill and then trade though. 2 for 1. A nice win there from Falcons, and the money, yeah.
Crit's almost level 4 now. Big winner from that sequence of events. Tama's got to be careful. Crit can nuke him down if he hurt him dropping items. I think he's a pro player. He does it quick.
All right, off the
The
back of that, you
downside
at
of-
least have your earn charges, but
Yeah, the downside of having to rush this urn is that you don't get boots, which is why Malrine is able to get so much damage in every time he chases Abed. 26 and 20. Oh my god, what a clinic.
he's salved bottom. He's already down to like no HP again. Just
That's
constant
high-level-
pressure from the impalement arts.
Yeah, high level ringmaster. These are painful abilities to get hit by.
Ooh, the courier, nice grab. Is Hellscream
Got
actually just
him.
dragging mid-wave? This is
He's-
an interesting way to address the Huskar. If he can get it to pull the lane, he just not only saves his mid lane tower, but will eventually give this wave over to, you know, one of his other heroes. He just needs to get away from Snake King and TP.
Huskar's on the way.
He's just... What is this?
It's space for Abed. It's working.
Yeah.
Abed gets a
I mean,
D
eventually-
ward.
oh, he just doesn't quite see that ward yet.
Oh, the creeps are gonna see it. Oh,
no.
unlucky. Unlucky.
Easy deny.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Dude, this
Now, which
catapult has
laner-
been running around in the woods for a minute straight.
This isn't where
It's
I'm
like,
meant
come on,
to
I want to
be.
siege something, please.
Hellscream has decided he likes his lane partner a little more. He's like, hey, you want a mid wave? Bring it up here.
This is like, all right, cool, dude, I guess. Saberlight's sick, free extra XP, I'll take it.
I mean, if you think about it, it's not like
Bottom lane.
Abed was getting it anyways.
Big fight here in the bottom lane. They're going to jump in, try to get the kill onto Amar. They do. The daggers bouncing back and forth. They get two trees. That was
Abed's
like
net worth
almost
skyrocketing.
100 extra gold.
Yeah, you
7-minute
mentioned
wisdom.
it. The way you deal with Huskar is to not deal with Huskar. You'd love to expanded
Hellscream,
armature there. Get to a camp? Can he make it? High ground miss?
I don't think it's a lot of flaming spears on him. Skitter, top side, does have himself in a pretty awkward spot. They might just get themselves 2 more kills as the damage from Slardar racks up and Abed collecting the bounties. Here we are, man. This is how you play the Nature's Prophet into it. He's almost got the Spirit Vessel. No other items, just an urn.
An urn and a dream. But it's working. More urn charges than last hits just about. But finally getting some space here now that you've made the Huskar move around. And now you avoid bottom, right? Oh, thank you, Tomato. You might want a jungle, by the way. I'll now go push mid for the first time.
Yeah. I mean, it's overall, I think considering the situation, this is what VP expected in terms of the lanes. If they can get any additional kills at this point on the Nature's Prophet and get him close to that level 6. Oh, he has it. Okay, so Wrath of Nature is a big deal. That's the other part of this combo, is you basically just search globally, pop Wrath of Nature with the Slardar vision, and just kill anyone who
Huskar
shows
TPing
up.
in. You better run.
The silence will prevent a lot of the damage they can dish out. They miss the ice path. And with this, Fly will go down. So Malrine trying to get active now as well.
That's not too bad, though. He has the armlet. He is so powerful. He wants to kill heroes, but VP just trying to... Oh, you gotta turn around, turn around. This is not the place to be.
Oh, the impalement arts! Right on the money. Got him. Manages to dodge the silence, though.
Maybe he
All
shouldn't
right,
have
very
ran in.
close
I feel
there
like
from
he
Tomato.
didn't have a jump target if you didn't run in towards him like that. Maybe a little slip up there. Tomato will escape with his life, and this is wasting Huskar's time, right? Before this, he has 56 and 23 last hits, but because he's been chasing heroes around, and he's not a Nature's Prophet with teleport, right? It's taken him a lot longer to make these moves. Skitter barely getting out of there in time.
Yeah. They'll get the tower for this, but they were definitely looking for Skitter. Again, anytime that these supports can get on top of a hero, the Nature's Prophet will be there instantly. The downside is your Clockwork is super underleveled, and you need that hook shot. Hellscream only level 3 still.
Someone has to tank it. I think it was...
Yeah.
What he has managed to get done by being level 3 is very impressive. He disrupted the top lane. He did some weird creep dragging, throwing Falcons off, and then immediately goes up for ganks. Right? It's all been off the back of his chaotic gameplay. Now they're going to find...
Snaking, just
Ooh,
going to
should
burn
be a
underneath the
kill.
tower here.
Yep.
Yeah. Vessel Macro Pyre is still on there. Unfortunately, they weren't in range for the money tree, so...
It's
No
not worth
extra
it
bounty
then.
there. Definitely not worth it. Can you imagine Wrath of Nature instantly killing the Huskar right now?
I thought it was going to be Tomato finding him and killing him. This is scary.
I
Armlet?
mean, he's
Okay,
got
good.
Cauterize, right? So
I see he's got several burst heal items as well ready to go. So he's I would mess it. I would not press my buttons at the time. I would turn my armlet off and just die. But I'm sure Malrine with his Grandmaster Huskar is more than prepared to nail the execution.
bottom lane, they're looking at Tomato. Wheel of Wonder beautifully placed there from Crit, trying to close the gap with the Underlord, and they should have enough damage. In comes Abed on the Nature's Prophet.
Oh,
he's
he's hitting
super
hard.
dead. Amar just crushes him. 4 points Atrophy Aura.
He's hitting for almost 300 damage when that teleport came in, so they just turn it on right away. And there's no tier 1 tower, so no one else could show up. Now, not going to be a tier 1 mid tower either once this Fortify ends.
Those types of
Maybe you can
mistakes
chase
are
him
really
away.
difficult. Yeah, I mean the Jakiro is still scary, right? Like you have to respect the Jakiro. He has a lot of damage with Macro Pyre and everything, so we'll back away. But those types of deaths on Abed really slow down the Nature's Prophet's pressure, and not only does it give a ton of gold to Amar, but like this hero has to be like making plays and looking for kind of rotations. I mean, you could argue that's what he was trying to do, but definitely overestimating how much he could contribute there.
I like that Abed has a casual Orb of Frost. Just a little bit more anti-heal. See if it makes a difference
Man,
in
this
this
is one of
mid
the scenarios,
fight.
like if you have hook shot, Wrath of Nature is going to come through here in a moment. Bottom lane, they're looking for the Phantom Assassin again. He's able to dodge the wheel this time, though, so he should be okay. They might turn around, though. Jakiro's not that far off, but from the mid lane, Falcons is looking to join this as well.
Clockwork trying to get his level
Slow and
6
steady
in
now
that
from
mid lane.
Falcons. Dude, it's 13 minutes and he still doesn't have it.
I mean, someone had to tank it. If it wasn't Clockwork, if Clockwork had regular levels, Nature's Prophet would be another level or two lower, right? Like someone's got to do it, and there's only so much XP on
I
the
get
map
it,
when
like-
Huskar has how many denies was it? Like 23.
23, yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Dash?
We're gonna have to be careful of the flare spam too, because Hellscream, he knows it's only level 1 flare, but it will help him like scout this Roche attempt.
Yeah, the Wrath of
he's
Nature
like,
as
please,
well,
guys,
if you see
let
him
me
low."
let me get it. Yeah, 1 creep from level 6 on the Clockwork. He's finally gonna do it, everybody. The moment we've all been waiting for.
Hooray!
The Radiant scan actually comes out. They missed the Huskar. They thought he's actually in the triangle, but just on the other side of the creep camp there. This is the blink reveal from the Slardar. 14 minutes is up. That means the Wisdom Shrine is what they're looking to play for, but they needed to get the kill, I think, ahead of time. And Crit will get the
Crit.
Shrine as a result. I mean, they are going to go for the dive here onto the Ringmaster. He gets the box down, but is it enough to survive? Macro Pyre is out. He's taken so much damage, but I think he lives.
He's alive.
And now
He's got a
Saberlight.
Strongman tonic too.
Yeah. They turn around, they get the Vengeful Spirit, but Amar is here with a nice Pit of Malice. Good Sprout in to try and make some space for his team. So they end up getting a kill, and they do force everybody from Falcons to the bottom side of the map.
It's a good
They're
call to
still
retreat.
farming quite well.
Yeah, the Bone Fletcher was on the way with his newly acquired Deso. You do not want to give him some kills here.
Well, I think you're giving him a kill. The Ash Legion
Barrier
shield
almost
No,
kept him
not
alive.
enough. Yeah. All right, Skitter gets his Deso, immediately acquires a charge.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He's
Can
almost
they
at
get
her battle
Amar
fury.
bottom? I think so. Abed is here. They have the Ice Path into the cogs. Nowhere to go. Has a mech and 21 charges, but playing some ping pong on the cogs there. Really nicely done from Hellscream. And that's a big kill. Amar is worth quite the bounty.
They're looking for this PA snaking. He's gonna, what are you guys doing? He's over here. You guys are going too far.
He needs to get out of here. This is so spooky.
Oh, one
boy.
more last
They
hit's gonna
know
cost
something's
him.
up. He's looking to find a blink target, but there's the stun into a very quick kill. And Malrine, he's on Roshan once again, being scouted by the Rocket Flare. Needs to respect this because you can just get caught from a hook shot into a Wrath of Nature. So Malrine has desperately been trying to get this. We'll have to get some help from his team to finally finish it off, I think. Or he's going to smoke aggressively into the triangle.
They see the Clockwork. Part of the reason this is scary to get the Roche is because of the Clockwork. So if you can just take him out, then you can finally commit to the Roche. And it's going to take a little bit to chase him down, but they should get this kill. Unless they give up. I think you would have
He's
gotten
just
him.
running him in circles. I mean, Crit's going to find him now, but they are running him in circles at the moment. Okay. Hook shot,
Oh, what a
TP
play.
out. Yeah, he's gone. Malrine instantly into the Roche pit. He's like, thank you, Crit. Thank you for saving me. Here comes another flare. Oh, okay, that one was very close. That one was very close.
You combo that with the, oh, I guess he has no Nature's Wrath right now. Get him, Treant.
Flare in a couple seconds. Can they actually do anything? Even the Underlord ult coming through. They are tired of the shenanigans. They really want to get this. Jumping into the pit. They're trying to get the kill on Malrine. The Aegis, though, gets taken. A swap from Snake King just to make sure Saberlight does not get it. Very good attempt there from Saberlight, but Falcons finally claim what they were after.
Took a while because of all this annoying Rocket Flare spam. Let's see if they can at least get Amar now, because he did use his ultimate. But you need a little bit more damage.
Down here.
Abed cannot do this on his own.
Hellscream just needs to get the flare, and he's got him. Yeah, he's found him. Oh, they're a little bit too afraid to go that close to the tower. I mean, with Macro Pyre, you've surely got it, but they're coming through the Twin Gate. I think scouted. Yeah, they saw them. They're leaving now. Hellscream, not so lucky. Haste picked up from Crit will cut him off, and Malrine will jump right on in to get a little bit of revenge for what the Clockwork's been up to. Oh, and Fly just goes down solo in the mid lane.
We charge that 6 now for Skitter. I want to throw out, by the way, I didn't really notice him doing this. Amara's double boot. Power Treads, Guardian Greaves.
You know, he does have 4 feet, so...
That's fair. If one boot, it's like a pair of boots, really. We just see the one, so... Huskar, for example, would only need 1 boot, but Underlord, 2, clearly.
Yeah, it makes sense.
How come Sarva
Surprised
has
he doesn't have any
boots, though?
gloves either. He feels left out.
Don't need
He puts it on his head, you know?
Part of the boot gang.
I mean, he's like, come on, guys. Like, you all get boots, why not I get boots? He just wears it on the top of his head, you know?
This is how you guys use these, right? Well, you have a very strong team now. You got the Aegis on the Huskar. You've got the double boot Underlord ready to be the front line, ult in at any time if he's split pushing. Clinks has his Burning Barrage ready, so he's farming up some Ancients, and that'll finish the Dragonlance. So now you should be able to just force down objectives. Tormentor, first and foremost, coming up here.
Tumbler Toy not going to save you here, Fly.
First.
Yeah. Nicely done. I mean, the thing is like, they're just trying to wait out the Aegis, but you're getting massively out-farmed. Like, the gold lead is continuing to kind of spike here. And you have this Phantom Assassin, which is going to need some huge items almost to... I mean, not even almost to a BKB. Still like 1,300 gold away from a BKB, then the Desolator. Your Nature's Prophet's going to need some time to come online. Eventually, you just build like Hurricane Pike and Mjolnir and stuff, but...
Deso's coming first. Surprise.
Oh, okay. Looking for crit in the mid lane. Catapult. Okay, they just do take the Tormentor. The Wheel of Wonder comes out, tries to get the Fear, but crit with the Strongman Tonic will survive. Pit of Malice out from Amar as the swap back into Malrine. They got him. Slardar is punished. Crit playing an incredible game here on the Ringmaster. With this Hellscream, might be able to TP home, but who knows. Abed stole the Shrine. Okay, that's kind of nice. He has no TP, though. Hellscream might take the other Shrine. And he does. All right.
Gonna die for it, though.
Yeah. I mean... Is that worth it? The double Shrine? I don't know. I mean, the problem is you lost your Slardar mid.
I guess you need something.
And that really does not feel good.
At this point, we're down to a classic PA draft, which is buy her time and then pray for her crits, which I think is what you've got to do. So when they're killing you, getting the double Shrine, and she's farming, you take that as a win. You got to wait out this Aegis and try to prevent the gold lead from growing much more, right? A lot of the objective gold has been claimed. There's one more tier 2, so this lead will, start to push 12k, and then you have to hold. You have to keep it at a 10k-ish difference. 22 minutes, very hard to deal with. 30 minutes, it becomes much more manageable. 40 minutes onwards, that's where we start to favor the PA. She's going to be really farmed at that point. Even if she's less farmed, just the nature of the hero is good versus these types of low health heroes who are strong versus magic damage, and then you're dealing with a 2,000 physical crit, right? So,
well, this is a good timing.
They're actually smoking
if they can find it. Yeah, Aegis is reclaimed, and you have the BKB. Skitter gets caught. Do they have the damage from the PA? Gets put in the box. He jumps down to the backside. Big jump in from Malrine. Snake King in trouble. He's gonna go down first, but the damage. You need some other heroes to get in here. Crit. Yeah, you just can't do it. He gets the Wheel of Wonder. He's managed to find the PA. And now, with this, you're going to lose the big bounty. You got nothing left. I thought for sure they were going to find Skitter, but they didn't have the follow-up.
Well, you don't have an answer to Escape Act yet. And,
yeah.
I mean, I know we have the all-seeing eye. We know the exact amounts of money and everything. I think you should know you're pretty behind. And I appreciate an attempt as Aegis expires, but without Aegis, Malrine is still a satanic SNY armlet Huskar. There's still a very farm team on Falcons. So I don't know. I think you need a little bit more information before you attempt that play. And it's going to cost you big time. Look how quickly the buildings fall now. Deso charges up to 10. A very farmed Huskar is the speedrun hero. Where the creep successfully cut by Fly. It's going to cost him his life. Crit is on his case.
Great setup from the Yules. Malrine TPing on over to secure it. I mean, yeah, his life for the lane of Rax probably a pretty worthy sacrifice, but at the end of the day, you are now 16,000 ahead on Falcons. and it's not looking very good for VP. Like, we're just not seeing the damage coming through in these fights. Like, yeah, they alled in to try and get the Clinks, get saved by the Escape Act, and they turn their attention to the supports. And, he gets Snake King, almost gets crit as well, but there's no one else to really follow it up. Like, the Nature's Prophet doesn't have the items yet either to just kind of stand in the fight and start killing people. Like, he needs an AC, he needs BKB, he needs all these other items.
This is a wacky build. We have double boot Underlord, who went Holy Locket, and now is getting the Shard. He also has a Crimson Guard. He's gonna be so tanky
Jump
when
in.
he goes into these fights.
E-Blade, the daggers come through, but they got the kill onto the Phantom Assassin to start the fight. Crit still survives thanks to the Strongman tonic, able to fear away Saberlight as Hellscream on the backside of the fight, trying to find something, but that might just be the game. Yeah, they turn their attention back to the racks. Slardar trying to cut the wave. They'll go ahead and fortify for now, but he needs to pull the whole creep wave. He only gets 3. There's one creep still marching his way down the lane. I mean, they're delaying, right? At the end of the day, that is the name of the game. It is all delay here.
They're going through, I think, the mid, one of the creeps that slipped through bottom.
Yeah, one creep made it by.
Hardest working creep
they
in
need
the
to get that
world.
one creep. Yeah. I mean, they're cutting every lane, right? But you just still don't have the damage to win a fight. And I don't see Falcons, like, really backing off anytime soon.
No, you don't need to. You could wait for Roche if you really wanted to. This is an elimination game, right? So if you wanted to play very safe, which Falcons is kind of known for, but they seem to know how ahead they are, and that you could really, you could just arm the toggle like this, right? Just let the Huskar tank it for you indefinitely. You got Crimson Guard from Amar, Holy Locket if he really does get low.
This is mega creeps. There's no stopping this. Macro Pyre is out. Ice Path, anything. They dive in on Malrine. He gets swapped to safety. The Cauterize was perfectly timed. And now the hook shot in. They just don't have the numbers. They don't have the damage. The Wheel of Wonder hypnotizes Virtus.pro all the way to their grave as Malrine gets the tips. Amar with the Pit of Malice there. This one's over. Falcons will not be denied entry. They will claim this series and the final ticket to DreamLeague Season 28.
Little all chat at the end there to seal the deal. I mean, well done from Falcons. I think VP had a decent showing even in this final game at the start. I thought the way they were addressing the Huskar was looking good, but the fights they were going for were just a little off, and it only takes one mistake to get the ball rolling for Huskar, and like they managed to push it off for a while, but eventually they slipped up, and then it was in Falcons' control. I think then feeling that pressure, VP took a couple fights that maybe they shouldn't have, and they just made it faster. But I can't really blame them because there's no guarantee if you drag it out, like it pays off there either, right? You still have really farmed heroes that you're going to have to deal with. So Falcons, they did it. We were wondering if this would be the first tournament they do not qualify for since the formation of the team, as far as we know. Maybe there was something that we missed, but it would have been crazy to not see this team make it through. And they have proven why they are a top team. Even after a game 2 like that, they just bounce back, go with their old trusty Huskar. When the backs are against the wall, pick Huskar. That's the Falcons' way.
It really is, man. You always just fall back on one of these like kind of cheesy heroes. I mean, is it even super cheesy anymore when everyone knows like Huskar is a good pick at the moment? I would say for me, the Phantom Assassin is where the draft kind of got a little lost for me on the VP side. Like you go for this hero and you're like, all right, it's somewhat strong, maybe into a Clinks because it can get on top of the hero and do some damage, but it just leaves you open to, playing a slow game. Like Phantom Assassin's not a really fast hero. This hero needs Battle Fury and BKB before she's even allowed to join the game, and the side lanes did not go super well, right? Like Nature's Prophet was TPing into there to try and offer some assistance, but Amar still ended up getting like a double kill onto PA and Nature's Prophet, and top lane, your Slardar Hellscream or your Slardar Clockwork combo just didn't really do much to Clinks. So I don't know. It was didn't pan out how they had thought it would.
Yeah, I imagine they tried something similar in some scrims, for example, and maybe it worked there. I certainly appreciate that knowing this was an elimination game, they still went for it, right? To trust what you have, what you believe in, even though it doesn't work. There's a level of confidence there required, right? Which is important to have, and you don't get like scared into, I guess we'll go for the safe picks, but then it doesn't work. So I appreciate the attempt, and I'm sure they'll further refine it, so next time they give it a go, it'll work out. Unfortunately, this time they will not qualify to DreamLeague Season 28, but there are a lot more qualifiers coming up, so hopefully that's just another stepping stone to refine the strategies, really figure out what works, because I think in just this series alone, we really got to see the highs and lows of VP, where they are a pretty good team when they get the things going, but you need to do that consistently, kind of like Falcons does, to really be able to beat them out in these qualifiers.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll end up seeing Virtus.pro next week for the ESL 1 quals, but for Western European quals in DreamLeague, we're done. So this was the final series. The 4 teams that qualified from this region are going to be Mouse, Team Liquid, Na'Vi, and now Falcons. They'll be joining us at the main event. There are still some qualifiers, I think, underway. North America, South America, I think, is still going out. So those will be continuing, but for Zach and myself, we're done. We want to say thank you all so much for tuning in. We appreciate it. We hope you all have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you next time.
I've been held up. Nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, not a man for crying. For a storm of tears I crave. Take all this sorrow from me. How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere.
Eyes wide shut.